Samun kuɗin ka kawai ka kashe. Samun kuɗin ka kawai ka kashe.
Now our mama believe so, we no get another one. Now our mama believe so, we no get another one. Oluremi Tinubu. Now our mama believe so, we no get another one. Now our mama believe so, we no get another one. Now our mama believe so, we no get another one. Oluremi Tinubu. Mama Nigeria.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's once again. Everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go drop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love it. The refinery, navigator, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring ya. You will be moving, I be the master. I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my miracle, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the I be the master. Refinery, the contract that you white, but you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Let me be the master. You know, when I came here earlier for
and there it is right there. So there it is right there. The art is a nab. The song track, don't ask me. I don't know what the song title is, but certainly that artist, her name is Zainab. She's from Benin Republic of Yoruba stock still, but from the Benin Republic extraction. So there it is. Entobanwa Obìnrin Àlòkù Adekutonu. So that's the new recommendation now. If you want a second-hand wife, I wonder what an Obìnrin Àlòkù is. I'm not quite sure. Maybe that language, I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it sits easy with me. Entobanwa Obìnrin Àlòkù Adekutonu. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? So there it is right there. If you are looking for a second-hand wife or a second-hand concubine, go to Cotonou. According to Zainab, she would know. She's from there. So there it is. Entobanwa Obìnrin Àlòkù Adekutonu. So all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading into yet another session. Your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man. One man went to mow. One man went to mow the Eagle land. So the Eagle lands again, and we do as we always do. So the session's late, of course. No apologies for that. Just have the bearance to bear it until things settle back into some sort of normalcy. But there it is. The session still happens anyway in some form. Always glad to have your company, by the way. Even happier when you click on the like button. So click on the like button. Click on the like button. Not already subscribed, correct that by subscribing. So that's the gift you can give to the platform to support its growth. Like and subscribe. So like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. All those voices that you delight in, they did nothing other than to click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. They ended up in the studio and they set about a conversation. So if you want to be part of the in crowd or whatever that means, click on that hyperlink, brings you into a studio, as I said. As soon as you might want to leave it for about 30 minutes thereabout, because you know I do this opening phase that lasts about 30, 40 minutes. So so click on that if you want to be part of the conversation. Super chat towards the stream as exemplified by Ayo right there. Not too many people doing that recently, and we cannot be having that. The super chat, the lubricant that lubricates, the lubricant, you know, they call that tautology, lubricant that lubricates. What else does a lubricant does, or do rather, you know, other than to lubricate? So it is the lubricant that keeps the engine of the platform churning. So there it is. So all that nice and funky stuff. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links as widely as you can. Super chat towards the streams. So super chat towards the streams. So now, not an abundance of news. In fact, that's one of the reasons why I delayed it. Actually, I was scrambling around to see what to wrap the conversation around, and the one thing that kept popping to the fore is this side battle going on between the head of service in Rivers State and the erstwhile governor, now suspended, Fubara, and the head of service wife in the mix as well. So somewhat of a funkified menage a trois. Do you know what a menage a trois is? It's a threesome of some sort. So all that. All these people, man. I don't know. I'm glad I rankle you people so much. You know, I've not even said hello, and the gremlins are already out of the woodworks with their usual. You know, I don't delete them, by the way. Anybody, just leave them there. They add to the mix. Let them, you know, let them show. The idiots are welcome as well. You know, only to demonstrate their idiocy. I'm talking about this guy. I've not barely said hello, and it's already launching at everything. You know, I don't know, man. So some people. So good day and all that. Put it upon yourself to resort Nigeria. You know, it's even the anyway. You know, sometimes you know, sometimes I need to divert my attention from the comment section. You know, there's some funkified elements in there. You know, you need some subtitles in order to understand their use of language sometimes. Put it upon yourself to results, Nigeria. So what does that even, how do you know, sometimes you read in between to understand what somebody, how do you even begin to understand what that means? But there it is. The good, the bad, and the ugly, all welcome here. The good, the bad, and the ugly. So not an abundance in the news, as I said, but there is that storyline of the going on still in River State. The head of service has now come out with an expose as to how Fubara was actually plotting to undermine the Tinubu administration. So we have that, and then we have the thing now in Edo State, which was a tragedy, but the response of the country is quite shocking. So it looks as though then some lives are of more value than other lives within the country. So we've seen Tinubu now set about all the security architectures of the Nigerian states to go and fish out the people behind what happened in Edo State. We saw the governor of Edo State mobilized to go to the site of the incident, and we see the whole country agog. But then, of course, this same thing that happened, it happened yesterday, and it happened the day before that, but to a different type of persons, and nobody paid attention. So are we now a tiered society? T-I-R-E, tiered, you know, as in layers. Are we now a tiered society where, you know, was it George Orwell, Animal Farm? Some animals are more equal than the other. So is that in play now, that the life of a northerner is of more value to the Nigerian state, of more importance that the so we'll have conversations around that, and then we mix all manners of conversation. The new Allaf of Oyo, he has come out to play. So let me actually play you that. Actually, this is the fullness of the new Allaf. It seems like a quiet sort. There's an undercurrent to the guy, which is yet not to be defined. So I'm looking forward to the new Allaf of Oyo, to see what sort of inflection he brings. I want him to have the personality to overwhelm the Ooni of Ife, because as an Oyo man, I feel that the Oyo still should have preeminence over the Yoruba kingdom. So I want him to have the personality to overwhelm the Ooni of Ife. But here is the, it certainly doesn't have the size. It's not a very tall man. But here is the new Allaf of Oyo right here. So it looks as though he's coming from a Shogo sort of, I think Shogo is his adopted deity. Of course, he prays and worships and prays libation to all of the deities within Yoruba land. But I think it's especially coming from a Shogo strand. So that's my reading of him. I think it's a Shogo adherent, Shogo proponent, a progenation from the Shogo stock. So that's what he is. And I'm saying that really only off the back of this. So there it is right there. Where I'm looking forward to his public-facing stance to see how he's actually positioned within that Yoruba monarchical structure, which everybody seems to have surrendered to the Ooni of Ife at the moment, but we'll see what he brings. So we'll see what he brings, but let's launch into it. Big things happening today as well. Today, of course, the birthday of your beloved president and your ex-beloved president. He congratulates then your current beloved president. So let's see what's in play here. Former President Muhammadu Buhari has congratulated President Bola Tinubu on the occasion of his birthday, saying he's proud of his association with him. So the politics of Buhari, it remains yet to be defined, because his foremost acolyte, his right-hand man, his body language within the Nigerian space, which is Abubakar Malami, he has now cross-carpeted to the, it's not cross-carpeted though, is essentially transferred onto the SDP, following the El Rufai train. But here is Buhari continuously giving the assurance that he remains an APC man. And what do you even read to this opening stanza? Former President Muhammadu Buhari has congratulated President Bola Tinubu on the occasion of his birthday, saying he is proud of his association with him. So there it is right there. The loyalty of Buhari will be fully tested in 2027. In a phone conversation on Friday, Buhari celebrated the successor. This is not even a press issuance from Garba Shehu, who now is his personal spokesperson in terms of his interfacing with the Nigerian space. So if it's a phone call, that's a more personalized, a more direct contact. But what sort of reassurance should Tinubu take from that? Former President Muhammadu Buhari has congratulated President Bola Tinubu on the occasion of his birthday, saying he's proud of his association with him. In a phone call on Friday, Buhari celebrated his successor and wished him long life, good health, and a successful administration as he leads the country. This was disclosed in a statement on Saturday, signed by his senior special assistant, media and publicity Garba Shehu. When we pray for our leaders, we are praying for ourselves and the nation. We owe this to ourselves and to the nation. Shehu quoted Buhari as saying. So there it is right there. So with friends like this who these enemies, that's a question, but there it is. Buhari is still keeping some of the veneer of association of loyalty to the Tinubu cause. But like I said, come 2027, we see how that plays out. We're all we're doing now is holding in abeyance to see how 2027 plays out. All we're doing now is holding in abeyance to see how 2027 plays out. Wike's character deficiency, reason I chose Okowa in 2023. This is Atiku Abubakar resuscitated now that fight that he lost, by the way, in 2023. It's poking at people. You don't really want to be poking at Yemsen Wike, because of course you go and ask Fubara what the consequences of that are. Wike's character deficiency, written at Chosokoa in 2023, the Waziri of Abu Dhabi, Atiku Abubakar, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the 2023 elections. Atiku Abubakar has given further insight into why he picked former Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa over the River State Governor and now FCT, Federal Capital Territory Minister Yemsen Wike, as running mate in 2023. In a signed statement by his media office in Abuja on Saturday, titled "Learning Without Character is Equal to Zero," the Atiku media office said it was responding to yet another emotional outburst disguised as a press statement from Wike's media aide, Larry Olayinka. Pardon me. The Atiku media office said, while we understand the bitterness often let's see, let me take it from the top again, actually. Wike's character deficiency, reason I chose Okowa in 2023, Atiku Abubakar, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the 2023 elections, Atiku Abubakar has given further insights into why he picked former Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa over then River State Governor and now Federal Capital Territory FCT Minister Yemsen Wike as running mate in 2023. In a statement signed by his media office in Abuja on Saturday titled "Learning Without Character is Equal to Zero," the Atiku media office said it was responding to yet another emotional outburst disguised as a press statement from Wike's media aide, Larry Olayinka, not Larry, but Larry Olayinka. The Atiku media office said, while we understand that bitterness often finds expression in misplaced aggression, so now, why would Wike be bitter? You know, if anybody should be bitter, it should actually be Atiku Abubakar. Because for all of the people that took losses, Wike may have taken a loss from not getting the PDP presidential ticket and subsequently not slotting in as the vice presidential candidate. You could say those are losses. It may tell you that they are not, but he actually got the win by cross-carpeting to support Tinubu, ensuring that Tinubu won and getting one of the plum jobs within the administration. So you cannot say that the bitterness is sweetened by the latter success. So, but the person that still continues to fester somewhat in bitterness is Atiku Abubakar, who has run who has run 6 cycles of elections and he has lost all of them. And the last one now, the most brutal, because Atiku Abubakar and Tinubu, they've been on the same journey for a very, very long time. They are from the Shehu Yar'Adua stock of politics. They are all Shehu Yar'Adua boys, and they came out of that SDP cusp. So they've been politicking together since the even late 80s, early 90s, and they've been of the same political family all the way through. Atiku somewhat having a mild edge in terms of the trajectory because he's always gone forward to propel towards the presidency. He had never made shy of making that known that that is his foremost ambition, to be president. But he has always had, maybe you call it a friendship, maybe you call it a rivalry, but there's always been elements of one-upmanship between Atiku Abubakar and Tinubu. So now, in his last throw now, which might well be his final throw of the dice towards the presidency, he came up against this now, his long-standing arch-rival, frenemy, Tinubu, who steps out for the first time and beats him resoundingly to take the prize that Atiku had always wanted all of his life, at least all of his adult life. So who will be bitter? Well, EMC Wike that backed Tinubu and won and got rewarded with the FCT minister, or Atiku Abubakar, who has been crying since February 2023. So who is bitter? So that's the question. The Atiku media office said, while we understand that bitterness often finds expression in misplaced aggression, we must remind Mr. Wike and his team that a bitter heart is not capable of charity, nor does it inspire unity, healing, or truth. So there is nothing in Atiku that inspires either. I mean, let me even play you a clip. This is one of the clips that I have in stock, actually. You know, some of these clips, I just keep them there, that they might just slot in the course of conversations. So let me play you this. This is a throwback. So this is Atiku now. It's just, the guy is a joker. Let me play you this.
We're about to wrap up, and so I have to ask 2 very quick questions. Because you've raised the issue of privatization, you were the head of the Economic Council during your time as vice president. Some of the privatization that took place under your watch left a lot to be desired, and I'll give you 2 quick examples. Alscon in Ikot Abasi, a facility that was built for close to $3.5 billion, sold for 250 million naira, $250 million, way below market price. Then we have issues of when NITA was privatized, it's only this year we started paying pensioners. So people are saying actually privatization under you was a bit of a mixed bag. It's not this big success that is being touted. What's your response to that?
Well, in any policy that you implement, you are bound to find, some.
So that was Kadira Ahmed nearly frontally accusing Atiku then of stealing all those endless billions. But let me also play you this as well, actually. This was Atiku's plan towards the 2023 elections. So this was his plan, and this was how he was intended to win. But he got outplayed. In this clip now, it's an audio clip. You'll be hearing, the voices you'll be hearing will be Aminu Tambuwal, Ifeanyi Okowa, and the Waziri of Abu Dhabi. Listen to this. This is quite you should go to jail for the content of this clip that I'm about to play you.
Look, there will be need to bring in the INEC.
I think that we should interface with INEC and not create suspicion.
Waziri Adama, I will not want to disappoint you. And for me to accept to go into this, let us strategize and discuss the arrangements and how it can be achieved.
Tambuwal, that's why we are meeting.
Okay.
Let us sit down and find any other technology that may be used to make sure that, I will emerge. So there has to be a way of how we can find, loopholes.
We are going to provide for the INEC officials, starting from the polling units through to the World Coalition Centers. And I just hope that we are going to have to find a way to rig the elections. And this is the best time to do so.
It's not enough.
No?
It's not enough. First of all, you give money to the state INEC.
Yeah.
You must also make sure that they don't use beavers, because we have seen what the use of beavers have resulted in Oshun.
Atiku Abubakar, I am with you on this one.
And you also supervise to make sure that we use the central bank to share the money.
Okay.
And then, of course, find a way to get them out of power.
It will be extremely difficult, in a way. You see, it depends on certain fundamentals and indices. If Nigerians are having only two options, clearly.
All right. So that particular clip has been circulating for quite a few days now. I've been reticent to play it because I'm not convinced of the veracity of it, but the voices seems convincing enough. And that was Atiku, Okowa, and Tambuwal doing their rigging strategy, which of course, we know failed. Let's take it from the top again. This time I speed. Wike's character deficiency, reason I chose Okowa in 2023, Atiku Abubakar, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the 2023 elections. Atiku Abubakar has given further insight into why he picked former Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa over the then Rivers State Governor and now Federal Capital Territory FCT Minister Yemsen Wike as running mate in 2023. In a statement signed by his media office in Abuja on Saturday, titled "Learning Without Character is Equal to Zero," the Atiku media office said, in responding to yet another emotional outburst disguised as a press statement from Wike's media aide Lere Olayenka. The Atiku media office said, while we understand that bitterness often finds expression in misplaced aggression, we must remind Mr. Wike and his team that a bitter heart isn't capable of charity, nor does it inspire unity, healing, or truth. I think that was what triggered me to play those clips. Atiku talking about unity, healing, or truth. Once again, facts have been twisted in a desperate attempt to rewrite history. Mr. Wike, through his spokesperson, claims that he had 13 votes from a committee set up to recommend a vice presidential running mate, whilst Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa had only 2. Let us be clear, there are no laid down rules or laws on the selection process of a running mate. Committees, consultations, and recommendations are advisory in nature. The final decision rests solely and exclusively with the presidential candidate, in this case, Atiku Abubakar. It is a constitutional and strategic choice, not a popularity contest. Assuming, but not considering, that Wike had 13 votes and Okowa had 2, just like universities confer degrees in learning and character, one must ask, what is the worth of votes if character scores a 0? Leadership is not only about numbers, it is about temperament, dignity, and the ability to unify. So Atiku often talks about leadership, but he has never actually, I'm not talking about in the private sector, whatever business is set up just to pretend as though he has a business. Atiku has never held any leadership role in Nigeria. He's never had a finals. I think he was even a deputy when he was at the customs. So he has never been the number one person in any stratosphere within the Nigerian political space. In all of his endless decades in politics, he has never had the final say, state level, local government chairman, anywhere. He has never been the number one. So quite why he continues to prattle on about leadership is beyond me. So he has no experience in that space because he has never occupied the space at the slot. Leadership is not only about numbers, it is about temperament, dignity, and the ability to unify. A man may boast of numbers, but if his conduct lacks grace and humility, those numbers are empty. We make no apologies for choosing Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa as the running mate 2023. That decision was based on a combination of intellect, composure, and statesmanship. So I don't quite think that I'm not. If you say that you cannot say that Yemsen Wike lacks intellect. If you can, or if you can be central to maneuvering an election to an outcome of his own choosing, then that shows intellectual sagacity. One of the best governors, if not the best governors that Rivers State has ever experienced. An excellent FCT minister, a lawyer, and all that. So you cannot say he lacks intellect. But if you talk of composure, you cannot also, although you may say that Yemsen Wike is braggadocious or often instances in his ways, but you cannot say that he lacks composure, because it is composure that it enables you to strategize, and you cannot say he lacks statesmanship. So I'm not quite sure. You cannot certainly place Okowa above Yemsen Wike in any of these matrices of measure, any of these standards of measure. You cannot place Okowa over Yemsen Wike, PhD or not. Okowa is not more. He doesn't have a greater intellect than Wike. Does he have a greater composure or statesmanship? So those are just word for word's sake. We have been vindicated by Mr. Wike's public conduct in Rivers State, where he once served as governor, and in Abuja since becoming the FCT minister, which has made it abundantly clear why he was unsuitable for the role of vice president in a ticket meant to unify, not divide. So what was the consequence? What was the outcome of that ticket is the thing. A ticket that failed. So what would the ticket that had no outcome is not something there that you can consider a great loss for somebody that flipped himself and landed on his feet. We urge Mr. Wike and his social media spokesperson to resist the temptation to sermonize about religious piety during Ramadan or Lent, whilst simultaneously fanning the flames of discord. Let us not reduce sacred periods to a tool for petty political jobs. So are they not still in Ramadan? And is this not a petty political job? The task of rebuilding our party and our nation is a serious one. Certainly one too big for you. Certainly not one that you will ever get to straddle. It is time to move beyond bruised egos and focus on what truly matters, the future of Nigeria and the well-being of its people. So the never-ending saga then, that is Yemsen Wike versus the Waziri of Abu Dhabi. Your conduct in Rivers and Abuja has made it clear you were unsuitable for VP slot. Atiku hits Wike. So we've just read that. Let's go on from that today. So this now, my heart goes out to the people who lost their lives, especially if they were innocent in that Edo State incident. And I'm glad for the response that we're seeing from the Nigerian state. But that response now has to hold firm for subsequent incidents, because the life of an Aboki, of course, is not of a greater value than the life of everyone else in the country. President Tinubu directs manhunt for killers of Edo alleged kidnappers. So where's the manhunt then for the people that were killed in Ondo, Plateau, etc., etc.? Where's the manhunt for that? President Bola Tinubu has condemned the murder of traveling hunters mistaken for kidnappers by local vigilantes in Uromi community of Ison local government area in Edo State. In a statement by Special Advisor to the President, Information and Strategy Bayo Ononuga Friday, said the President expressed shock at the dastardly act on Thursday and had directed police and other security agencies to conduct swift and thorough investigations and punish the suspected culprits. So I think it's trying to nip possible response from the North in the bud. And by the way, when the Northerners do respond, because if and when the Northerners do respond, and it's more likely when than if, because there's all the possibility and the indications, and their leaders are already saber rattling in their region, so some form of response is coming. If and when the Northerners do respond, that response will be vested upon Southeasterners. Do you understand? Because there are not that many people of Edo stock really in the North, and they will just view the Edolites as part of the wider Southeastern experience, because Nigerians tend to see the country in three blocks: the Hausa Fulanis, which they just call the Malas, the Yorubas, who are the Yorubas, of course, and the Igbos, and they just slot you into those slots, irrespective of whatever satellite ethnicity you have. So there's every possibility that there will be a backlash in the North against what happened in Edo State, and the backlash will be vested upon the people that they have an abundance of, which will be the Southeasterners. So that's what's likely to be the case. President Bola Tinubu has condemned the murder of traveling hunters mistaken for kidnappers by local vigilantes in Uromi community, Eastern North local government area, Edo State. In a statement by Special Advisor to the President, Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, on Friday, the President expressed shock at the dastardly act on Thursday and had directed police and other security agencies to conduct swift and thorough investigations and punish the suspected culprits. President Tinubu commiserated with the families of the affected victims and assured them that criminals would not be allowed to shed the blood of innocent Nigerians. So the establishment first that these people were innocent Nigerians, they are claiming they are hunters, but the people in Edo State are telling us that they caught them with AK-47. President Bola Tinubu has commiserated with the families of the affected victims and assured them that criminals would not be allowed to shed the blood of innocent Nigerians. The statement reads in part, adding that the president noted that jungle justice has no place in Nigeria. Tinubu noted that all Nigerians have the freedom to move freely in any part of the country. President Tinubu then commended the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebolo, and community leaders in Uromi for their swift response to avert the escalation of tension. You'll be sure that the Fulanis are going to visit that community, and they will not be bringing flowers and cake. Tinubu's reaction comes after police authorities in Edo said they had arrested 14 suspects over the killings of the travelers. The victims were gruesomely... Yes, I saw the clip. Maybe a few of you would have seen the clip as well. It was quite horrific, actually. The victims were gruesomely murdered by a mob on the suspicion of being criminals. The travelers were said to be hunters. So Wike White is a hunter from Kano. What is he doing in Edo State? That's just the thing. Are there no bush game in Kano? What are they doing? they are kidnappers. That's the general belief of all of us. So, the sympathy for what happened to those people is not as widespread as you would imagine. A lot of people actually feel that it's a long time coming. The victims were gruesomely murdered by a mob on the suspicion of being criminals. The travelers were said to be hunters. According to the Edo State Police Command, the victims were 16 in number, but the spokesperson for the command, Moses Yamu, said some persons have been arrested in connection with the attack. In the course of investigation, 14 suspects have been arrested in connection with the crime, while an emergency meeting was convened with stakeholders and members of the community to address the situation. Narrating how the incident happened, the Edo Police Command said it occurred when a truck with registration number XYZ coming from Port Harcourt, conveying 25 travelers to Elele, a suburb of Rivers State, was accosted by some vigilante group members at Uromi, and some of the travelers were found in possession of locally made dame guns, were arrested, and some of the travelers who were found in possession of dame guns. While this was ongoing, some vigilante members raised an alarm of them being suspected kidnappers, which led some members and passers-by in the community to attack and lynch 16 of the occupants, whilst the truck conveying them was equally burnt. Police operatives attached to the Uromi division got wind of the incident and swiftly stormed the scene, with 10 of the travelers were rescued, 2 of whom sustained various degrees of injuries and were rushed to a hospital where they are currently positively responding to treatment. So there it is. I'm not quite sure what level of investigation is needed, but it's an open and short thing, isn't it? The police said investigations continue over the incident and cautioned against any form of reprisal attack. The Northern Senators Forum also said it is deeply disturbed and saddened by the lynching of travelers. A statement by Chairman Senator Abdulaziz Yadua on behalf of the group said the sad incident was a case of victims being tagged as Fulani kidnappers. The Northern Senators Forum is deeply disturbed and saddened by the gruesome mob killings of innocent Nigerians in Uromi, Edo State on Thursday, 27th of March, 2025. These individuals who were, so we know all of that. So undercurrent of a threat of reprisal then from the north. So we see how that plays out. Right, VP slaughter, Atiku line during Holy Ramadan is unfortunate. So yes, this will go on and on, isn't it? You don't want we get delight in this sort of atrocious relationship. So it will go on and on. But since I read you the article space, let me just read you the Wike one. We go at this at speed. Federal Capital Territory Minister Yemson Wike's senior special assistant on media, on public communications and social media, Larry Olayinka, has accused the former Vice President of Nigeria, Atiku Abubakar, of lying during the holy month of Ramadan over claims that the committee set up by the People's Democratic Party of selecting its vice presidential candidate 2023 elections rated former governor of Delta State, Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, as his first choice. Olayinka, who said it was unfortunate that Atiku could not respect the holy month of Ramadan and avoid telling lies. So Atiku is a pathological liar. Is a truth averse. So it's somebody that instinctually lies as a first response. Is because it's somebody that feels that he games the system, but is not equipped enough to play the sort of games that he wants to be able to play. Olayinka said it was unfortunate that Atiku could not respect the holy month of Ramadan and avoid telling lies. Asked how a committee would present the person who had 2 votes as first choice, as against the person with certain votes. So the story of Yemsin Wike and El Rufai are somewhat similar, actually. Yemsin Wike was used and dumped by the PDP, but he got the final say. But El Rufai was used and dumped by the APC. He's now crying in the arms of Peter Obi. Atiku had said, since in 2023, I told the party to set up a committee to recommend 3 names. The committee ranked Okowa as the top choice, with Wike in second place and former Akwa Ibom Governor Udom Emmanuel in third. So I picked number 1. Reacting, the FCT minister spokesperson in a statement on Saturday, said it. Let's do that again. Reacting, the FCT minister's spokesperson said in a statement on Saturday that it became necessary to put the record straight. Hence, the need to debunk Atiku's lies, insisting that Wike never puts himself forward to be Atiku's running mate. Then Atiku did by himself, and Wike accepted his offer with conditions. Olayinka said it was a fact that in the committee report, Wike had certain votes, whilst Okowa had 2. The committee set up by the PDP picked Wike as Atiku's running mate, but for reasons best known to him, he settled for Okowa, who had 2 votes from the committee members. That's the truth Atiku should tell and stand with, not trying to color his decision with falsehood. So there it is. Pardon me. I think this will be a never-ending saga. So we just leave that there. Let me give you one more paragraph and then we move on. Olayinka, who noted that for devout Muslims, the period of Ramadan is that of holiness, said Al-Bakari, 1903 to whatever. So it's starting to quote the Quran now. So let me just abandon it. So that's the back and forth going on there. So now this is now the headline piece. Fubara sponsored destruction of pipelines, ex-Rivers head of service. So why this is trending as a news is that this guy is the head of service for Simi Fubara, and he was the head of service for as early as just a couple of weeks ago. I think he actually resigned just shortly after Fubara was suspended. So it's quite current and central to the 2 years of Fubara so far. I'm going to play you 3 clips to go along with this one, but let me give you a full paragraph of a readout. Then I'll play you 3 clips because the whole thing has taken the whole of the social media space by siege. This is what people are talking about. Former head of service in Rivers State, Dr. George Wike, has alleged that suspended governor of Rivers State, Similaya Fubara, sponsored the recent explosions that occurred on some oil facilities in the state. I did say that the guy was the one behind it, and people were throwing stones at me. Wike also alleged that Fubara also masterminded the burning of Rivers State House of Assembly complex to stop his impeachment by the House. The immediate past head of service in the state spoke in a press briefing he granted in Abuja after his removal from office by the sole administrator of the state, Vice Admiral Ibom Ete Ibas. Speaking, Wike, who appreciated Fubara for appointing him to serve in his administration, said his aim of addressing the press was to put the record straight, adding that only falsehood are peddled on social media platforms. He said, with loads of misinformation on print and electronic media, I have chosen to put the record straight. I was not sacked, neither was I pressured to resign. I did it willingly from the depth of my heart. However, as an insider and a key player in this administration by my position, who worked closely with Siminilayi Fubara, it will be unfair for me to keep silent and not or not to address some key factors that has affected or will affect our state if we continue in this trajectory. I want to use this medium to thank Mr. President for swift intervention in River State crisis, especially on the state of emergency that was declared and assented to by the National Assembly. You will recall that when the governor was suspended as the head of service, I was the next in command. So I am not speaking from outside. I am speaking as an insider. If not for the intervention of Mr. President, Nigeria would have faced the worst economic sabotage and River State would have been up in flames. Wike alleged that Fubara had, on the wake of the crisis in the state, directly should that be directly or directed? Wike alleged that Fubara had, on the wake of the crisis in the state, directly he suspended. That should be directed, not directly. That's what's stumping me. You see, they've written directly here, but that should be directed. So I'll read it as directed. Wike alleged that Fubara had, on the wake of the crisis in the state, directed his suspended chief of staff, Edo State, here to burn down the assembly complex to avert his seeming impeachment. He also said, RH governor, I don't know what RH means, had also made some advancements to bring down the residential quarters of state lawmakers, adding that the governor wasted state funds to massage his ego. As Wike said, first, it all started with the River State House of Assembly, where the governor Fubara directed his chief of staff to burn down the assembly in a way to avert his impeachment. That evening, Edison was in the government house with two other boys, including the former chairman of Oyo local government, one Chijioke. I was there with them when a bag of money was handed to Edison for the operation, though I do not know the amount inside. So this is it's just like a gangster's paradise, isn't it? But let's actually listen to the guy say it in his own words. So I'm going to play you a trilogy of clips now, and this is where it all started with this bombshell.
April the 24th this year has broken his silence, saying his resignation was due to his conscience and not under duress. Speaking exclusively to Channels Television, Mr. Wike alleges that he is a witness to the demolition of the River State Assembly complex of the suspended Chief of Staff of Governor Siminalayi Fubara on the instruction of the governor. Now, he applauds the president for the state of emergency in Rivers, as the state has been peaceful since the appointment of the sole administrator, Vice Admiral Ibokete Ibas, and urges the NLC, that's the Nigeria Labour Congress, to call its members to order in River State and not embark on a strike to avoid an escalation.
I was not sacked. Neither was I pressured to resign. I did so willingly, from the depth of my heart. It all started with the State House of Assembly, where the governor, Siminalayi Fubara, directed his chief of staff to burn down the assembly in a way to avert the suspected impeachment. That evening, Edison was in government house with many of his boys, including the former chairman of Obiakpo, one Mr. Chijioke Ihumo. I was there with them when a bag of money was handed over to Edison for that operation. A day after that incident, I almost resigned. But I was very scared because I know the power of a sitting governor. And he knew that I'm aware of the whole plan. Let me draw the attention of Nigeria Labour Congress to call the chairman of the River State chapter to order to avoid politicizing labor.
So there it is right there. So that was when the bombshell was dropped. That was the head of service, River State, erstwhile, he was only just relieved of his position by the now new administrator that Tinubu has put in that state. So he is at the very heartbeat of the Fubara administration, and is telling us then that Fubara is responsible for blowing up pipelines. He was responsible for burning down the State House of Assembly complex, which we all already knew anyway, and it was set to on a destruction spree until Tinubu brought him up short. So that was the expose. But then what Fubara stands accused of, he doubles down within that space and he starts to play his little games. Here, watch this. This one really stunned me because I've never really seen this. He's now playing a social media game, Fubara. What I'm about to show you next, I've never seen it within the Nigerian space before. This guy now, Fubara, he now approaches the wife of this man that I just spoke, is a former head of service, and he got her to say this. Watch this.
Is that governor?
Yes.
If I'm minister of this way, my husband is in trouble. Where could I help you?
What happened?
People should help you. He went to Abuja this morning. I remember he said his friend Ogiri from Abuja called him. My husband is in trouble. I can't get this so. I can't get this so. My husband is in trouble. My husband is in trouble. All his wealth has finished off. People should help me. My husband is in trouble.
No, madam, I don't know. I saw something this evening that they granted media this thing. So I'm even surprised that.
He's in trouble. He's in trouble. I don't know, but he's in hospital. They have killed him. I don't know if he's alive. Why could I help me? Why could I help me? Why could I help me? Why could I help me?
All right. Okay. No problem. No. It's okay. You're sure you're not aware of this is action?
I don't know. He told me the morning that his friend. I remember. He said so.
No, you know why I'm asking. You know why I'm asking. At least there's nothing that happens that he doesn't share with you. Where have I offended him, and where will he cook the level of lies against me? Where have I offended you people? After everything I've done for you people.
He's in trouble. He's in trouble. So please help me. I don't know how to find him. People should find Ogiri's number. Let him provide my husband though. I remember I said Ogiri from Abuja. Now he said ticket to come this morning. No, I said we'll have Monday, Sunday. I'm the chairperson of the Monday, Sunday. Where will you go now? Where will you go now? Leave me here. How will I do this program alone in the church? He said he's coming back today. He's coming back today. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God, please help me. Help me, my husband is in trouble. Help me, please.
It's okay. Were they threatening him or what? Because I know at least.
I don't know that. Jesus, he's in trouble. This is not evil. He's in trouble. His phones are switched off. I sent a message on WhatsApp. I said, I'm in a hostage. I said, why will you do this to me? He did not respond, though. I have been calling since, though. I'm finished, though. Where is my husband? Oh, can you provide my husband, though? Oh, can you provide my husband?
It's okay. It's okay. No problem. We'll try and see what we can do. No problem.
Oh, God, please help me.
It's okay.
Please
No problem. You know, anything anybody is doing in this life, if you do a good, you will meet good. If you do bad, definitely you will get your reward for the evil. You know my relationship with him. I don't know where I've offended him that he will cook this level of lies against me.
It's not Shimo. It's not. He cannot. He decided that he cannot sign anything against you. He decided that he cannot sign anything against you. Oh, Jesus. Jesus, when he came back, I said.
So now that is the wife of the former head of service to Fubara playing out a script now that the husband was acting out under duress, that he's been kidnapped and is not acting of his own will. So why is she saying that? Fubara was somewhat feigning that he was surprised that the woman is interacting with him in that way, but that is entirely unscripted. So the crocodile tears, the B-rate actor acting by Fubara, everything was scripted. It's just really to put a counterweight on the social media space to try and counterweight what that head of service guy had put out. But it continues. The head of service, whatever his name is, Equate or something or the other, he doubles down still on his position. So here is the latest installment in that now evolving saga.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Good evening, and I say good morning, gentlemen of the press. I'm back to you this evening. My name is George Wike. I'm in Transcorp, Abuja. I came in here this morning from Port Harcourt to meet with security agencies to report myself and to report the things that are happening in the state that are making me to feel sick. Actually, I was head of service until Monday, 24th, and I resigned because of things that are happening. So, after the press interview I granted, I just saw a video of my wife, my friend, where they went to hold her and they fed her with all kinds of fallacies. They told her to kill. I want to clear this. I am not kidnapped. I am in Abuja. This is Transcorp Hotel, where I'm lodging. And they told her that I was kidnapped and she's crying, and they wrote a script for her to say all sorts of things. I want to put this straight. I am the head of service, and I'm on oath. My wife does not know the things that happen in my office. I don't discuss anything about office to her. It's only my domestic or social matters that we discuss. So that script they wrote for her is not and void. So I want to clear the air that I am safe, I'm fine, I'm in Abuja. By tomorrow morning, I intend to go to the security agencies to report myself. So my coming to Abuja was based on the fact that Abuja is where all the headquarters of security agencies are housed. So I came here and I think I'm safe here to make this report here so they can investigate. And I'm saying that I'm on oath. If I allow any of those things, they will take me up. But I'm reporting exactly what I know and nothing but that. And I said everything from my mind. I want to reassure you that everything I said is true. Thank you and God bless you.
So there it is right there. But the only thing that I will add, that guy, maybe you should not have told them that it's in Transcorp Hotel. Knowing Fubara, I could probably have him shot. Knowing Fubara, I could probably have him shot. Let's go on from that to this. I'm only going to run you through the list on this one. Top 10 African countries with the weakest currencies in March 2025. So I've always thought it's a poor use of language when you use top to describe a negative. Also, what do you mean top 10? Is it a hierarchy of positives? It's not a tabularized positive something. So why is it top? Just 10 African countries would have done. So not top 10. So top 10 African countries with the weakest currencies in March 2025. Of course, we all want to know if Nigeria is there and where it rates. Let me just give you a few paragraphs, then we go to the table. For many African countries, currency value decline is a recurring problem that reflects underlying economic weakness, including excessive reliance on imports, high inflation, unstable political environments, and unmanageable debt levels. Okay, all right. So let's just go to the table. Let's do. So the worst currency in Africa. So it says top 10 African countries with weakest currencies in March 2025. So the worst currency in Africa is the currency of Sao Tome and Principe. Dobra, their currency is called. 22,200 or even 300 to the dollar. Sierra Leone, which is the Leone, 20,900. Guinea, which is Guinean franc, 8,643. Uganda, which is 3,665 to the dollar, which is the Ugandan shilling. Burundi, 2,900 to the dollar, which is let's round off to 3,000. Burundian franc. So is this rank? It's mainly there's an abundance of francophone countries there. I'm not going to say it's mainly because it's not. Democratic Republic of Congo, 2,865 Congolese franc. Tanzania, 2,650 Tanzanian shilling. Malawi, 1,733 Malawian kwacha. And Nigeria is the 9th worst currency in Africa as at this month. Nigeria 1,528 to the dollar, and Rwanda 1,400. So there it is right there. So that should be some sort of meat and drink to the obedience space, isn't it? So they can suck on that one for at least that will give them something to feed on for a day or two. Help, that is not my husband. Wife of former River State head of service raises alarm. So events are since superseded, and it was her husband as he doubles down on his position. I think he was actually trying to give her a window.
It's what he's handing over to them. That he doesn't know anything about this 15 billion they're talking about. They said Abuja gave them every information they need. That my husband is trying to cover Fubara.
You can see that this woman is acting because her distress is not reflecting in her face, and you can see she's hiding her eyes away as well. So this is a woman very much putting on an act.
He said he had to go by the governor, that they have heard that it's his friend. They heard that it's his friend, though, that he's just trying to cover up. Most people say it's not like covering up anything. That he doesn't think that there's anything like that. There's anything like 15 billion naira. That he's not aware. That he's not aware. That he's just the head of service. He doesn't know anything about finance of the state. So when they pressured him to sign that up, he said he will not sign. That instead of him to sign, he will resign. He just resigned and come in the office. I was in the office when he called me that he has resigned. I said, what happened? He said, till I come back. When I came back, I asked him. He started telling me that they brought a document, but that the document is that they found another $15 million, 15 billion naira. 15 billion naira that the government did not declare. And he told that he doesn't know anything about that one. That what he handed over to them is what the governor handed over to him. And when they pressurized him, he said, no, instead of all this wahala, let him leave them. He now wrote his resignation that he's not working again. He cannot come and sign what he does not know. He cannot come and say what is not true. Where is the 15 billion naira coming from? That he would not say, instead of signing to him go. That was how he resigned. So this morning, he told me that his friend, one of his friends from Abua, I think he said his name is Ogiri. He said it's Ogiri from Abua. That he has sent him ticket to come and let them discuss. I said, okay, but I have more this Sunday. And today is our dinner. Today being Friday. It's our dinner party.
Oh, all right, enough of all that. So amateur acting by the wife of So that story will continue to develop, of course. Let's go on from there to, do you have anything else that's catchy? And yes, still, yes, also we've just addressed that. Is there anything else? Yes, this we addressed as well. Who bombed fuel pipeline in Rivers? Fubara reacts. I've always insisted that this guy is responsible for the bombing of because we all saw him when he said to the youth in River State that stay on alert and await my signal. And shortly after that, they started to blow up our pipeline. So very much so, if that link is able to be established, then he's not coming back as governor, by the way, because all the building blocks of his impeachment are being put in place now. This head of service or the already going allegations against him, all of these things, as soon as they just want the 6 months to cool off that space, clip his wings so he doesn't have access to funds to formulate any sort of. So they want to give them the adjustment period to then phase him out. He's not coming back as governor. So there he is. So he will end up in court and try to do whatever, try to do Peter Obi style. But he doesn't have that. Who was that justice that brought Obi back? I can't quite remember her name. So he doesn't have her. Here are Africa's biggest startups based on valuation. So all this stabilize something. I want to be bringing you them as often as I can. Yes, I'll only run you through just the list. Flutterwave, which is Nigerian, of course, started 2021, worth 3 billion. OPay, which is Nigerian as well, started 2021. Why did they all start in 2021 is the thing. Oh, no, it didn't start in 2021, actually. I think this is where the valuation is. Flutterwave actually started in 2018. Provides payment solutions to individuals and businesses across Africa and facilitates transaction, etc. Is essentially something similar to SWIFT. OPay provides a wide range of digital financial services, including mobile payments, etc. So there's that. Wave, the Senegalese-based they have fintech in Senegal. Can you imagine that? I thought they were still at the subsistence living sort of phase. Wave, this Wave, by the way, it has an international presence. If it's the same one, the Senegal-based fintech offers low-cost mobile money services to make banking more accessible and affordable to customers in Francophone Africa. Founded in 2018, the SendWave spin-off, Wave, raised 200. So there's that. Andela, where's this one from? Global talent marketplace that connects companies with vetted, skilled software engineers, product managers, and other tech professionals. So where's it coming out of? It doesn't tell us the country is coming out of. Time Bank, the South African digital banking. So where's this Andela coming out of? They're not telling us. Cheaper Cash. So these are the top fintech spaces anyway. MTN Halan. That's an Egyptian space. Money Point is a Nigerian one. PalmPay, that's also Nigerian. Move with Double O, founded in 2020. It says operates across multiple cities in Africa, Europe, the Middle East. So where is it coming out of? Investors include Uber, which led its recent 100 million something or the other. Yasser. So this is coming out of where? So these are the fintechs. So Kuda, the Nigerian digital only bank, founded in 2019, offers a range of financial services, including banking, savings, and lending, as well as smart budgeting and spending features. Since its inception, Kuda has raised $90 million from investors, including Target Global, Valor Ventures. Notably, it secured 50. So there it is. So yes, the Clickatel, the South African born. Yes, that sounds like a South African type name. Mkopa. I was wondering if there's because they have a digitalized payment system in Kenya, which they call M-Pesa or something like that. And I thought that would, because they've been using that for so long, I thought that would be on the top tier of the fintech spaces in Africa. But the first case, I wonder if this is it. Mkopa. I wonder if it's that M-Pesa system. Yoko. Where's this coming out of? It doesn't document the country so much. This Yoko is South African, yes. I just wanted to see the Nigerian presence on a freak. This is also South African as well. So it looks as though now the budding market space of our African fintechs and Nigeria holding their own there. So that's good. Edo killings, survivors recount horror that took 16 lives. So let's just because there's a sense of trepidation around this, and I'm going to play you a clip by a very dark man at the moment that speaks to that space. If this is not handled delicately, it might all turn into something else. It says the dusty roads of XYZ village of blah, blah, blah local government area of Kano State are shrouded in mourning. Families huddled together, anxiously awaiting news of their loved ones. Some confirmed dead, others still missing. A hunting expedition meant to be routine turned into a nightmare, leaving 16 men brutally murdered in Uromi, Edo State. For those who survived, the trauma is still raw. According to correspondents, Yaya, one of the fortunate few, recount how I just want to know the account of a survivor of that experience. So I want to see what they made of it. For those who survived, the trauma is still raw. According to correspondents, Yaya, the one of the fortunate few, recount how he and 4 others narrowly escaped. Our journey was peaceful from Port Harcourt until we reached Uromi, where trouble began. Vigilante stopped us. I was seated in the front seat. They ordered our driver to step out of the vehicle, but he refused. In response, they flogged him. They also ordered the other passengers to get down, beating us before grouping us together. They inspected our belongings, but found nothing suspicious. Only some licensed dame guns, which hunters use. There were about 27 passengers in the vehicle. I can't say how many of us are missing, but I know that 2 passengers were hospitalized. Another survivor, Mustafa Ali Kasim, recalls the terrifying ordeal. The vigilantes started beating us as we stepped out of the vehicle. They later stood back and allowed the locals to continue the assault whilst they watched. Realizing that we would likely be killed, some of us ran for our lives. I was one of them. Whilst fleeing, I encountered kind-hearted. Let me have a sip of water. Let me take that paragraph again. Another survivor, Mustafa Ali Kazim, recalls the terrifying ordeal. The vigilantes started beating us as we stepped out of the vehicle. They later stood back and allowed the locals to continue their assault whilst they watched. Realizing that we would likely be killed, some of us ran for our lives. I was one of them. Whilst fleeing, I encountered kind-hearted Hausa people who gave me some money to reach the Hausa community leader here. Back in Tarankwawa village, fear and uncertainty loomed. I was actually wanting something a bit more descriptive by the survivors. Many families still do not know if their relatives are alive. Our village is in mourning. Every family is worried because they do not know whether their relatives is alive or dead, the community source said. Madam Alassane Ubale, a native of the community, now living in Rano, expressed his anguish. For decades, hunters from our village have traveled across the country for expeditions, and nothing like this has ever happened before. This is a shocking tragedy. So it goes on. According to eyewitness accounts, the victims identified as hunters were intercepted by local vigilantes who stopped their vehicles for a routine search. During the inspection, the vigilantes discovered dame guns, traditional firearms commonly used for hunting. The discovery reportedly led to widespread suspicion, fueling unrest amongst passers-by. As tensions escalated, a mob quickly formed, drawing conclusions that the travelers were kidnappers. In a shocking turn of events, the victims were overpowered, tied to used tires, doused in petrol, and set ablaze. A widely circulated video of the incident showed the harrowing moment the victims were surrounded and ultimately killed. Authorities have condemned the act. Is this culture of recording everything and putting it on social? Who will be, because I've seen the clip as well, and as you could see, they were actually just wheelbarrowing them into the flames. It was quite gruesome, and as they were doing that, you could see the crowds form somewhat of a circular watch something around them, and all of their phones were out. So this is now the new normal now, and no matter how gruesome, just flip your phone out, Just as an aside, there was one thing I saw a long time ago. It was in Asia actually. So they were in this zoo, and they had this wire mesh to fence the public from the animals. And curiously, a little boy then fell into a lion's den, and the lion he started to toy with the kid. Ultimately, just cracked the head. But everybody there, they were just had their phone out recording it. So this is the world we live in now. Authorities have condemned the act, describing it as a tragic case of jungle justice. Security agencies have since launched an investigation into the incident with a promise to bring those responsible to justice. So I was hopeful for a more detailed whatnot from a survivor. Let's see. Wait, is this? All right. Okay, this last one is really still to that space as well. So I think that's sufficient enough from that. All right. So that's sufficient enough from that. Let me play you the Kegite music. See if anybody turns up for a conversation. Link in the comment section. We play the Kegite music, and then we take it from there. If anybody does turn up, please come with a topic just to zhuzh it up a bit.
Water, only water, only water, where is Sima? Water, only water, where is Sima? Hapa o naido, Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi ya kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Chief Wike kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that's it right there. May death have nothing to do with us. I'm going to bring you just one more readout. apologies to the people waiting. Let me bring you this readout. It's still from that incident in Edo State thing. The reactions from Atiku is really what I'm interested in. How they are going to try and leverage this for political gains as well. Nigerian Bar Association, Atiku Obi, others react to lynching of 16 hunters in Edo. The Nigerian Bar Association is actually now meant to be a trades organization, not a political space, but it's getting increasingly politicized. The Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, Atiku Obi, others react to lynching of 16 hunters in Edo State. The Nigerian Bar Association and some prominent Nigerians, including former presidential candidates Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi, have condemned the lynching of 16 hunters in Uromi, Edo State, after they were allegedly mistaken for kidnappers by local vigilantes. NBA President Afam Osagwe stated in a statement, I hate language like that. Stated in a statement, that's just tautology. In a statement would do. What do you mean stated in a statement? What else happens in a statement other than to state? It's just unnecessary use of language. The Nigerian Bar Association and some prominent Nigerians, including former presidential candidates Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi, have condemned the lynching of 16 hunters in Uromi, Edo State, after they were allegedly mistaken for kidnappers by local vigilantes. NBA President Afam Osagwe stated in a statement on Saturday that the gruesome murder of the hunters shows the alarming rise of vigilante justice across Nigeria. He added, I wonder how they will segue it into blaming Tinubu, which is the whole object of your exercise. He added, they'll say it is symptomatic of the insecurity. That's what they will all say. The NBA President Afam Osagwe stated in a statement on Saturday that the gruesome murder of hunters shows the alarming rise of vigilante justice across Nigeria. He added, it is deeply troubling that mobs continue to take the law into their hands, attacking and lynching suspected criminals, often without the intervention of law enforcement agencies. No individual, regardless of the crime they are alleged to have committed, should be subjected to mob violence. The victims, said to be hunters traveling from Rivers to Kano for Salah, were allegedly attacked by vigilante members and armed youths who stopped their trucks, dragged them out one by one, beat them, and then set them ablaze after being labeled kidnappers. The incident reportedly occurred on Thursday. Yes, let me just give you all of it. The incident reportedly occurred on Thursday on the section of Uromi Obajana Expressway in the Isan Northeast local government area of Edo State. The Nigerian police announced Friday that they had arrested 14 suspects in connection with the alleged lynching. Calls for investigation and prosecution. Condemning the lynching, NBA said every accused person has the right to be investigated and, where necessary, prosecuted in a court of law. Allowing mob action to persist undermines. So who is allowing mob action to persist? That's the thing. It's just, there's an undertone to that, There are inferred criticisms and acerbic remarks being pointed. Condemning the lynching, NBA said every accused person has the right to be investigated and, where necessary, prosecuted in a court of law. Allowing mob actions to persist undermines the very foundation of our criminal justice system and portrays Nigeria as a society where lawlessness prevails. He said the tragic incident must serve as a wake-up call for Nigeria's law enforcement agencies to ensure that no such crime goes unpunished. Justice must, and by the way, I'm in tandem with that actually. If they are able to a real thorough investigation needs to be done. Whoever is behind this, or the people behind this, need to be apprehended, and they should get like for like in punishment. So they should get capital punishment for this, in order then to deter then that mob action. So there has to be consequenced very harshly. That's my thought. especially those sapele water people just burning people. I mean, I don't know what's quite wrong with them in those creek areas. Pardon me. Let me just run through it and then we kick it off. Condemning the lynching, NBA said every accused person has the right to be investigated and, where necessary, prosecuted in a court of law. Allowing mob action to persist undermines the very foundation of our criminal justice system and portrays Nigeria as a society where lawlessness prevails. He said the tragic incident must serve as a wake-up call for Nigeria's law enforcement agencies to ensure that no such crime goes unpunished. Justice must be served, and perpetrators of mob violence must be held accountable to deter further future occurrences. The NBA statement reads, the umbrella body of all Nigerian lawyers called on the Edo State government and relevant security agencies to conduct a thorough investigation into this heinous act and ensure that the culprits are brought to face the full wrath of the law. Vigilante justice has no place in society, in a society governed by the rule of law, it added. Similarly, human rights-focused non-profit organization, the Global Rights, even Amnesty International has come out on this, but where were they when people were being burnt in Abakaliki and Plateau and Odondo and all those places, and were being slaughtered by the Fulanis, I should say. Similarly, human rights-focused non-profit organization, the Global Rights, called on security agencies to conduct a full-scale investigation and ensure that both perpetrators and those who aided them are brought to justice. The organization, I'm waiting to see where Obi and Atiku spoke. The organization, through a statement by its executive, blah, 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 Abiodun, whatever his name is, on Saturday described the incident as a grave violation of human rights and the rule of law. These individuals were tragically mistaken for kidnappers, and rather than following due process, vigilantes unlawfully took the laws into their hands, resulting in the extrajudicial killing of innocent people, Mrs. XYZ said. She emphasized that the Nigerian Constitution guarantees the right to life under Section XYZ, which states that every person, blah, 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 whilst acknowledging the frustration of citizens due to government's failure to curb banditry and kidnapping, she stressed that vigilante justice is unacceptable. So here is Peter Obi an article now. We cannot continue this way. This is the thing. This is who you go vote for. What does Peter Obi say? Labour Party 2023 presidential candidate Mr. Peter Obi on Friday condemned the killings, describing them as a threat to national security. Such killings have become a recurring tragedy in our decayed society. So, of course, he politicizes everything. So it leaps to politics with that. Such killings are becoming a recurring tragedy in our decaying society. Acts of violence like these are abhorrent and have no place in our and had no place in our society yesterday, just as they should have no place in any decent society today. Every Nigerian, regardless of ethnic or regional background, has the right to move freely and safely within our nation, Obi wrote on X. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, PDP candidate, etc., also called for justice on his Facebook page. What about Deborah Samuels? Is he calling for justice on that? Or is it just their bookies? This unfortunate incident demands a thorough, transparent, and impartial investigation. Justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done to restore public confidence in our security institutions, Mr. Abubakar said. Jungle justice remains a deeply rooted issue in Nigeria, often driven by distrust in law enforcement, religious tension, and mob mentality. Amnesty International and other prominent Nigerians, including former governor of Kano State, Rabiu Kwakwanso, condemned, etc., So there it is right there. Atiku and Obi leaping into that space to try and use it for some sort of political traction. So let's see who is available. Kick off conversation. Larry joins us after quite a moment away, actually. we've noted the absence of Larry's voice over the last few sessions. Zita, of course, a fan favorite. That's Ekene right there, almost certain to be asleep. War Peace, an OG of the platform. Here is Tony, a homeboy of that space, and Adewale makes up the list. So thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Let's kick it off. Still more room in the studio. Anybody that wants to hop on. We kick it off, start it off. We do 5 minutes sort of monologues, rattle it through, and then we see how it goes from there. We start it off with Larry, who rejoins us after a moment. Larry, Baoni, Soni.
Hello, man.
Alaji, Alpha, Salam Alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. How are you, sir? At least today is the end. So
yes, they said they saw the moon.
Yes.
So is this Sunday not meant to be the last?
No, today is the last day of Ramadan. Right. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Adura Agba. I say that's what people say. Adura Agba.
Yes. Yeah. So how are you, sir?
I'm good. Another day, another Nigerian session. So what are you looking at? Did you see do you think Fubara is coming back? I think it's done. I think Zita was even saying that. I think it's done. I think it's over.
No, Fubara is going to come back. He's going to come back.
To be impeached, Sabi?
Yeah, so he's going to come back, but I don't know how he's going to manage it. Because it's going to be a little bit difficult for him. It's going to be a little bit difficult for him. Because, what I was actually expecting was probably by now they should start talking. And I'm not even seeing them talking, right? I'm actually expecting probably by now, there is supposed to be a committee of leaders in Rivers that's supposed to bring everybody together and have that conversation going. But that conversation is not really going on. And it's been one controversy to another controversy. And there are still more that will definitely come with this head of service thing, right? So there are still more that are still going to come. And there are still a lot of arrests that are still going to be made. Because there are, like, Edison might actually be arrested. This other guy, there was one other guy that the head of service actually named. That guy too,
that's his chief of staff, Abi. He'll be arrested in regards to the burning down.
So the chief of staff, there's every tendency that chief of staff gets arrested. There's every tendency that I think there's one former local government chairman too. Probably I think local government chairman will be a or something. That guy too. There's every tendency that he may be arrested. So there are a series of arrests that would definitely go, and police would definitely do their investigation. For me, I think, Fubara just fell into a very deep shit. He fell into a very deep shit. And I think he just needs to he needs to be very careful. He needs to be very careful. There are a lot of things that Fubara didn't plan well that eventually happened.
How is he going to govern that state is what the assembly are not for him. I think a good 80% of the assembly want him out. His own team, they are abandoning him and exposing him in public. He's been suspended by the president, and this administrator will be auditing the account for the last 2 years. So, I mean, that guy, I can't say we are for him.
No. He would. That's why, for me, I think that's why I said the leaders in Rivers. Because no matter what it is, people will fight, politicians will have misunderstanding. But the basic thing is just for the state. The leaders in Rivers, they didn't do well. And particularly the Ijaw leaders, they didn't do well. Pandev and the likes of them. Because by now, those are the people that are supposed to be at the forefront of reconciling both parties. But because each of those people, they actually took side. And when you've already taken your own side, it becomes difficult for you to be objective, and it becomes difficult for you to be every warring party together. And that's what is really missing. And even people that, that are supposed to be respected, people like Peter Odili, because they took side, right? So it's now difficult for them to be able to bring everybody together. So I've not really seen a key leader in Rivers, that can actually bring both parties together, because all of them, right? And that's why it's always good for leaders to, when you have two people fighting, and as leaders, you should be able to really stand as leaders, no matter what it is, right? I understand people always want to go towards people in government, or probably the governor. And because of one thing or the other, they believe they can actually, gain one or two things from the governor. And they will always want to at least have a little bit of bias, right? A little bit of bias towards the leader, towards that governor. And that is exactly what is missing here. They're kind of, oh, Tinubu should come. Ordinarily, if they have leaders, and leaders that are objective, that people respect, the Tinubu does not even need to come into Rivers to come help them settle anything, right? It's those leaders that also have called both parties, called the governor, called Wike, called the State of Assembly members, even before the whole thing escalated to this point. But because each of them, all the leaders, all of them were like, they're either here or there. And that's why it's kind of like difficult. But I think there will still be some people, that can still at least, call, if it's going to be beg people, bring all of them together and settle this thing. Because at the end of the day, politicians will always come and go, because politicians are always interested in what really benefits them. Both parties, right? It's all about their own selfish interest. It's not really about Rivers. If anybody tells me that any of them actually like Rivers, that any of them is putting the interest of Rivers first, it's a lie. They are all politicians. So for me, I think the major thing now, it's probably people within that space, if they need to go beg people that they respect, bring them together, start having that conversation. They need to start having that conversation. And the governor too need to learn one or two things, right? Don't listen to some of these PDP governors, because all of them tend to use him for their own political benefit. People like Bala Mohammed. Bala Mohammed basically wanted to use Fubara to get back at Wike, which actually backfired. So if I were Fubara, what I think I need to do now, it's just basically come down from my high horses and just, understand
But
that.
how do you see him governing that state?
No,
It's not showing that his capacity. He doesn't understand governance. For all of the 2 years that we've heard about Fubara, we've not heard any project or anything, any like semblance of governance. Is thuggish behavior, fighting Wike, burning assembly, fighting his lawmakers, just fight,
it's not like it's not really been doing projects. It's been doing one or two things. But the problem is this. I think the problem of Fubara is not a politician. And that's why I have problem with people that mix politics with governance. You see, when you want to do politics and you want to govern, so it's always difficult for you to mix the two, because you can't even get balance. So it's either you leave politics for politicians and face governance, right? Tell them to let you face governance. Politicians will always come because they will always want to hail you, because politicians are selfish, and they believe that they need to tell you are doing it. Even when you are not doing well, they will tell you that you're doing well, and that's the problem. So I think Fubara started early in terms of politics, right? He had people that were telling him that, oh, he needs to take charge of things, and he tends to really focus on that politics, and that politics, kind of like overshadowed governance, and he got himself into something. They've spent a whole lot of money. They spend a lot of money in terms of all this legal tussle. Do you know it's been legal for almost over 1 year now? And you see the lawyers will always tell you, don't worry, they will misinterpret, they will do all sorts of things. People like Falana and the likes of them, right? Rather than them really telling him, this is the usual of things, right? This is, there are instances that sometimes, right, you lose some, you gain some, and let them just allow you to just focus on governance. So for me, I think at this point, what Fubara needs to do, I don't see him not coming back. He's going to come back. I think he just needs to look for a way to have, talk to leaders, let them start having that conversation. Because ever since the whole thing, it's been, everybody has, Wike. People are not even talking about the assembly members, because that's just the thing. What is going to happen at the end of that 6 months? Fubara is going to come back. The assembly member are going to get their complex back, and the assembly member are going to be very, very independent. And then being independent, it's going to really make things very difficult for Fubara. So what I think he needs to do now is to look for leaders, look for people that can, facilitate those conversations and talk to those assembly members. People can say, oh, Wike is the one, teleguiding them. But the basic thing is just that the assembly members are adults and they know their rights. One thing is for you to deal with people that do not know their rights. They know their rights. They know the extent of their power. They know how far they can go. And when they want to really go to that extent, it becomes so difficult for you as a governor. Because the problem is, take for instance now, if they make a law and they send it to you, you do not sign. With their number, they can always veto any of your approval, and they can always get laws passed. And that's how difficult it is for him as a governor. So for me, I think all he just needs to do, is to look for a way to really start facilitating conversations. Conversations.
Okay. If you don't mind, Larry, a couple of seconds. Hello, one man. Hello, Larry. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you offered your solution, what you would do in that situation. But I think I tend to agree with that one man.
Hello, Prince.
Oh yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Carry on.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I said Larry's offering a solution, what he would do if he was in that situation. But I don't think so. I've always said it. I've told Madam Zita, Fubara is not a smart guy, and if a disloyal person in politics or in anything, disloyal people are extremely dangerous. You can't work with them. You can't deal with them. He's not a smart guy, and he's disloyal. I know they are criminals, but at the end of the day, it's not somebody you can trust to do anything. Okay, so I want to go with one man's, I guess, position on this matter. There's no way they can keep him in there. He's not a loyal person unless Tinubu wants to set himself up for failure. Fubara would look like somebody that would kill himself and kill somebody else in order to chase that person to heaven or hell. That's the kind of person. He's not a smart thinker. So he's extremely dangerous. Your solution, it looks like it's something palatable, perhaps, in the real world, but in the rough politics terrain, nah, it's not going to work. I think he's not going to be back. If he comes back, he's coming back to be impeached. And if they let him stay, that would be quite interesting, quite frankly.
You see, yeah, what I just know is, for me, I believe he's going to come back. But the basic thing is just that it's going to be difficult for him. Governance is going to be difficult. It's just going to be the same thing, till 2027 for him. And I think the problem is a lot of those guys do not really...
Do you think he would have been impeached if he had not been suspended?
It's possible, but it's you see, the impeachment thing is
they were already saying they are inviting him to be impeached now. Do you know?
Yeah, but they still need the chief judge of the state. I think what they were trying to do at that point was, I know they were trying to, I think they raised an issue of age falsification against the chief judge. Probably they would have used one way or the other, get the chief judge on their side or something. But fine, everything has actually happened. For me, I think the major thing now, it's because Tinubu would not really want problem in Rivers. Tinubu will not really want problem in Rivers. And I think the problem is a lot of people do not know who Tinubu is. Tinubu is this person that really cherishes loyalty. And if he gives you his word, no matter what anybody says, he will still stick to that word. He's done it severally. He did it with Akpabio. You remember that time when Orji Uzor Kalu went to him that he wanted to be Senate president, and he said Tinubu told him that he's giving Akpabio his word and he would ensure that Akpabio gets there, and he did it. And that's why he's and the same thing with Wike. You understand? So people that do not know Tinubu, it's always difficult for them to really, understand the kind of person he is. Even if you are doing bad, if Tinubu has given you his word, he will stand by you. So for me, I think Fubara at this point, Fubara is on the losing end. So all he just needs to do is just to look for ways to, get himself at least soft landing. Coming back, second time, I do
Sorry,
not.
Larry. Is it good for 27? Is it a good tool for Tinubu I'm talking about?
Good tool for Tinubu. By 2027, Fubara will be powerless.
Don't say that, oh, he'll be the sitting governor now with a war chest.
You know the problem
can you not do you not remember that the first Buhari cycle was sponsored by River State, and then there's a lot of money in the south now.
You know the problem. One man.
It'd be a very dangerous man to have in that position.
You know the
if Tinubu wants to leave River State.
The problem is an independent legislature is always a big problem for executive. And if you look at all the states in Nigeria, you can't even say there is any independent legislature. Imagine a situation where the legislature is independent and they have the numbers. That's where the problem is. They can be independent, but when they don't have the numbers, right, it's a little bit difficult. But when they have the numbers, it's always, I think what is going to happen, even when Fubara comes back, is going to be the same politics, the same cat and dog, and that's what he's going to do all till the end of his tenure. That's what I just see. So Tinubu, I don't see Tinubu taking Fubara out, but what I see Tinubu doing is giving the legislative arm of government power, giving them their independence that they want, giving them that opportunity to do what they want to do. That's what I think he will do. Not like, he will just one way or the other get Fubara out. So now that power, I don't know the extent to which those guys can use that power. That's what I just see.
All right, Larry. Take us to one more page and then I'll move it around. But stay with us. Once we go around all the voices, we'll open it up. So what else intrigues you? Tinubu turned 73, but if the detractors will tell you that it's actually 93, and the people of Edo State, they might well have triggered a tribal war or religious war, or all of these things.
Yeah, let me talk about the Edo State thing. Just like everybody, we all need to just condemn what has actually happened in Edo. I watched that and I was like,
you saw the clip, Abi?
I saw the clip,
and I was shocking.
I was like, wow. In 2025, do we still have things like this? Fine, people can conjure anything. Oh, they are kidnappers, they are this, they are that, right? Even at that, we shouldn't even go to that extent. Look at what happened. I think one of them, you can see them crying. And
did you see them piling people on wheelbarrow onto
yes, there was one particular guy that was wearing white. So this is even easy for the security agencies, because there are videos, there are pictures. You don't even need to just go and start picking people. Pick them. Like there was one particular guy that was even, packing them, putting them inside. And I'm like, oh my God. So, I've seen a lot of threats from the Northern, they said Northern Elders Forum, they're giving ultimatum and all those ones. I'm just like, all those ones are just But I think the security agencies should do their work. The security agencies should arrest and prosecute, because nobody does that, vigilante or no vigilante. Whatever the cases, even if they are criminals, you shouldn't take laws into your hand. Jungle justice is not anything that anybody should encourage. You know, those days that they used to do it, those days, oh, they said this one is a criminal, is an armed robber, oh, they just, you know, those things are not things that anybody should encourage. You know, and I like the fact that, you know, federal government, everybody has told the security agencies to do their job. So they should just do their job and pick everybody, pick as much as possible and prosecute them. And hopefully, you know, that's what I just see. And you know, it's just so shocking. I don't even think we can still, you know, this age that we have, we will still have something like that.
All right, but stay with us, Larry. It's been so long. We've not even heard from you on the Natasha situation and all other matters. So we'll hopefully hear from you about that in a moment. So we'll move it around. We take it to world peace. We go world. Yes, let's take it next to world peace. So world peace, your opening salvo. You, of course, from Edo State. What's going on there? Why are your people like that? World peace.
Oh, man. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hopefully you have a good connection. It's always wavy with you, but yeah, carry on.
I don't know why it's breaking. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Carry on. You there? Okay, we can't hear you now. All right. We'll come back to you, Wapis. You're not. Maybe go out and come back in. Let's see if Ekene is ready for us. Ekene. All right. Let's see if Tony is ready for us. Tony. All right. Who wants to go next? Whoever's ready.
You know, of course, I'm here, sir.
I called you now.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, sir. You see, most of the Edo people, they are scared to speak on that issue. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, out of, you know, I don't know if I don't want to use any foul language.
Did you see the clip?
Yeah, I sent you the clip, but when I said, you know, then I had to delete it again because, you know, when you was say something about what party sent to you that you couldn't watch what party people sent to you, then I said, the one I sent to you was even worse. So I said, okay, let me just take it out. You know, because I know that you are a gentleman. You know what I'm saying? Yes. Where were all these people that are now, you know, saying about, you know, talking about justice or whatever, you know, what, you know, I mean, I don't know what's wrong with our people, especially the Southerners right now. You know, just last week, one might remember, during one of our sessions, I was complaining about what was going on in Edo and Ondo, that they just murdered 20 people in Odo. You know, I hope that you can still remember. Kogi State, you know, then all over. We didn't hear these people come out to speak. We didn't hear this so-called Nigeria Bar Association. We didn't hear this OB. We didn't hear. I don't want to talk about Atiku because that one is, you know, as far as I'm concerned, we're not in the same country. I mean, this is what we're talking about. You can see the lack of unity in our place, you know. And then Larry just said that, in the year 2025, then we have no emergency number to call, no police to call when you are under attack. And then meanwhile, in that same local government, one man, just 3 days ago, or 4 days ago, they killed some Igbira farmers in that community, you know, not so far from that community. You know what I'm saying? And this will be coming out. They are calling on the governor. You know, we all know what, you know, our late governor did. You know, Akeredolu, how he took every risk. You know, he said that if you want to come and live in our place, don't go to the bush. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden now, they are now saying that they are now hunters. Why can you be a hunter? You don't even hunt your environment. You don't have a place to catch your whatever you have in your part of the country. You come to my side of the country, then you gone. Now when they talk, say that they gone not there enough to harm somebody. It's not enough to harm somebody. If you are been pointed at with a day gun and somebody start to kidnap you, would that be sufficient? So I don't know what we are doing. The Northerners are united people. We the Southerners, we're trying to be politically correct, and they try to, claiming that we are more educated, we are civilized. Meanwhile, all of us, most of us are in abroad because of, as a result of this quota system and everything. You know what I'm saying? Like in your monologue, your intro or your readout, you said that, you were referring to this tier. Tier is the name of, is what they call animal in German language, because you know that most of those terms used in a animal farm are all Germans. You know what I'm saying? Like friend, they will say front, everything like that, something like that. So tier is animal. So you said that some animals are more equal than others. That means the Northerners are more superior to us. It's what these Southerners are alluding to right now. Out of cowardice or out of fear, out of, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So this is so bad. Why can't we, as they are yesterday,
your governor was very quick to visit the scene of the crime.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just to go and because yes, that guy I know is he just looking for a way to solidify his because he didn't win the election. You know what I'm saying? Akintude Ighodalo is coming to the one that they call Akintude, I think is his name. Akintude Ighodalo is the rightful owner of that seat, governorship seat. So this guy just doing anything possible, just everything possible, just so that he can have that to be given that mandate. You know what I'm saying? Man, one man, every day we complain here. Like I said just last week or about 12 days ago, people Enugu State, Odumia be raped and killed. Edo State, people are being killed in the farms. Nobody came out to come and speak. Ondo State, 20 people. Just at a blow, one day, and then I told you, I said something's going on in our area there. Kogi State, the same thing. What the hell? I don't know what is happening with our people. So we have to be sending them signal. All this time, nobody even came out to just challenge these people. We saw these people, they are caught, hand over to the police. They 3 days later, they are already free. You know what I'm saying? Somebody even lost his brother to them along this. They fight about his daughter. You know what I'm saying? I think we know this.
There's a good chance that these people were just innocent citizens.
There's no good chance. There's no good chance. A woman. So they were found with their arms.
What do you mean? They were found with them guns.
Their guns can harm somebody.
Yes, but they are hunters. Can
they hunt the environment? Can they hunt the environment?
Yeah, but that's the thing. Hold on. There's I follow some of these hunting videos. There are a lot of people that actually do these videos. They follow all these hunters, especially the ones coming out of the Yoruba land. They go all the way through into Kwara, into Kogi, as far as Benue, where the forest is. So they travel the vast terrains now. Both the southwestern hunters, I don't know about the southeastern hunters, but I think all the hunters, they travel the whole terrain of especially if they are after a particular type of animal. So you cannot slaughter them just because they are northerners now.
Woman, please, don't say that I'm stopping you. I mean, woman, well, why are we doing this to ourselves, We know that in this present time of Nigeria...
One moment, when are you going to give my time back? Because I'm tired of the end of this as a big crap.
We called you now and you couldn't...
I know, you're calling me. I was getting a call from my wife. So my
okay, should I let him speak first? Should I let him speak first for my... Let's say I will take 2 minutes because of his network. Yeah, because of your network.
Thank you.
Then you give me 2 minutes after words. Thank you.
Wama, thank you so much. What happened is that what happened in Edo in my state is barbaric. It must be condemned. There's no justification to what these people did. Yes, it's a total breakdown of law of order. That's to tell you the governments have failed the people, have failed the citizens. The first responsibility of the government is to protect life and property. That's the first responsibility. For the past 2 weeks, in month 2, if you guys notice, even senators, even the Edo State senator, they raised emergency section on the Senate to talk about insecurity in Edo. Now, Edo State, some part of Edo State have become a hotbed for kidnappers because of the terrain. They crisscross from Kogi, pass through the Ososo to Owo, that is to go to west, southwest, and some pass through this Ekuma region, this Uromi, because it connects them to Delta. So those place became a hotbed. Then at the Matip with Ondo, there's a connection from Okada that connect them to Ekiti. So those areas, they are good at using that area to move their loot and their kidnap victims. So if they kidnap somebody in the Kogi, before you know it, the person is in Ekiti. So that area became prone to kidnapping. Again, every crime is local. Of course, there are local entities that are involved too. Now, but that being said, for the past 2 weeks in Uromi, there have been excess kidnapping and crime. There's a community now that does not exist anymore. They have died and most of them have fled. Even 5 days ago, they went to a community and unlived the Ojonwere and all that. So it's become, they were even protests. People were protesting about the insecurity of these kidnapped herdsmen. The government didn't do anything. But these people they are unlived, they are just innocent people. They're just hunters coming from Port Harcourt heading to Kano. The only reason they are dead today because they rode Dangote on that truck. There were so many trucks that passed through that place that they didn't stop because they saw Dangote this thing and they stopped them. And that day they were protesting. That was the problem because there was being incident day by day, and the government was not doing anything. And wait for those guys, they searched them and they saw their guns. They brought them out, questioned them, and they started lynching them, and they unlived all of them. It was gruesome. Nobody should support that.
Do you expect a reprisal from the north?
Of course, it will happen. It would happen. Nobody's coward. Nobody have monopoly over violence. Nobody. No community or a country that is weak. The leader might be weak, doesn't mean the people is weak. This is what happened in Rome. The leaders didn't take action on time. That's why it led to the total breakdown of law and order. But that being said, people should not come out and start saying because what about this? Because they've been letting people, what has the government done, or what Tabi said, or what Atiku said. Let's first of all treat this issue as a local issue. Both sides they have lost.
Do you notice that there's somewhat of a lack of sympathy for these people, even though a lot of people might feel that they are innocent, but because the country has suffered so much from that particular. Do you think that some people actually celebrate?
That's what I'm speaking. That's what I'm speaking to. People are not using that. Now there's no sympathy. People just use that. Oh, because they are Fulani or they'll just do this. It's good to take their life. It's wrong, man. It's totally wrong. And if you're not been kidnapped, you won't understand those people feeling true. But both parties is wrong. That of the kidnapping is purely government's problem. The people that is doing this kidnapping, they're not up to like 5 or 6, 10 people. Now, if the European people feel they are so rugged, they are so tough, and they want to prove a point, want to show a force, why did they put themselves together and go into the bushes and start combing their bushes? Now and again, the lot of elders in the Uromi, they didn't do enough too. When these things has been going on, they have how will I say it? What will I use? I'm escaping my tongue anyway. But they have put themselves together. Somebody you like, okay, let's go to these bushes and look for these people because these people are not representing us. This lack of not really speaking when they are tagging some certain things on your people is another thing again. But that being said, there's no way you should, even in any atom of your body, to justify what those guys did in Rome. Do you know what it takes to snuff life out of 16 people? And you think that people will not retaliate? When you have your people living in Kano, what makes you think they are Fulanis? Or what do make you think a kidnapper will take a car and pass through the hot area, the hot zone that he just committed atrocity? How come people are not becoming intellectually stupid and dull? a then gun that you have to power up the cupboard or what is a gunpowder. That one you say that you're using to do kidnapping. My father of the 70s is going to his farm. He goes with his own passion in Benin there, inside his tundra. So if somebody stopping tomorrow and says he's a kidnapper. This kind of nonsense people are trying to start in that state and fueling. First of all, I'm not here to like start pointing accusing finger. Since last night to 2 days, I know the very many Benin people have been trying to de-escalate this matter, try to calm the situation first. That's what anybody that have sense, anybody that have human feeling will do first. They're trying to start saying that these people then gone, they kidnap here, don't kidnap here. That's what you are like these people. When they stop your people in Kano, I think you will go there and start defending them. Or if the Fulani actually come for you. These people that was taking people's life, what did they use? They used AK-47. They were using machete, stones, bricks. What a painful death. So if they come for you, sure you can go to a gunfight with a stone, Abi? All this nonsense, eh? They should stop it though. And yes, they have started arresting them. But they are not arrested enough.
Are you a bit suspicious about their arrest? Because the arrest in Nigeria is usually they just go to that community and arrest a few random,
Yeah. In both ways, the innocent soldier will arrest. Like now, the people that are alive are the innocent one. The people that are arrested now are the innocent one, most probably. But that guy that recorded those things and the people they saw in that scene, they should find them, they should officially identify them and arrest those people. How can you vigilante? They just give little power. Now you are complaining that the government is corrupt. You they just give little power. Now see what you did with the little power you have. Now you are saying, Tinubu remove Fubara. You that say you're supposed to secure.
What are you making of Tinubu's demand for a manhunt for the people behind this?
What else did you expect the president to demand for?
Yeah, but it doesn't give the same response to when incidents happen in other parts to other people now.
Yes, it doesn't give that one we say.
The
But
Northerners more special than the rest of us.
The Northerner is not more special than anybody. Yes, the government is taking one step at a time. This thing, we were on our right when these people were protesting. When this thing, see what happened in Auchi. Now, this thing happened in Auchi 2 months ago. They kidnapped a youth copper. They on live film. They showed his body parts by Fulani boys there, and the Auchi youth got them, before them, took them, citizens around, took them to the station. They arrested 4 of them. Because unfortunately, the police released one. And the youth are found out. So now we want to demand from the police what's going on. The police started shooting at them. That got the youth angry, burned at the police station, brought out the kidnapped victim on life for them. But now in that town, there has been reprisal attack there since. That was led to Oshomole having that meeting section in the Senate. Since then, they will tell you that what you know here in the station, in the TV, there has been Fulani and the indigenous going back and front, attacking themselves since last 2 months. So many lives have gone, and that what will happen in Ekpoma. For the president to make that statement, president made is actually to support this the Roman people. They don't even know, because these people will attack you. Not just once, they'll keep attacking you every day. Every day. You that cannot even go to the bush and comb them.
So are you not afraid of them?
You, Tony, please, I'm not talking to you.
We should just stand aside and let people come and deal with us?
Tony, I'm not talking to you. Because if you are not afraid of them, they'll go inside the bush and look for them. Ever since they be buying them inside the bush, how come the indigenous have not put themselves together and go inside their bush and start combing the bushes? Common sense is not common.
Just be talking.
Not be talking.
You know the same what they have to worry more for local government for Okada everywhere.
Please stop that your propaganda. You are leading people to the slaughterhouse. Now they are picking people in our room. Don't you know Uromi is deserted right now? The same Fulani people you said that they are ransacking your bush, now they are working fully in Uromi. Don't you know they have
You
big
don't see
community
how
in
you are
Uromi?
just shooting yourself on the leg now. You are talking
Don't
about
sit,
what is going on in
you're the one
Auchi.
lead your people, you
How
are leading your
Oshobola even
people
went
to
to the parliament to complain about it.
quiet.
You know, you are just being afraid.
Gunwe, you are
Today,
killing your people.
now the Yoruba, now they
Stop.
defend us now. Only the
No,
Yorubas.
you're going to disturb, be quiet. You're going to disturb
Now
anybody, defend anybody. You're going to
now
defend
they
yourself.
support us.
The Yoruba never
They are
to
supporting the
defend
Edo people
yourself.
now.
They're
Only
not
them.
supporting
Go to
anybody.
the
They
Edo
are
platform.
not
Only the Yoruba
supporting
voices
anybody.
that are
Stop this your
supporting.
propaganda.
Forget about what
Stop this your
Larry just
propaganda.
discharged now.
Stop your propaganda. Our own those facing the same crisis. They are running scatter. Nobody defend anybody. The government is failing. If the government have started forest guard, this thing will not get to like this.
Sorry, well, yes, I agree with you. By the way, ultimately we need those forest guards. But you didn't answer Tony's question. Are you and by you I mean we? Are we afraid of these people? Is that what it really is? Are these people
No, see,
instilled fear in our hearts?
one man. Nobody's afraid of these
And
people.
should we be afraid of them, the Fulanis?
No, one man. Nobody's afraid of these people. You know why just being angry and vexed is that you don't act stupid way the way they want to see you. There are so many of these people that have been on live, even recently in Benin. Do you hear in the news? They're on live there and leave them there. Do you hear in the news? What they did was a premeditated attack. Now you turn the table against you. They now get the sympathy. That's what people don't even understand. If the citizen that day went to the bushes and met these people in the bushes and on live, then there won't be any talk. Even do you know how many spaces have been holding up for this Fulani Hausa and the rest? And same thing that's saying, even if I wish they went to the bushes and met them on live, nobody will speak. Let's be objective here. If you don't handle this thing well, it will break down. It will become a civil problem in Nigeria. Nigeria's already shaking now. You know the national leader don't like the president. They will push it. Actually, what is Fulani business in this thing? It's not outside people they are live from Kano. Even in space yesterday, the other people are becoming smart to try to de-escalate the matter. You've seen. Yesterday I was speaking to Aruwa youth from Kano. Now they are shifting it to a different angle that I don't even like. I just said, no, we don't have to condemn a crime as a crime. Because it's Fulani now from different outside of Nigeria are now holding spaces to push that agenda. But it's not a Fulani problem. But it's a Fulani that caused the problem. But people that are on live, they are not Fulanis. So we should be very careful of what to preach right now. It's deeper than what people think. Edo matter is not like other people's matter. If you don't take time at the reprisal attack, apart from Lagos, Edo State account for the highest number of Northerners living in the south by a single state. Then you want reprisal attack to start. Then if you start now, you say the country will be a total chaos. Then you start shouting, they're killing me. Which weapon do you have? You're now abroad pushing for all kind of thing. No, first thing first is to de-escalate. De-escalate situation. Restructure your people. Send people to the bushes. Whoever you find in the bushes, leave them in the bushes.
Is it not the best way to de-escalate this? Is really to make those arrests? And
yes,
you know, I wouldn't actually. I would not object if they give those people capital punishment. Those people that set those guys ablaze. If they lose their lives too.
Are you for real?
Yes. Now, how can you set innocent people ablaze? Yeah, I mean, especially jungle justice. You know, there's no
are they
determination to
innocent? One man, how are they innocent? If it had turned out the other way around,
it was vigilante something. Now there was
no.
determination.
I mean, the people that were found with their arms, whether not small arms.
Hold on. It was vigilante action. So there was no determination to determine that they were criminals or kidnappers or anything. The only thing that condemned those people was that they were from the north. That was what damned them, and that was sufficient enough for them to slaughter them all and fry them up.
Not what is currently going on. Not what is currently going on.
we cannot live in a society like that now. We're not barbarians.
One man, we know what's going on now. People are not people that does not like the system are hiding under it to push the agenda. Thank God, the people have lost their life yesterday in Kano. I think people have not heard about that. Now I think the Igbos have not retract that said now that the one who this person no, it's not the Igbo should not go to anywhere and talk about it too, because the Fulani, the answers are not turning that the Igbos in Uromis are the one pushing the agenda, and we are saying in the one space de-escalating that thing. If you guys are not careful, what people are starting right now, when it starts, you touch everybody. You know what that thing means? It's a hate crime. You know what is hate crime? The only reason they are dead is because we wrote Dangote in that truck. You selected them out, and you unlive them. Let's say the truth, please. I want peace in my state. Nobody's scared of anybody, but you don't do anything stupid when you have it is on your side.
What peace? I was saying in my opening monologue that if there is going to be a backlash, and if that backlash is in the north, you know, you don't have a real complement of people from Edo in the north, so they will just substitute them for Southeastern. The backlash in the north will be against Southeastern.
The Southerners are hearing it from the north since yesterday now. They have started hearing it in the Sabotage and the other places. Go and look at space, the Fulani space now. They are saying it openly. They are saying that they are finding a way to tie the Igbos to it. And the politicians are pushing it. Atiku that never spoke, come out shouting. Shehu Sani that could not say anything with this other lady. Do you know what it means? Everyone to buy political correct right now by it. And we have also be very smart and escalate this thing so that the thing just go on under the table so we can settle it locally. You who are start saying that you're not man, you're not man. Are you at home? Have you ever seen a snuff like part of a human being before to know?
All right, we lost you again, what please?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I said both end is wrong. Let's call a spade a spade. If we don't make it clear to the government the both side is wrong, they will not face this problem. There's harassment problem in Nigeria, and government have to look into this matter urgently. They should set up a forest guard. But people should not be championing hate in my own state because what you cannot do in your state. I didn't know unlife people in Enugu. Why did the Igbo and yes not come out and go and start unlifing them in Enugu? Enugu were not protest just 1 week ago. Why did the ESN not go there and protest or start unlifing the outside in Enugu? But they have come to understand that you all are rushing to comment section, going everywhere, open space to try. Since yesterday, now the thing is stopping you people. Now I think people have reversed your mouth now. Start saying, telling Igbo people it's not your business to remove your mouth. People know what you are fanning. The country is very fragile right now. We do not make it. Don't set the fire that will explode the gunpowder. Please, oh. I know my state will always survive, but not like this. We are wrong on what we just did. We just turn against us, and let's say the truth, speak the truth to power. Let's condemn this act, and let's warn those northern leader in our state to do more. They should organize themselves and be going out there and sending people to the bushes to join the citizens to go and be looking for this order, committing this crime. For crying out loud, we know people that is doing this crime now. It's both the Fulanis and the locals. Since Opalo have been demolishing houses for kidnapper in Uromi, how many Fulani man has he demolished his house? It's not the same Uromi citizens has been demolishing their houses. Abimama, you have not seen it. The people they have been catching ever since. Most 80% are from Uromi, while few are just few foreigners. We won't say that, but we start pointing at other people. I'm not saying Fulani are not kidnapping people, but the bushes are there to go and look for them. Why don't you go to the bushes and look for them? When it happened in Benin, you enter the bush, then people just try to start talking. This has to show off us. Cheap way of going to the road, and you see the forest. Thank you, one man.
All right, thank you, Wapi. So that's what pays. A lot of your sentiments I agree with, by the way. Mob action should have no space, and you cannot blanket blame people along ethnic lines. That's just unacceptable. And the backlash, we're just hopeful that it doesn't come, because if the backlash comes from the north, they will target especially Southeasterners. Do you want to round off Tony, and then we go on to Zita?
Okay, thank you very much. So yeah, yesterday yesterday, I think Madam Zita told us, he was able to did justice to this something by by asking us, some of us that were still not agree to the fact that those guys were, those our people are under threat, have been under threat. That Madam asked a very pertinent question. Yes, they said that do we think that these vigilante people will stop just stop a vehicles, stop a vehicle and they start to kill them without any information or whatever, no reason? So I don't know. I think what we are doing in Edo State is very bad because one man, it's on record here that I want to people that always believe that we have to be one people, including the people they say Yoruba, say that we are also part of that Yoruba race because we have the Jebu, we have the Edus. But if you go to Benin City, only the Benin City people now say that they are already Edo people now. That if anything happen in other parts, so we are not for that at all. So we want everybody. We have to be united. Anybody from Urobo is a Benin man. Anybody from Owo is a Benin man. If you are from Undo, we are the same thing. I'm on Ijabuma also. I'm on Egbama, I'm on Oyoma. All of us to see each other as one. Not that if it happen in your locality, then you say, okay, the other one is not doing. But at the end of the day, I can't really fought for all of us. The what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that these people have no right to be traveling around our bushes and then claiming to be hunters now. But yesterday they were no hunters. But after we have caught them, in the act, and then eliminated them. Now, all of a sudden, the Nota governors, the Amnesty International, whatever you call them, are not coming out. Why have they not been coming out when people are big pied? I mean, that's, and then, one man, this is so terrible. So then to my brother, Larry, Kabokpada, first of all, good evening, sir. Okay, yeah. So to your decision, so you just said, you just diluted, you dented and diluted all your submission tonight by say that when Uzokalu went to Tinubu that he want to be a Senate president, that Tinubu said no, I gave Akpabio my word. That one, so it means say you don't just believe in democracy at all. If you actually believe in democracy, you can't say that a president, from the executive arm of the government have to be going to be selecting a leader of a Senate or whatever for them. You know what I'm saying? And so you just
Mr. Tony.
Yeah,
Yeah, so there's something you don't understand.
Yes.
Selecting a speaker, a Senate president, first needs to come from a single party, which is APC, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
within themselves, they will definitely say, okay, fine, this is the person we want to present. And that was exactly what Ojuzokalu went to Tinubu for APC to present him. And Tinubu said he has already given Akpabio his word. Akpabio was the one that they were going to present.
Look, it ought to be, it ought to be the party hierarchy. You know what I'm saying? So as a president, he has to hands up. He has to hands up. The party people will be directed. That's where when we talk about this political lack of political ideology come into place. That's why we say that the system is not working. We should just cancel it all. Because in Germany, in England, in America, the party hierarchy, they will bring out their programs, their cardinal programs, and then they will be implementing. So whoever is leading, is the president or a prime minister, will follow the footstep or the directive of the party. Free education, industry, take care of this, take care of that, make sure that the health system is working. That's what we're talking about. So the president have nothing to do with that. It is a party that, we are just, that's why I'm still opting for the peaceful separation without war. All these kind of people coming to occupy your bush now, they will say they'll be hunters. I can't go to forest reserve in Ibadan as a Boy Scout. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe I'm going to, there's some secondary school there, girls secondary school that we used to go out for girls. Then I'm going to that bush now. Then all of a sudden, I see some malams, hunters. They want to kill me. They want to kidnap me in forest research, in Ibadan. You know now. So that's what we're talking about. Let's just go there. Let us separate the country, and that's all. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. Stay with us, Tony. We go on from Tony. And by the way, Larry, I still want to hear from you on the Natasha something, what's it called? The INEC guy, the Humphrey was all that. So because we've not seen you for a while. But so stay with us for as long as you can. We go on from Tony next to Zeta. Zeta, floor is yours.
How na day?
We did, can't we?
One man, I think I did a lot of justice to that topic yesterday. I would
Is
like
that
people,
is that in the after hours? I've not watched it back.
people should go and watch it. You see, in as much as I'm not in support of jungle justice. Most times people react on the way somebody is being tied. And they forget the action that led to that consequence. In 2020, America suffered it. When they saw the video of a police officer leaning on somebody's neck that caused his death, of course, emotions were run wild. But most times, for somebody like me, yes, I would not like the mode of buying somebody. It might be gruesome, it might be irritating, it might be scary, it might be horrifying. Even at that, I would still like to look at the action that led to that consequence. Now, for so many years in Nigeria, we've been plagued by a particular tribe. I repeat, for so many years in Nigeria, we have been plagued by a particular tribe. And not in any way has the owners of that tribe come out vehemently to disown the actions of those people and tell Nigerians.
I'm surprised that this is your stance, Zita, but
hold on. I am not going, nobody is going to play my emotions on the consequences and the mode of buying. I will not run that emotion. And if you know me, I don't run emotions. I don't. I look at things very critically. Yes, the way they were being killed is not nice. It's gruesome. It's ridiculous. It's inhumane. It's appalling. I agree. But let's talk about the actions that we led humans to see their fellow humans and act to them like that, towards them like that. We've been suffering in Nigeria by this same tribe, and they have never screamed and said, Nigerians, please stop putting us with these people you see around everywhere. They are not us. Deal with them whichever way you want. They have never said that. They come with cattle, they call them headers. Now they're calling them hunters. What the heck is going on in my country? You mean some group of northerners will travel all the way from Port Harcourt to hunting in Port Harcourt? Are you kidding me? In a truck? They call it Dengon. Of course, Dengon kills. It kills human. And then I watched it this night, read the account, the testimony of the survivor. And the testimony was so vague. I couldn't pick out anything he said. They asked us questions. They asked you questions. What did you tell them? When they saw the gun, what did you tell them? Do you have people in your truck that are not you? Those are important questions that are supposed to be asked. But nobody is asking that. I get that part. Everybody is reacting the way the whole world reacted in 2020. That bombed down everywhere in America and bombed down everywhere all over the world. I get that part. But let's face the truth. How many people in Nigeria have those people with that name killed? Where is Obi? Where is Atiku? By the way, where is the president, Tinubu? Benue is crying. Enugu is crying. Some part of Imo State is crying. Now they have gone Calabar, Cross River, and now Edo State. In Ondo, in the southwest, it's raging. Can I ask you people a question? Where is the outrage for those beings that are being slaughtered by this same tribe in the name of herdsmen, now hunters? I can't believe this. You want to gum into my emotions for the way they are being paid? I don't like it. I don't support it. But let's look at it. How many people were in that truck? Are they all Fulanis? Are they all travelers? Are there strangers who is supposed to be in that is not supposed to be in that truck with them that are there? Come on, man. And now you read out the testimony of one of the survivors, and the testimony
You know the real
weightless.
tragedy. The real tragedy, Zita, is that they are actually Hausa people, even not Fulanis.
It doesn't. Listen to me. It doesn't really matter. I don't care. It doesn't really matter. Because if all of us should jump into a global platform, the president is screaming, Atiku Abubakar is screaming. By the way, where is Obi in all the mayhem that has been happening in Igbo land, which includes that same people? He's not screaming, how dare you? Are we okay? Listen, if you people know me, I am for peace and justice. I don't really do care who it is for or against. A particular tribe cannot be raging around Nigeria or a particular region in the name of herdsmen, manhunters, buying people anyhow, devouring people's crops. And nobody has screamed and get so scared and get so humane about it. And all of a sudden, I mean, come on, man. If every town in the southern part of Nigeria start treating them like this, I think they will run away. In as much as I don't support this, I repeat, if it becomes a situation where you see a strange person in your land with a then gun or AK-45, and you people gather and buy him, I think they will go away.
So what just to be clear, what you're saying is Northerners are not allowed to hunt in southern forest.
Okay, one man, let me say this. Maybe you did not get me. This hunting has become the recent. You know, I follow stories, incidences, situations carefully. These people used to be called headers, and they carry gun. They carry gun. And Nigerians started reacting when they begin to hammer that these are headers, poor people heading, that attack them. The Nigerians started asking, if you are a header, why are you carrying gun? And now the name has changed to hunter. By the way, if I may ask you, what are they actually hunting?
Game now. Game.
Which game?
Bush
Is
meat.
it human game or the real game that I know?
Bush meat. So
you hunt in River State. God save this country. Honestly, you just have to. God, at this point, I don't really think you do have a choice.
You know what I feel is they are just putting band-aid over a gaping wound rather than treating.
No.
If they want to address it, let them put forest rangers in the forest, and then they can mix these people head on before they become a nuisance.
Just like, okay, let me say this. You know, we jump into policies without considering the environment. The people, the environment, that are very important when you put policy. Forest rangers. You want some people's life to be put at risk by calling them forest rangers, and these people will be buying them at every, without the government reacting. How many military men has been fired? How many police officers in Nigeria has been fired? I don't want to talk about that. Let me talk about the civilians, because this concerns civilians. You mean you are a hunter in River State? Wherever they want to come from, I don't really care. Because if you people are not angry at the rate of this mayhem these people are causing in the country, I don't know what you people will be angry with. They come from Port Harcourt. They have then gone in their truck. So they hunt all the way from Port Harcourt to the north. And right inside their car. By the way, I have this thing that you people say is vigilante. And I am sure their truck was not the only one passing on that road. Why that particular truck?
Because it carried the Dangote, because it carried the northern logo. That's why.
One man,
they were
if
targeted.
I have a camera, I will show you that particular truck was not the only Dangote truck that passed that place that day with humans on it. You want us to bet money? And I ask, why that particular truck? You people are making this case very less. You are trying to play emotion on the death on this case.
It's not emotional. 16 people burnt to death.
Hold on, woman, please. Please.
But woman, let her land, please. We are learning from her.
No, don't
worry. Where is the emotions?
Don't do that again, Anthony.
Where is the emotions of those killed in Enugu? Where is the emotions of those killed in Imo State?
Yeah, but we spoke about it.
Hold on. By these same people from that area. Where are those? And those are not human beings? They are not. Really? Where is the emotion of those who are killed in Calabar and Akwa Ibom State? Am I talking about Ondo State that has turned to their battlefield now? Or you people think I don't read what's going on? Where is the emotions for those people? Where is the fear that the worst might happen? Where are the fear? Are you people really kidding me this morning? Is this a joke? That people are more interested on the way they were murdered. Yes, I don't like it. But you think human beings will just stop a truck? It's written down, but they set it ablaze. You think Edo people are that mad? You think Vigilante are that stupid?
But these were street people that carried out this jungle justice. So
no,
they are not acting on
vigilante.
Yes, but did they apprehend them and then hand them over to the authorities?
Oh, hold on.
They stopped them and then invited the local hoodlums to come and lynch them.
Hold on. I want to ask you a question. That mayhem that has been happening in Benue State. Some villages are shut down in Benue State. I ask, you think any of them has not been caught before and handed over to the police? Just like all the northern governors are jumping up now, the president is speaking, Peter Obi is talking, Atiku is talking. What on earth is happening, if I may ask? So these 13 individuals or 14 individuals or 10 individuals that I don't give a hoot who they are more than all the thousands that has been dying. Oh, really? Then, if that is the case, let's use this 13 to fix it. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellent. Thank you, Zita. So thank you, Zita. We're still doing opening monologue, so we'll move it around fairly quickly. Gentlemen, with your permission, let me go to Awodele, only because he's joining us for the first time. He's attempted to join us before, but we were not able to document his stuff. So let's document it now so that we can at least establish how he is positioned politically. So I will delay, or we will do rather delay. So delay, floor is yours. On mute, speak to us. Delay. I will delay. On mute.
Thank you for the acceptance.
Good
Yeah,
job.
I just want to. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can. Carry on.
Okay. I just want to comment briefly on what Mr. Tony said concerning Akpabio going to, Oji Uzokalu going to Tinubu for the approval of his Senate ambition, Senate President ambition. You see, in politics, people need to understand something. Before you come out as a candidate, either governor or president, and this is not peculiar to Nigeria. There are certain objectives you set out to achieve. Okay, so this certain objective you set out to achieve, the main work of opposition, even within your own party, is to derail you. So, general mission of the opposition outside your party is to derail you. So, what then are you going to do? You set out how you are going to achieve this mission, and everybody on point with your set objective, they are the one you are going to put on board. You see, people really like to comment outside of what they have knowledge about, and I don't really know. Maybe it is out of ignorance or deliberate attempts to not to see the reason. Now you are telling me that after all the candidates invested in that mission, it will just allow anybody. You see, one mistake that Buhari did the first time was that he was thinking that it was during the time of military. So I can work with nobody. I can work with anybody. Do you know what that thing cost him in the first time? All the set of objectives he has to achieve because of his naive, I don't care attitude about who becomes Senate president. Do you know what those decisions cost him? Look at it from this angle, Mr. Tony. Here in Deutschland, when they finish their parliamentary election, you think there's no godfather somewhere? You think there's no political meeting somewhere to decide who become the president of the Bundestag? Or did you ever even hear that 2 or 3 candidates rise up to contest that position? But when it comes to our country, we always like to talking from the point of no knowledge, all in the name of pulling him down. You want Tinubu to fold hand? What happens to Buhari to happen to him again? You see, presidency and the legislative working together without rancor, okay, it's not in most cases a bad thing. No. This present Senate National Assembly, what they have achieved silently without all this antagonistic politics is far much more than what the 8 and 9 Senate achieve. But in as much as people we don't support, if they are getting way away with whatever objective they set out of, we always think that no, why should it be? Why should it be? It shouldn't be so. And if something is not in our support, we always have this thought of, okay, they must not get away with, even when that policy is right. You think it is all about shouting, fighting that makes this
One more
wrong?
minute, delay. One more minute so we can move around.
So that is what I just want to chip in so that Mr. Tony will understand that most of these comments are all from the angle of, and it only happened here in Nigeria. Do you think there's no godfatherism, not pre-meeting, political pre-meeting before certain position is assigned to people in the other clan? It happens here where we are in Germany.
Okay, dash me 20 seconds of your time now to just respond very briefly. Thank you. Mabino, eh? Okay, so first of all, the British, the Americans, their political system is quite different. It's based, they target the welfare and security and everything, betterment of the people. But in the case of Nigeria and Africa, their own is to how to get their jeeps only for their personal interest. That's why they use money to buy each other to get to that place. They are not doing nothing. So that the synergy between the executive and the judiciary or whatever here is different. It's targeted at helping the people. But Nigeria own now for their selfish interest. Let them kill each other. Thank you.
You see, it is easier. It is very, very easier for you to say, because I'm still repeating. Oh, and it is not only you, because I have a little background in government, so that is why I'm saying this. Okay, whether in third world country, whether in fourth world country, it is only a stupid human being we set out to be a leader and to harm the people who is leading. It's good enough that you recognize that the environment in Africa is different from here in Europe. But do you know that this place where you are in Germany, they didn't just achieve all this thing in one time. It started from somewhere. If you look at their democracy or their system of government, the years, you can never compare it to other developing nations, maybe African countries. Okay? And if you are very sound enough to recognize the difference in environments, then you should know that the problem here and the problem there in Africa is not the same. The environment is different. Even the people are different. To the extent that you and I know that in Nigeria, okay, let me ask you this question. Why do we always...
No. Don't ask me a
Hold on,
question.
please.
No.
One moment. Please, one
Hold
moment.
on. Can you hold on, please? We have to move it around because there are a lot of people waiting to speak. So
I just want to ask this question, then I will
because
shut up.
then he will respond and then he'll go. Just
No, I will not respond. Let him ask. I will respond later. Thank you.
Why is it that we Nigeria especially, we leave our shore of the country and come to Western world and behave without anybody asking us to? I will leave it like that.
Oh, all right, brilliant.
Wama, we can't hear you. Okay. African environment is much more easier to govern than a European country because of the harsh weather and the lack of natural resources. So it's kind of like stupidity when we, the African, think that European space should be better than us. Meanwhile, we are waiting for one man to come back. That is why I'm seizing
So
this
I'm not sure who muted me. That must be Patoski telling me off. So I was saying, welcome on board, Dele. Good to meet you. Sorry, I rushed you a little bit. I want to move it around so that when we get to the next phase, it opens up a bit more. But I'm always free to get everybody to speak, just and they're not waiting too long. So we move it around and then we open it up. So good to meet you, Dele. So that's a new voice that adds to the richness of the depth that we have here. So good to meet you, Dele. We go on from Dele. We go to Rational Mind to put his own peculiar spin on the conversation. Rational Mind, you're up next.
Oh man, how we did?
We did, can't wait.
How the family and everybody?
Everybody is good.
Yeah, good.
You know, I was just saying, I'm having some renovations done at the moment. My house is like a building. It's like a building site, you know.
One man. Hold on one second. Is the only one man that is on this show? Why must you be only one man alone?
Oh, God.
He likes
you know what that means. I forgot power. Who is on this show? Is it only one man that is on this show?
I apologize
to him.
I apologize. I greet everybody.
Because I'm always nice to him.
Yeah, I'm
so sorry. They come for you with Simba, they should come.
I know. Maybe they come now. If I get their time tonight, we'll go discuss. Yeah, one man, can you bring me up to speed with some of the things you have as topics?
No, we were talking about the goings on in Edo State, and if it's not managed delicately, it could spiral into something that might consume the country. The 16, of course, that were burnt by the Edolites in Northerners. So we're talking about that. And then we were talking about, I'm not quite sure if you are following the narrative of the head of service of Fubara's government, who has come out now to tell us all of some of the atrocities that Fubara was carrying out. He was just out of office barely a week ago, this head of service, and he was at the heartland of that administration. So we were talking about that. And then we were also talking about Tinubu turning 73, and we're saying the obedience will obviously say he's that 80, you know. So we're talking about that, and of course, Wike and Atiku, they're still back and forth at it over that vice presidential slot that did not go Wike's way 2023. So those or anything else that interests you?
Yeah, let me just talk about this Tinubu's age. You know, this is a guy who has everything about him is just it's just based on lies. You know, in 2003 or something like that, there was one newspaper headline where I think it was wish birthday, people sent him birthday greetings, and if you calculate that age to what we have today, it's not the 73 that he's claiming to have. Even some of the INET forms that he filled way back in the same Professor Nwosu that his useless party members were all against. If you look at those INEC forms that he filled, was it that one? Maybe the one of 1999. I don't know. One of them, sure. The age that he declared there is different from what he's claiming today. So you can understand that this guy is just it's a guy who's just everything about him is just falsehood. It's not even to talk about his Chicago narrative. I mean, in the Chicago story that brought all people of Nigerians to come to understand that this guy is just a phony guy. You know, some of the things he said. He went to a school in Ibadan, and nobody from that school ever knows him. And we had this idiot that is the aviation minister trying to defend it. He went, you know, some people went to school at home. They sit down at home. They went to school. I mean, like, you see, it's just you know, like somebody said, he said when you lie one lie, you can look for other lies to to defend the previous lie. You know, that is just how this guy has been.
Saying you're possible in homeschooling. Homeschooling is quite
I mean, homeschooling. She only homeschooling. I mean, forget that thing. I mean, you see, Leslie, I just want to be brief on that because I want to go into other topics. You see, I've said it. This guy is just it's a phony. It's just everything about the guy is just a lie. It's just so fortunate that he's been able to sustain that lie with multiple lies, and But one thing about I know I've said it on this platform. Eleda to die, the person that Olodumare, the one, the maker of the earth, heaven and earth, everything that he has sustained it on. There's a law, and that law is truth. It's how far lies. Like my mom used to say something. Well, he said my mom would say, "Tí rọ́bà lọ fún ogún ọdún, ọjọ́ kan báyìí ni òtítọ́ máa bá," something like that. I don't know whether that is the way she used to say it way back then. So you can only lie for so many years. Just one day like this, the truth will catch up with you. So that's just one thing about this guy. It's just I've said it. I don't know why Nigerians are so mesmerized about this guy. I mean, some of the Ronukus and some of those people that comes here and come to champion his cause. We know it's just not because anything, not because they like him or not anything like that. It's just because of their bigotry and their tribal, slant to it. So it's okay, but I don't know why people want to with somebody that has claimed a different age over the years to what he's now claiming to have. So let's just leave it at that, woman. You see, the Edo issue, I've often said here that there's what they call social contract. And it's so sad that the Nigerian leaders are not do not understand that the reason why they are in leadership is to protect the people, to champion the cause of the people. But no, the Nigerian leaders is just to protect their own interests and that of their own family and their own friends, enrich themselves. So to hell with the people, and the people go figure out their life themselves. They don't care. You see, it kind of begs the question. Like I was hearing somebody who was coming here challenging our friend from Germany. He was telling him in Deutschland, people everybody have a godfather. Come on, you see, when people just want to justify some things that doesn't even make sense sometimes, you hear them. They want to do this. What about every time? The Deutschland you're talking about, the Germany that you're talking about, even they have godfatherism. Is this the way they run government in Nigeria? Is that how they are running government in Nigeria? They run government
I don't tell her now. Just try to make some nonsense. But sorry,
Yeah, it's so very hard. It's so very formal. It's so exasperating and frustrating sometimes to have conversation with people like this. When they come here, they want to come and be justifying the crap that all those criminal leaders in Nigeria say do. It's just everybody have godfatherism. You see, so if it's a godfather, is that how they do godfatherism in America, or they do it in Canada, or they do it in
I don't tell her now so that a monetized system. Now they use money. They don't use money in Germany. He was unable to answer me.
So you see, the thing is this: is that you want to start making case for your criminal leaders. That's why they will come here and come and be using platforms like this to be promoting those ideas. And our people in Nigeria, the Nigerians themselves are so gullible to even buy into those ideas. I don't blame them because some of them don't even know any better. But it's okay. Yeah, but you see.
But my brother, one man went to Mo is the best platform where you cannot come here to fool yourself. Now.
It's okay. Everybody,
because he will allow you to talk your own.
It's okay. It's okay. Our friend.
He's the best man. Thank you, one man.
Everybody's free to come. Everybody's free to come, but we'll challenge them. I personally, if I have the time, I will challenge them on their views. But everybody's free to say whatever it means. It's a free word. But I just believe that somebody said not everybody should be given a microphone to talk on this earth. I want to start believing that, but if we start stifling people's voice, then
somebody said that to you. I wonder how many people concur.
They should silence me now.
Own goal, own goal.
Some people have wished that I should not be giving microphone to talk. I don't believe that person that I should be talking. Yeah, so it's something to. But I'm not for that kind of. I believe everybody should have their voice. But some people say no, it's not like that. No, everybody should have their voice. But then it's okay. You see, that of Edo State is just the failure of leadership, failure of people in government. Why do we? You see, this is the same. When I come here, I beat down on this guy that they call Tinubu.
Hey,
don't start this. Come here. Don't start this. Don't start this. Let me flesh out my
asking one man.
Yeah, what do you want to ask? What's your go on?
What one man was that your discretion? I thought I was before rational mind.
Sorry, Prince. I suspect you
I
were.
don't know. I'm just asking. It's okay. Go ahead.
I suspect you were. Yeah, I will come to you next. Sorry,
Oh, okay.
I
You
was
jumped
calling
in.
out. Maybe I did. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I think
Sorry about
it's
that.
pointing out that I
You
may
see,
have.
people, these Trumpers, they don't need to be talked. You know, they don't need to be given a microphone to talk because just like that.
I know you know
Just the same thing like that.
you know that Prince is our voice for the ladies. Is
I hear you.
you know. And if
Yeah.
if
So
they don't hear from
So,
him, they
Mike, you
lose
don't even
our
believe in
people.
what you just said. You don't believe in stifling people's voice, but you want to stifle my voice, huh?
And look at that.
yeah, you should like that type of your voice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my point is this: is that it's the failure of leadership that what happened in Edo State. I don't believe in jungle justice, but you know, some people have said like
Just as an aside, did I see something about Elon Musk putting Twitter for sale?
That guy is gonna go down the drain. I mean, but some people say he can never be poor. Well, maybe I can never be poor, but I don't think he's gonna.
Oh, he can never be poor. He can never be
but
poor.
he will never maintain that number one spot again. I'm sure. I mean, when I say I'm sure, but the way he's going about this whole thing, I think even the Tesla, the board of directors of Tesla, they've been asking him to step down from being the board of director because he's the face of Tesla and every other conglomerate that he owns. I mean, part of the conglomerate that he owns, either SpaceX or the other solar panel manufacturing and all of those things that he does. And Tesla, the motor part of it. So,
I think he has created an X because he's working on the AI space. So he has intersected that AI, XAI, with the X brand in order to turn it into a 70 billion entity. That's what he's telling us. But you know,
we know his reason for buying X. Twitter wasn't because he wants to. It's just he wants to use it for some kind of propaganda and all of those things, and to
yes, it was a tool to get Trump into power.
Yeah, and then maybe to sell it and at some point and make money out of it. It's not I don't know. It's okay, but I don't want to go into all those conspiracies because some people say it's just all conspiracies. But my point is this one, man. Let's go back to that country called Nigeria. It's you see, I see what happened in Ogun State. I mean, in Ondo State, my state. I mean, the way there's those it's just I just sometimes I wish this guy is still alive. Maybe he's still alive, although his tenure would have expired. But the idiot that we have there, you see the same APC. You see, when I say this APC, say APC party, that party is a Koshiberu party.
Akeredolu was APC too now.
You say what?
Akeredolu was APC too.
No, yeah. I mean, there were some APC governors, even though Akeredolu was not a good governor, when it comes to security, he tried his best. No, he was at the forefront. You see, these are people who understand the reason for governance. I understand he has his own flaws. He has his own shortcomings in some ways. But when it comes to protection of the people, he understands that it's important. It is very important. Because it could be somebody today. It was fashionary today, yes, tomorrow. It could be another person. You see, it's one man. It's just, you see, when these people fail to do their what they are voted in there to do, and they fail to do that, that is what we have the kind of society that will run in that country, where people have to go and figure out their own security. Why do you have the police?
In self-defense.
You see, you kind of ask the question: what's the point of what's the point? What's the whole point of you being a governors? I mean, being governors and being a president or being whatever position anybody holds in government. Why is it that why are they there? When every day we hear of killings and kidnappings and all of that, what happens to all this intelligence gathering? What happens to all this? I mean, it begs a lot of questions. And some of us who come here, you want to justify crap, and you want to say, hey, even though in Germany they have what's it called? They have a godfatherism. And so if they have godfatherism, is that how they practice? Is that the way they run their own government? Is that how they run it in Nigeria? You see, woman, you see, sometimes it's just so tiring sometimes to sound like a broken record on your platform here every time. I have to repeat myself like as if just because it's the same thing. Let me quickly go. You see, let me just end up just quickly round up on that one. You see, I don't believe in jungle justice, but you see, many times. Okay, let's ask the question: how many of those Boko Harams that they've captured have they prosecuted successfully prosecuted? How many of the herdsmen have they been able to successfully prosecute and send to jail? None. None. If they catch them, they give them to the police, they will release them. They will get calls from above or from Abuja or whatever. They will release them. And these guys, they felt like if we continue doing this and keep releasing these people to these people, and they release them again, they will come back and do the same thing. So I'm not justifying the reason for their jungle justice. Don't get me wrong. But sometimes when people are desperate, there's a desperate situation calls for desperate measures. I think that's what happened in that case. I'm not saying what they did was right. I mean, maybe those people probably likely they were just victims. They were innocent victims. I mean, they were innocent people. They were not really kidnappers. But another question we should be asking is, why were they having dang guns with them? You see, when you run a society that is not built on anything, that is what you get. I tell you here, I don't like to compare here, but in some ways I would want to see, because we're talking about governance. I work for a city government. When people want to come in there, I see people, they come in, they want to get permits to go hunt. You need a permit. You see, when you don't organize a society, you get the kind of crap that is going on in Nigeria. When I say you want to fish in the rivers here, you need a permit to fish. And I remember many years back, during Awolowo's time, I remember even my grandpa, my maternal grandpa, he had a dang gun. It was which had license. And even before he has to go and hunt, I think he has some kind of license there to hunt. There was a time in Yoruba land where I think some hunters, and somebody can come here and come and debunk it, but I remember in Ondo area there was some kind of levy you have to pay. So when you run a society, how can somebody move from 1 mile, from several kilometers from the north and come down south and come and hunt? How can you track them? Who gave them the license to come and even hunt in the south? And this is another way they can make money. Okay, fine, you want to come from the north and hunt, yeah, get a license. We can tag you. We know that, okay, how many bullets are you coming in with? How many cartridges do you have in your gun? Or what is the make and model of your gun? So that we understand what, if anything happens, we know. They can track them. But no, what people want to do is, just usurp the whole governance system in Nigeria, control the whole Senate, and continue is corruption. Put the stooges there and then corrupt the whole system and just judiciary and everything and run roughshod all over Nigerians. That's what you want to do. It's not about just they want to really work for the people. It's not. Tell me one thing that Tinubu has done that is people oriented. If all the crap that you people are mentioning here that you talk, student loan, you implemented, you removed what's it called, fuel subsidy. Look at the hardship it has brought on Nigerians. Only thing you have to do is, I saw today, somebody was showing, they were handing him a bag of rice. Shouldn't a bag of rice, now, everything in that country. If people complain of poor health system, give them rice. If they complain of rice, give them rice. If they complain of light, give them rice. Everything is rice. His son will be jumping from one state in the north. We're not even talking about south. So it's only not that they have poverty. They don't have poverty in the south. And all they do is just this, their tokenism. They'll give them one bag of rice, and that is it. What has happened to teach a man how to fish rather than give him a fish? You can only feed him for a day. So you see, this economic policy that people like Kulata and all these crap people, they come, I'm sorry, crap people, all these kind of people that comes here and say, excuse my language, not crap people, but I take it back. All these people that comes here and want to justify Tinubu's economic style of economy in Nigeria. It is just insanity. How can you run a governance system whereby it's all about handouts, giving handouts to people, giving a palliative to people? What about empowering people to be able to fish on themselves, create an enabling economy where people can thrive? But your policy just crippled the whole system, and all you want to do is once in a while give them rice. Give them rice. You see, woman, for me, I'm just sitting down, I'm just watching and see what I know that Tinubu is going to amount to a failure. It's not. This is. Look at what he's doing already with the River State. Tinubu mate. That's just all I can say. O mate. Because how can you remove a governor? You can declare a state of emergency. Let the governor be in place. Bring in military. Let them support the governor to put down any insecurity. But you went the other route because you have your own interest.
What if the governor was the problem itself?
No, You cannot do that. That is, you see, there are certain things you cannot do because it is given that it is democracy.
So you should let him destroy the country. His
No.
head of service told
No,
us
no,
he was bombing. He was
okay,
bombing
so
pipelines.
why is everything now one-sided? You sent in an administrator there. Suddenly you ask him to go and put in place to go and maintain law and order there. But now what they are doing is it's now one-sided. They're not investigating one person. What about the other people that were part of the whole scheme? Why are they not being investigated? So you see, we know that this game that they are playing towards 2027, and maybe to let Wike have control of the treasury and the control of INEC and everything of Rivers, so that they can redo what they did in 2023. I know that's the whole end game. But we'll all be here. We'll all see how that will play out. But Tinubu should understand, though, that what he is doing will remain a legacy, or will remain something. Let me even say what I should say, legacy. It will remain something that will be in the history of that country. That you remove a governor and you allow this somebody in your government to continue undermining that governor, and it's being one-sided. The so-called head of government you're talking about, head of civil service, he's just a civil servant. So what? Even look at some of the things he even said. You can understand that it's acting out the script. Suddenly you resign after about 2 weeks after the governor was it 2 weeks now after the governor was stepped down or was removed. Immediately because he was saying that I was afraid because when the governor was still there, I could not come outside. But why now? Why not 2 days after he was removed? Why didn't you remove him? But suddenly now they were shopping around for what allegation they could use to nail this guy. And I'm trying to see how they're going to do it, because I know that already they're working on some of the things we have been saying on this platform here, that governors should not have full immunity. I know they're working on that now in the National Assembly. But I want to see if this is part of the whole grand plot to remove that what's it called, that immunity, so that they'll be able to prosecute him or get him rid of Fubara. Well, I want to see how that will play out. But we're all here, we'll see. Give me 6 months. Let us see at the end of the 6 months. But I know they're already working towards that 6 months. Maybe he will not come back in that 6 months, because I think they start bringing all this allegation against him.
Do you see him coming back? I don't see him coming back.
Very likely he might not come back, because I know Tinubu has some kind of power. And when I mean power, don't get me wrong. I mean power in an illegal way. He will use it because Tinubu, I mean, what is his name? What is the idiot Wike? He said we will remove him. Nothing will happen. That's what he said. Did he not say that? He will remove a governor.
Yeah, but it should be removed, though. You are saying as though he has not served any purpose for 2 years there now. All we hear is chaos and rampant.
When you start like this, sometimes you're frustrating me. Sometimes when I understand, because I know you have to act like a devil's advocate, right? They say, but forget it, woman. No governor would be able to do anything in the kind of climate, the kind of climb that this guy finds himself. I'm not excusing him from being not part of the problem. But I know what I think the guy was trying to do is that he was trying to extricate himself from, because mind you, this guy was not even supposed to be a governor. But because the EFCC was after him, and if EFCC should get hold of him, he would let the cat out of the bag about all the atrocity that Wike did when it comes to the finances, how he mismanaged the finances of River State.
River State.
Yeah, so that is why you have to give him that immunity. That's what that immunity will cover him. But this guy felt like, okay, if I continue giving this guy, doling out money to this guy, very likely that by the time I finish, it's going to be double answer I will answering to the people of the government of Nigeria or to the EFCC, because the Wike problem is still there. And then he has to also continue funneling money to Wike. That would just mess up the whole thing for him. Maybe that was why he was trying to say, okay, let me stop this thing with this guy. Let me work on a clean slate now. So that if at all, after I finish my term, it becomes a matter, I will open up and say, okay, I was acting on orders because I was the accountant general then. And he was telling me what to do with the money, and I gave him the money because he's the governor. So, but if you continue giving out this money while he's still governor, that will also mean that he's still part of the whole scheme. So my point is this, is that maybe that's what the guy was thinking. Like, yeah, I don't want to do anything anymore. Let me handle this state the way I should handle this as a governor. You made me governor, fine. Yeah, fine. Let me work on my people on my state. Okay, I'm not trying to excuse him for anything that he did or whatever. But my point is this: my own thing is the people. As long as he said he wants to work for the people, and if he continues doling out that money that is meant for development of that state to Wike, then he will not be able to do that. So my point is this: is that Tinubu mate. I mean, I've seen the handwriting on the wall. He will get himself bombs because the way he is going, because what he is allowing to take place in Rivers State, he cannot allow it even in Lagos State. Now let me conclude this way. In 2003, when there were crises in Lagos State, Ijo and OPCs and all those, they were fighting. This guy could have declared state of emergency and have him removed. Obasanjo could have done that, right? He could have done that, but he never did.
No, Tinubu is so powerful now for Obasanjo to remove, but Fubara is not powerful.
Fubara is not powerful. See, sometimes this line of reasoning, sometimes that you do, sometimes one man, it's so frustrating.
Yeah, but do you not get what I mean? Tinubu
I get you. Yeah, but that's not an excuse. That's not an excuse. We're talking about
not an entity now. It's
I don't know whether you were not in Lagos then. It was terrible in Lagos. The way we were having of several killings in Lagos during the OPC and what's it called, the job matter in Lagos. They were just killing everywhere. He could have declared state of emergency. Not even when the Ikeja cantonment there got bombed, or what was that bombing? He could have declared state of emergency, but he did not have him removed. Like he had already removed. So you see, Tinubu, you see that guy, you see, it's okay, one man. I'll just say my piece and then I'll leave it at that. But I'm just waiting to see how this guy is going to fall. It's downfall. But the only thing that's the Nigerians that will take the Nigerian people, that's the people that will take a hit for it, because whatever crap he did after he leaves there will remain with Nigerian people. The Nigerian people will take it. So I think it's just going to be a lesson for Nigerians going forward that if they ever want to elect somebody, you need to do a real good research and look at the person you are voting in there. I leave it at that, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So that's rational mind, of course. So from rational mind, Prince Daddy, of course, everybody's favorite voice. Prince, Tinubu Mate, what says you? Prince Daddy. From Daddy P. Diddy. Who's your daddy? You know, that Prince Daddy always sounds to me like a porn name, right? And he's a man of God, so I don't quite know. All right, I'm not sure we fully have Prince yet. I am still being heard. Am I, or I must drop me?
We can hear you, woman.
All right. We don't appear to have Prince fully at the moment. Prince, I did call you. But let's see if another.
Oh, no, baby, you're alone.
You look at that. Maybe it's handcuffed to something. No more. But as we wait for Prince start his company, let's see if Dewali is ready for us. Dewali.
Oh man, how you doing?
They take their time, don't they? Can you see?
One man himself.
Is that a great thing? Or something?
I'm not really a day yet, so whatever it is, I will take, but it's okay. Anyway, good evening. One man, how you doing? Oh, don't tell me about.
Build up now. You know.
When you are greeting your own, I didn't say anything. I was just like, he's only one man. But now I'm greeting one man. It seems, his network is being a terrible one. So I'm trying to make sure that you can hear me very well. That's why I'm repeating that greeting. So, and I'm on two Fegbo. I thought I should be more Fegbo. Whenever. Let me go back again. I think I'm jumping now. Nigerians are the most brilliant human being I've ever come across, to be honest with you, one man. We are so brilliant that we have solution to every problems. Every problems. And that is why we are going nowhere. Or we haven't arrived at anywhere yet. I'm kind of a little bit looking at this Fubara and Wike thing of River State issues differently. I think I mean, we all know that Fubara is kind of frustrating Wike in a way of taking his shield and power away, by taking the money, because for Wike to have, uh, forced those commissioners on him means that he doesn't want to shift ground in a way that the PDP will not come in and then take advantage of that. And when you take the resources away from someone, you're taking his shield. And money is a powerful tool when it comes to Nigeria politics. So now we have Fubara that is not shifting ground for Wike. And you also have his disciple at the National Assembly, State Assembly, that that are willing and hell-bent in doing Wike's bidding. Now, who are the main actors in River State? I think what we are witnessing is that PDP is also having played their own part, maybe behind the curtain in a way. Because, if they're able to checkmate Wike in River State, he'll be weakened even at the central, because he won't have access to the central money except the one that portfolio that is overseen in Abuja. And the national stage is different from the state. In state, you can bury a lot of skeleton, but at the national stage, God help you if you are not being protected by the executive. So I think the PDP are also doing some damages in between. And Fubara himself can't go to APC, and the PDP doesn't even look like he's even more strong there. But the PDP are much more interested in the money that is coming from the state. So, and when you are the one that have the key to the strong room, of course, everybody would like to befriend you. So I see that dynamic playing out. But for now, at least within this week up to middle of next month, I don't expect any one of them to shift ground. They are still going to be going at it strong in the public, but those who matters would probably come in and step in and try to, talk sense to everyone. I see Fubara coming back. I see him coming back because what I've noticed is that he has not actually made any provocative statements since been out of power for now, except this new dimension that is playing, again when the head of service, which ordinarily shouldn't have even been heard of, is the one dominating the headline now. But at first, I was a little bit not really perturbed about his emergence. But when I started seeing his spouse, making video that was trending on social media, that was completely opposite of what his husband is doing, I was kind of a little bit surprised. What is going on? And then I saw another video today where Fubara was the one allegedly recording a conversation. Oh, it was being recorded, talking to the man's wife, where he said, of all the things I've done for you people, this and that, loyalty and all that, that the man will go, and the wife was denied that he was under he was being held hostage or something like that. So I'm beginning to wonder what would have pushed the head of service to have, do all those media abracadabra. It was unnecessary, but I think because the Wike, the federal, trying to, score a cheap point, and they want somebody who will be credible enough to testify to those things that is alleged to have happened, and so to support the position of the federal government. To me, I just think that is it's a cheap shot for the federal government that is claiming to be, trying to prevail and making sure peace is reigning in the River State. All this is not necessary if they actually meant peace to reign in that state. I think what the head of service was doing is unnecessary. But it's about gaslighting. It's about putting more fire just to make sure that you win or stuff like that. So, but the whole thing will cool down a little bit in a couple of weeks. Maybe Natasha issue will come up again. But until those who actually behind the power play in the River State, it's not just Wike and Fubara alone. A lot of big wigs have taken position. So And except the federal government is sincere and trying to bring those people, the same stage and prevail on them to share their sword and find a common ground among themselves. This will continue to the next 6 months. But hopefully by April, middle of April, then things will start taking shape. Whatever event that happens after that middle of next month will dictate how it's going to
Question
end.
is, are they joining, sir?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Rational Man. I can't hear you anymore. Is one man there? Anybody there?
Yeah, we can hear you. And I'm really enjoying your submission, sir. Because you are so good. Yeah, that thing has already backfired because 90% of Nigeria believe that it was a setup, kind of like they're trying to play game. You know what I'm saying? Yes.
Is Rational Man still there? I can't hear him. Anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so,
he interjected you and then he stopped. So I think he may have been interrupted.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe when his network comes back, he'll be able to.
You saw what I'm saying. Like those scenario you painted out. I mean, many Nigerians are not buying into what that director of whatever is saying. You know what I'm saying?
Even if it's sincere, I believe that it's just about putting more.
Why are you questioning his sincerity? He was in that job.
One man,
this is a man that said that he has no money and then he's lodging a very expensive hotel.
Let's bring a little bit of psychology.
He was the head of service of the
Edo
State in Nigeria.
Woman, let's bring a little bit of psychology to this. As you are not a public elected public official. You're just an appointee or a career civil servant, right? Now, all these things you weren't involved. You didn't insert yourself in what was going on in your state. All of a sudden, you surfaced. Now, you're trying to make yourself relevant to what was happening in the state. And you have your spouse taking a different stand against you. What do you think the public will see? How do the public view your action? Number one, they will believe that your spouse taking a different position against you means she's right, you're wrong, or you're wrong because one of you is being paid off or paid out. So to me, the head of service does not need to come out to testify. This federal government does not need any testimony for anybody. They've declared the state of emergency. Now, if they want peace, true peace to reign, then they can go about it quietly without even, putting this more fuel to fire. But having head of service resigning, and then coming publicly to attest to what has happened in the state, to whose favor? To discredit Wike, Fubara. We all know the power play that is happening there. We all knew the guy even, destroy the building. So what is the point they are trying to portray? So, it doesn't make any sense. But we will see how it end up. In the next 2 weeks, by the middle of April, whatever event happen will dictate how it's going to end in April. The whole thing is going to end. I still want to believe that the federal government saved or Tinubu saved Fubara from impeachment.
Sorry, David, do you get the sense that a case is being built against Fubara, that they are building up a case against him?
Yeah, but prosecuting Fubara on that and then completely suspend him or not allow him to come back to power is going to put that region in perpetual chaos. So the best thing federal government can do.
But this is the window to get rid of him,
I know.
For 6 months, so there's a cooling off period. So if he doesn't come back after that, then he doesn't have the leverage anymore to cause any chaos.
Yeah, but those who are enough to cause violence, the militant and the rest, do you think they're going to go quietly and then go under the carpet and not do anything? It's like putting fire on the roof and go to bed and think that you are safe. If the federal government really sincere about this, I know Fubara is toasted in a way, but he can still find himself back into power. All you need is just to compromise in one way or the other. and they will be fine. All they are after is the resources and the machineries. So compromise, maybe 50-50, maybe 1/4, and then see where you can come in. Fubara is not relevant when it comes to River State politics. He's just insulting himself, trying to build himself. The time is too short for him to build a grassroots or a platform. You don't even have it. So if someone bought you the form that for you to contest the election, the position you occupy, so why flexing it? You don't have it. And the little money he thought he have access to cannot help him, cannot do it for him. It's about a long-term game, and he hasn't played it right. So the best he could do is to comply with the federal, with the Wike and Tinubu, maybe compromise on one thing or the other. It's not about River State. It's about them. It's about Fubara and the Wike and about what is going to happen in 2027. So, and he has disciples, he has followers that are ready, that do whatever, anything it takes. That's where their bread is buttered. So that's how it happens. But we will see. But it just makes nonsense of that man being used unnecessarily. Anyway, to what happened in Edo State, it's unfortunate. Actually, I wasn't aware of the entire story because I haven't read the news. But then, as you guys were discussing, and I went to read about it, it's unfortunate. Even if those people are actually who the Vigilante claimed they were, that's the culture that we have in Nigeria, we've built over time, is, to lay hands on whoever has been alleged to have committed a crime without even investigating anything. All it takes is for somebody to say Oli or kidnapper in Nigeria. You will see people go up in arms against you. God save you if they don't get their hands on you before the law enforcement comes. It's unfortunate. That's where we found ourselves. The people of Edo too, you can't really blame them in a way because these people are on the edge. Every day to see people that resemble a herdsman, someone they don't even know what there is in a BB gun. I don't even know what kind of gun they were caught with. They will go ahead and, because there was a time in my hometown we had series of burglaries, and the town decided to hire people from, I think, from Kogi people too. It was a day I got home very bit late, around 10 o'clock. Typically, when you get home and you tell them where your family are, they will accompany you and follow you home. But on that day, my people have gone to bed early, so we kept knocking the door. Nobody responded. On that day, fear catch me. But that tells you the position they've put the community. They are on the edge. But then we have people that decided to take law into their hand. They must answer to the law because you cannot do that. Nigeria is still a society. You can't just act in the name of trying to protect your people. As a vigilante, you are not supposed to kill. You are supposed to arrest. Take them to the police. Maybe you have to bring awareness to social media, or you call media to cover so that they will not suppress the news. But for them to have gone ahead and the fear of reprisal now is that community where it happens is what is going to catch those people because nobody will want to remain there. The fear that they will not come at them.
Sorry, Dewale, please don't be annoyed. These are not state vigilante. These are just village community vigilante.
Regardless whether they are state, they are local government, they are
self-help.
It doesn't matter whether they're doesn't matter whether they are state, federal, or local government or community vigilante. They do not have the right.
They were scared to death.
Listen, they do not have the right. As a citizen, you can detain till the law enforcement comes.
In the absence of a police, security
in Nigeria, we like to do things upside down. Do you know that a lot of Nigerians that even live there, they are not oblivious of the law of the land. They just
anyway,
do whatever they feel like.
I understand because you are one leg is here, one leg is here. It's okay. Thank you.
The same people that would not even obey traffic law will be the one to know what their right is. They don't even know their right to their left. But as human being, the law, the law of nature is you don't have the right to take life except if you are equipped by the law of the land. And for them to have done that, they must be subjected to the law of the land.
So when you see snake, kill that snake.
Snake is different. The snake is
You
not
no no
human
no no.
being.
But these are snakes. Do you know whether the other poison is different from
Tony,
the other poison?
talk like human being. How can you equate human being with snake?
A snake
What
is
kind
biting
of
people in the
reasoning is
bush
that?
there. You
No,
call
no,
it one
no,
snake. You know,
no.
I beg
Please,
you.
please, don't say that. Human beings are not snakes. Even if they are terrorists, okay, even if they are meant to fight them or they are coming to attack them, you still don't have the reason to take life. Okay.
Adewale. How about, can you tell me, ever since you've been reading, how many of those people that they've caught, that they gave to the police, are they successfully prosecuted? How many?
Regardless of that, they still cannot take life. Well,
Oh, no,
rational mind.
I'm not justifying that, don't get me
I
wrong.
know, but you
But you
still,
understand why people did what they did. You
like I
understand it?
said, people
Not
are on
justifying it.
edge.
They want to,
Yes,
if they do the crime, they
both,
do the time. They will face the
but
music.
rational mind. Even though, for example, somebody who has been traumatized in the past, maybe being raped or been robbed or in a way, there'll always be an edge. The PTSD is always going to be there, but that does not mean that you are still going to take law into your hands. Because in the course of that, you might end up hurting an innocent person. And God knows you will be blaming yourself for the rest of your life doing so. I'm super sure those people being picked up now will be regretting. And maybe those people going to be picked up from the community are going to be innocent people.
Adewale, do you remember those boys, those students that were killed in Port Harcourt?
That was around 90 something, right?
I've been waiting to hear your voice, Pato. So I'll bail out and hand over to you, Pato. Apologies, everyone. I need to get some sleep. So that's Ayo, the super chatter. That's George as well. Nobody supports us anymore apart from Ayo. I thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Pato. We're waiting to hear from Prince Daddy. So anytime he signals that is ready, please bring him on. Charles are next here as well. Doesn't join us often. Always interesting. Akinzo is in the background, so I'll swap him around. But before I leave, sorry, can you make sure that when people are not speaking, they are muted? There's especially with the after hours, I don't know, your crew especially, I don't want to mention names, they'll just leave their screen open and you hear rattlings of pots and pans, all manners of whatnot. So we don't want that. So thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thanks, Pato.
So Adewale, do you remember?
I think around 90 something, if I'm not mistaken, early 2000s.
2012.
Oh.
4 innocent students were linked. And
For courtesan?
they were videoing it. Somebody shouted ole ole. That's all.
Yeah. It has happened in Lagos before too.
Students of University of Port Harcourt. I couldn't bring myself to see the video.
Oh yeah, it has happened.
You see,
It has happened in the past in Lagos too before.
Patoski.
Huh?
You see, Patoski.
Yeah.
You talked about the Uniport 4, right?
Yes. It was disastrous.
You see, I've said this before, this earlier today. I don't really like this habit of when something happens, everybody will concentrate on the consequences and the process of the consequences. I am not for jungle justice, but then these people have been giving Nigerians jungle justice. I will triple down and double down on it. I am really, really, really upset about this outrage. I am really upset. I don't see any reason for this outrage. And let me say this. Those people are not innocent. I'm really, really not happy when they use that word, innocent people traveling back to the north. They are not. And most times when I say something, people will ask me, how did you know? My answer is always...
But madam, not in this case. No, not in this case. People are supporting you. Or the comment section, they are thanking you. tonight. Tonight. You are a good woman today, really. Thank you. The causes
People
of the
will
problem.
ask, how did you know? But I will always tell you mother will act. I hope this case will be followed so that this madness in Nigeria will stop. I was waiting for the testimony of the survivor. And when I heard his testimony, it was total bullshit. You cannot tell me that somebody is traveling all the way from Port Harcourt to wherever I don't care to hear with guns in their car. And then you cannot explain. Look, Patosti, I don't want to go into this. So we could not continue. I want to talk on Fubara.
Madam, you try, but you try.
No, not continue calling them innocent. But the only question I want to ask every Nigerian that said he is angry and they said jungle justice on them. I condemn jungle justice. But where are those Nigerians when these people give Nigerians jungle justice all over Nigeria? In Enugu, in Benue, in Imo State, in Cross River, in Akwa Ibom,
Ondo.
in Ebonyi. Where is the outrage? Yeah. In Edo State, Ondo, where is the outrage? Oh, you sweep, those are not human beings. You sweep it under the carpet. Have you seen the cuffs of those people the Fulani S-men kill? Have you seen their cuffs? Will you believe that a fellow human being will have the heart to butcher his fellow human being like that? And only 14? Everybody is behaving as if, and who the heck are they? Northern governors are jumping up. The president is jumping up. Peter Obi is jumping up. Atiku is jumping up. Few days ago, mayhem was these people committed mayhem in Ondo State. This same name committed mayhem in Enugu State. Where are those people? What the heck is going on? I don't get this. They are not innocent. And I stand to anybody after some months to come here and tell me they're innocent. They are not innocent. And you see that one that escaped, that is telling that cock and bull story. He's just lucky. But he has escaped this time. Next time he try that shit, he's not going to escape. Trust me.
Thank you, madam. Herdsmen, they carry gun. They say that they go hunt for antelope and rabbit.
These people were calling themselves headers. They move about the whole Nigeria with gun. And Nigerians started complaining. If you are a header, what are you doing with gun? For who? Now they are no longer being called headers. They are now called hunters. What is even going on?
Then they go hunt rabbit.
Hunting from Port Harcourt to wherever. And they cannot explain themselves. How many people are in the truck? Which ones are Northerners and which ones are not Northerners? And why is that particular truck stopped? Because it's not.
They were 26, 26, madam, 26.
That road that day.
Yeah.
I don't blame them. It's not their fault.
No, madam. No, madam. We're not hear nobody's voice again. No. Moderator Patuski, Abinaola. I don't know who they for house. Anyway.
Sonia, I yield the floor to you. I have my gang here, so I can't be talking more. You can go ahead.
So your baby said it. No, but it's okay. You yourself, like as I told you, that's my brother Adewale Abi. So your leg, one leg there here, one leg there. I think you're here now. So you have to understand, it's it is about self-preservation. These people, I mean, for Benin, since last week they have been saying, "Come and carry these people, come on," to because
Una
they say if
know
you go to
me
Benin,
now.
everywhere is
As
filled up
I don't
with
talk,
beggars,
say those people are not innocent.
beggars all over, litter the whole city. Go to Onitsha, they fool the whole street. Go to Lagos, go
They
to
are
Ibadan.
not innocent. As I have said, they are not innocent. They are not innocent. If they will follow the story and bring out the truth, you people will know that those people are not innocent. They are not innocent.
But what I will just say is this: we know the way. All of us know the way. The what do they call them? Operate all this one. And I think the emergency of Buhari is one of the factors that even make them stronger. But nevertheless, jungle justice is not the best way to go.
Stand aside and let them kill you is the way to go.
Excuse me. Let me say this. Why I'm kind of like irritated about the use of the word jungle justice. Jungle justice, is it only when some group of people commit that jungle justice on a particular tribe? Is that when it is called jungle justice? And I will ask Nigerians who speak today, trying to build up emotions on this situation, I will plead with them that next time they hear that these headers have done their usual mayhem, they should try and see the video.
Especially in their villages.
Because in Ondo, somebody was somewhere filming it. And nothing happened. There was one they did in Benue State. They even filmed it themselves and put it on social media. And you call these people innocent? You call them innocent? Really? By the way, who the heck are they? That only 14, 17 of them are being killed and the whole Nigeria is jumping up? Who the heck are they? The 17 killed in Ondo State, I'm very sure none of you have heard about it. Or even
no, we heard about it. Last week was 20. They killed 20 last week in Ondo. Then they killed 2 in Edo.
The one in Enugu State, I am sure.
Enugu said, na 100. They say nobody they come out now.
So who the heck are those people?
These people, this set of people.
That what is happening,
these so-called hunters,
is not enough to stop them from moving around in whatever name they want to answer, whether headers or hunters. You think what is happening in the South is not enough to stop those people from moving about with guns? Are you people kidding me? What? Shit.
Yeah, Dele was trying to tell us why it's not called order, why we shouldn't do that now, why we should do it 5-hour survivor. Dele, would they hear you now?
No, it's not as if I'm. You see, it's not as if I'm saying they should. What I'm really part of is, you see, in every situation like this, it will only bring more reprisal. Okay, so and before you know it.
No, sorry. Now that reprisal, now we don't want to make good here. So because of fear of reprisal, now we'll just stand aside and let them be killing us every day.
Can I come in?
Yes.
You are talking about reprisal. Please, can I come in? I want to take permission before I speak.
Yes, madam.
No, it's not your. You are not the one I'm taking excuse from. I'm taking excuse from the last speaker.
Yeah,
Okay,
go on
yeah,
now.
okay, fine. You are talking about reprisal, and then I ask. For years now, there have been unnecessary reprisal in the whole of South. Did the South burn any of them? They've been an attack and an attack and an attack and an attack. And then I ask, what did the Southerners do that these humans will litter every nook and cranny in our land? And you people think that what they have been doing is not enough for there should be an order and said, yes, this is our country. You are free to move about, but you should no longer move about with guns. You think what they're doing is not enough to say that? I mean,
as far as this issue is
I
concerned,
am not really understanding this situation of reappraisal, fear, emotions, and what exactly?
Mama.
Have you people seen these people butcher people in the South? What? Let me say this. For those of you saying they are innocent, and I repeat myself, they are not innocent. But let me sound a resounding warning to the survivor. You see that shit you guys have been doing. You escape this one. If you try it next time, you will not escape.
I'm not saying they are innocent.
Hello, everyone.
You see, hello. Please just let me chip in this one. You see, one of the greatest problem Nigeria have about this EDA is the emergency of Buhari. Honestly, apart from economic calamity he brought to Nigeria, his emergency on the side of security, most especially this EDA of 18, because before Buhari came into government, this problem was not there. And if it was there, it is not manifested like this, because his emergency embodied them to the extent that they believe they have rights to move with anything weapon to anywhere in the part of Nigeria. And if this problem is going to be solved, it's not going to be overnight. It's not going to be overnight. The government just have to think strategically to solve this problem.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. So, which part of the herders problem did Buhari help, I guess, accentuate? With which part? Because
the part was
has
that
always been there forever. I mean,
the part was
always been there. And what is what is going on right now? If you ask me, just a natural progression. We've grown in population. There's more demand on land and water and so many other things. So what is happening right now? It looks like something that was bound to happen with or without Buhari anyway.
That is why I said the problem is not going to solve overnight.
It will stop.
It's not going to be overnight.
I said it will stop.
Because one of the main things that embodying
why
them.
Did I say it will stop?
Mm-hmm.
I asked a question here, and nobody wants to answer that question. I asked a simple question. What has been happening in the South over the years? Is it not enough to tell these people, yes, you can come into my land, you can do business, you can run with your cow, but you should not carry gun in my area? And nobody answered that question. That's by the way. Let me tell you why it will stop. It will stop if for every action they do, they get a reappraisal, just as you people say.
Okay, you want to declare civil war, huh?
That way, it will stop.
No, second law of motion.
Can I respond?
In physics, say that in every action you have to give
I know you people will not like me.
opposite,
You will not like
but
me.
equal
You will
reaction.
not like me for saying this.
It's
But
saying,
I'm gonna say
you know,
it anyway.
we're not used to doing now overnight. You want to
Like
start
me,
your
hate me, I
reprisal.
don't care. But I'm gonna say it anyway because this has been happening over the years. It's not today. It's happening. It's not like well, it just started. It's not gonna stop. It can't stop. It will take a long time. It's been there. We've always had government. We have always had the police. Some of them have been arrested and handed over to the police. The boy that made the video in Benue State, I don't want to even remember it, that put it online. They said they should trace that phone number and get the boy. They did. Where is the boy today? That was the end of the story. So if the government cannot protect you, your law enforcement officers cannot protect you. Nigerians, hear me loud and clear. When you see those people with gun in your area, do with them whatever you wish. I don't care.
Thank you.
The problem was there before, but
Can I ask
it
a
was
question?
the emergency of Buhari that emboldened them, that make them to, they have these entitlements, the whole Nigeria. And that is one of the biggest.
And then they take that entitlement out of them after the exit of Buhari for 66 years.
That is exactly what I'm saying.
It's a
It's
process.
not going to be
process.
overnight.
It's not just going to be instantaneous. You know,
It's not going to be overnight. It has to be strategic.
Let me tell you. Can I come in?
If you say strategy, you keep saying strategy.
Sorry.
What are the strategy you're talking about?
Can I give you?
I'm surprised. You call me speaking grammar. Strategic. What are you talking about?
Can I come in? Can I
Okay,
say something?
for instance,
what evidence of strategy have we seen from this?
Sorry, can you give me 1 second?
Can I ask this question real quick?
No, let me quickly land this. I'll pull out now. Let's stand back because I've been listening. You see, let's separate narratives from facts. There have been narratives we've had in the past. Narratives like these people feel the whole Nigeria. Which people? Is it that malam that is selling sweet beside my house? That say, Megida, how are you? That sells carrot, and when I buy, he gives me jara. Or some individual that have some money in their pocket to buy guns and create problems. Which people feels that they own Nigeria? Is it the malam that helps me to dig the well in my father's house that I pay him a stipend and is willing to do all the menial job that my brothers or people will not do, and is just struggling to make money to feed his family? Is it the same man that feels that he owns Nigeria? Some of these things that we say they are true, but some of them are narratives that have been repeated over time, and we just feel that it's true, and then we are planning around.
So what about the what about the madams that score 10 points and then they go to the university? Why we have to score 300 points?
You are jumping around now.
Yes,
you are jumping around by bringing 10 points. Let's address the issues. The point is, the question is,
I want to ask some
those
simple
people,
questions.
Let me land, madam. I'll pull now. Those people, let me land. I'll pull out now, then you can. You see, the idea of people, the people claim that who feel they own Nigeria are the people in the north who have enough money to seize a gold mine and mine the resources and create problems, and nobody can talk, but they can take the oil in the south. Those are the people that feels they own Nigeria. Another group that feels they own Nigeria is a man who, because he's an accountant, he came up with a strategy, take a pen and collect the revenue of Lagos, and he's collecting 10%. And nobody can talk. No governor can say, let's review this contract. That is another man in the south that feels he owns Nigeria. Another person that feels he owns Nigeria is a man who can abuse somebody's wife, whether truthfully or not, but feels like He has not done anything wrong, or is using his power to wield things around. That's the kind of person that feels they own Nigeria. Not you, not me, not my friend who is from Kano. I have classmates, roommates that are from the
Oh,
north. They don't
Patoski,
feel
it
they
sounds
own
like he's
Nigeria.
saying people that own Nigeria are the people that disobey the law.
Those are the people who feel they own Nigeria. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Like
Somebody
every one
said
of
two
us,
people feel
right?
they own Nigeria.
So we
Because if you
all
disobey
own
the law,
Nigeria at a different
if
level.
you
Is that what you're
disobey the
saying?
law and feel that nobody can arrest you because you are in charge, those are the people like Adamo Shomole, whose governors can go to local government and demolish everything and does this thing. That's the man who feels he owns Nigeria. And those people are not only in
What
the
about
north,
army people
they are
that
all over the
tie
place.
police people? Hold on. What about the army people that tie police people because they were trying to cover up for somebody else? They own Nigeria too?
They feel, I'm not saying
Ordinary
they
army
own.
people.
I'm not saying they own. They say they feel that they own Nigeria, because the narration is that these northerners feel that they own Nigeria. I'm saying that it is not only northerner that feels that way. Southerner, easterner, southerner,
Okay.
they feel
Yeah, I
they own
agree.
Nigeria. So
Let me
let's stop
ask
these
you a question,
narratives.
Patoski.
Let's
I want
stop
to
these
ask you a
narratives.
question.
Can I say this real quick, guys? I think the other speaker who said the Northerners feel like they own Nigeria. I think to some extent he's right. Okay, because I don't know how many of us have had that opportunity to actually relate with Northerners. I mean, if I say Northerners, I mean core Northerners, Fulanis, right? When you visit them at the offices, they do not want to hear anything from you but Hausa language. Okay, and of course, that alone means that they think you as a Nigerian, if you don't speak Hausa, you are less of a Nigerian than them. So, I mean, that alone, it puts you off.
Sorry to quick
But
question.
Fulani is not Hausa. Hausa is
Hold
not
on.
Fulani
An
language.
ordinary person,
Hold
a
on
poor
one second.
Fulani person, does he feel that he holds Nigeria?
Not
I'm not talking about an ordinary Fulani here. I'm talking about, at least somebody at, director level, assistant director, and of course, even higher.
Yeah, you need to know one of them before you can get anything out of
that's the
Nigeria.
same
If
thing
you
we
do
are
your
saying.
passport, you need to know an
I'm
Hausa
saying
man.
it's not the innocent. So when
Yes.
we say these people feel they own Nigeria, we should qualify it. Because in the south,
if you want to play your vehicles on the port, you need to know an Hausa man.
No, that sense of entitlement.
Yes.
Okay, amongst the
Thank you.
Southerners.
we also have people there
No,
like
hold
that in the
on one
south.
second. That sense of entitlement amongst the Southerners is just 2% compared to the 98% of Northerners.
Who gives you
Who
the
think
statistics? 98%. That means every northerner. When you say
You have said it.
98% of
You
the
have said it all,
northerners,
my brother. The last speaker. You have said it all.
when you say
You can't get
98%
nothing
of
done in
northerners,
Nigeria. Only
the
recently that
98%
Tinubu
of
is changing
do you have
that status quo.
98%?
But that is
No,
not the argument
let's
for
be
now. Anyway.
factual. When
Yeah,
we say
we know.
98% of
We just want to keep that one in for this guy to understand, for Patrick to understand
Hello,
that
let me
you
explain.
can't get nothing.
Let's speak.
You can't get your
Tony,
things
hold on
played out
now.
of the pot without knowing
Tony,
another.
hold on.
Passport to
You have been
school. You
speaking
want to?
since.
I beg.
I will mute you now. I'm saying that you just said if you go to directors, go to the field they own Nigeria, and you said 98% of Northern. Are you telling me that 98% of Northerners are from directorate class above? What are we talking about now?
Okay, look. Let me.
So that's not a fact. Throw
Let
it
me.
out of the window. How
Where
can you say 98% of Northerners feel they own Nigeria? Do you know the Northerners? Hold on, let me tell you so
That
that
was
you
why I
understand.
asked. I said, how many of us have had the opportunity to relate with Northerners?
I served in the north. Let me tell you, Benue State is the north. Does the Benue man feel the own Nigeria?
Benue
Kwara
State
State
is
is
what?
in the north. Does it feel owns Nigeria? Kogi State is in the north. Does it
I
feel own Nigeria?
emphasize.
Hold on.
Real Northerners. I'm not talking about
Then
Benue
you said
State. Benue State is not north.
98%. What do you mean, real northern? The southern Kaduna guy, are they not in the north?
Hold on now. Let me break it down for you. If you don't understand the geography of the north, let me break it down. You see, I don't know why we keep lumping all this, southern Kadunas, northerners. They don't see that. Look, they don't see themselves as northerners as we see them. You get it? The Plateau, the guy from Plateau, yes, geographically they probably.
Ask Tony now.
Hold on one second.
If the Southern Kaduna, if the Plateau is not a northerner, Tony, is the Plateau not a northerner to you?
That is how we Southerners see them. Everybody in the North is
And so
Hausa,
we
according to the
categorize them
Southern.
together, and
Hold
we
on
treat
now.
them
Hold
the
on.
same way.
Wait
That's
now.
the problem.
See, look.
My father was
just
almost killed during Biafra.
you have to relate. You have to relate with these guys in order for you to understand all these rhetorics of these this is a sense of entitlement. You get it? I'm not just saying this because I want to talk. I've related with them. I know them a lot. You get it? So I mean, if a core northerner comes to you, I mean, I'm talking of Fulani now. If a core Fulani comes to you, okay, the first thing he wants to, as a matter of fact, the first thing that comes out of his mouth is, yeah, they, okay? He doesn't care if you don't understand Hausa, Fulani, whatever. The first thing that comes out of his mouth is, that's Hausa language. Yeah, they, right? Of course, this is Nigeria, right? And I'm not okay. Let me not just take it to.
Can I interject you first?
Hold on one second, please. I'm not taking it to Sokoto, which is even far north. Go to Abuja. Go to Abuja, Federal Capital Territory. Okay, go to the ministries and see the shenanigans that happen in most of these departments. You talk to a director, instead of having to relate back to you in English language, is of course the official language of Nigeria that everybody understands. He says, yeah, they, come on, that is stupid. That is, yeah, this is not, it's not like he doesn't understand English. No, he understands English probably better than you and myself. But he would rather stay or stick with that Hausa language. Yeah, they, you get it. So I'm saying it's that they have that sense of entitlement. And of course, I still repeat, I still stand by it, 98%. Okay, sense of entitlement is with the Northerners than we from the South, so-called South. So I can agree because I've related with them.
Okay. I think you are generalizing it. In the federal civil service sector, there are different directors of different tribes that hold top position in the ministry. And if you look at Nigeria very well, when it is the turn of the northerner, whether from the northwest or from north central or from the north they are ruling, they tend to have the power. When you go to the federal ministers of we are talking today, you might see a lot of Yoruba in higher position too. Their way of dressing might have changed compared to Buhari 8 years. So if we want to be fair, although they have a fair chance of becoming head of parastatal because they have 19 states against the 17 states of the South. So most time we do in the southern part of Nigeria, we do not recognize that a name that Abdulhaminu Aminu from Kwara State, which is part of North Central. If you hear that name, you might consider him to be from Sokoto or from Borno. Whereas it's just from, you can even be speaking Yoruba from Kwara. And the name alone will give you away like he's a northerner. For we in the South, we categorize them together. But for them, they can say that this is from the Southeast. This person, they categorize South, and Southeast as one. And they put Southwest differently. So when you want to when you are making your analysis, if you are objective enough, you will see that has been the pan of Nigerian system for a long time. So I partly agree with you that they have an upper hand because you can see that they like to push their own people into the federal civil service. But when you look at the South, you will see more people in the professional angle, maybe becoming doctors, lawyers, accountants, and the rest. And you see more of us in the private sector than in the public sector. I think if you look at it from that way, I think you can say that they have a partly upper hand, but not necessarily that everywhere you go is Kwakwandi. I once worked closely with Nigerian Port Authority in Lagos before, and most of the chief engineer, accountant, auditors, and the rest, they are all Yoruba or from the southeast. Even there's no south. So, and the MPA chairman at that time is an Hausa man, but the deputy is a Yoruba man. Sometimes you don't even need to go and meet the MPA chairman before you get your contract signed. So if you look at the way they structure the civil service, you can see that all major tribes are there. And the name alone, you might thought is a Usama. Even some Yoruba name bear like a totally Muslim name, and you think it's a northerner, whereas it's not a northerner. So I will rest here.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. The argument here is not about.
No, I'm not missing any point. I'm just trying to tell you
Hold on a second.
fairly.
The argument is not about the spread in the federal civil service. Okay.
You are
the
trying
argument
to
is,
say
hold
have
on, hold
a
on, hold
sense
on, hold
of
on. The argument
entitlement.
here is about this, the sense of entitlement. You get it? Yeah, I understand. I agree. There's a spread, okay, in the system, in the federal system. However, that doesn't suggest that if you meet a core northerner, okay, House of Fulani, for example, like I mentioned earlier on, they will still want to relate to you, okay, who is also a co-Nigerian, like them in Hausa. That's the first thing that comes from them, come out from their, mouth. You get it, knowing that this guy, he doesn't understand them. Maybe he doesn't understand
show that they have signs of entitlement because they speak their language.
I can't. I mean, are you saying something? I can't hear you.
I say, how does that show that they have sense of entitlement because they speak Hausa to you when you meet them?
That is sense of it. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, we come to this platform, one man platform, right? Now, one man is what? One man is southwest. Is from the southwest, Yoruba, for example. Okay, with the guests, maybe 70% of us are from southwest. Okay, and of course the audience is just 90% non-Yoruba speaker, or maybe spread around the world. You get it? And we decide to speak in Yoruba. What is that? I mean, what does that suggest?
We do that. It doesn't give up. We do that.
No, hold on a second. Hold on a second. You do that maybe in just 2 seconds, 2 minutes.
Conversation. It doesn't.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Sense of entitlement.
Listen. I don't go to a public place, okay, where I understand that everybody who is there probably doesn't understand the language I speak. I don't go there and assume that, okay, this person speaks my language or understands my language. And the first thing that comes out of my mouth is Bawoni. You get it? I wouldn't say that.
How does that make
you get it?
Show that you have
the point is that I have to relate with you. Look, even if I know your name is.
You haven't answered my question,
no. No, you're not answering the right question.
No.
The answer to that is believing that by that language, you must understand it. If you are Nigerian, you must speak my language.
What does it mean?
Because we have the population to make who is the president.
No, what does it mean to have a sense of entitlement? I think
that is the sense of entitlement. That believing that you own Nigeria.
Let's
and having in mind that everybody speak your language.
Hold on. Let's step back and ask, what does it mean to have a sense of entitlement? You understand?
You want me to define it for you? Okay, hold on a second. That is very simple, straightforward answer. Okay, sense of entitlement is what I mean. It's when you think, well, what you think you don't even deserve, right? Just by influence, by religion, by tribe, okay, by population, you think you're entitled to it, even though you really know deep down in you that you do not have that characteristic or that capacity, okay, or capability to own that thing.
And that also extend to not respecting other people's people's identity.
It does not. It doesn't. What you see that one, not respect other people's of identity is not a sense of entitlement. It just means disrespect. That's the meaning of that. We don't make word to mean different things because we want to make argument. There are students here who tomorrow will be writing papers and writing. If they put this your definition now, the second one that you talk now,
I said it extends. It extends.
No, it does not. It simply means disrespect. What you have just said simply means disrespect. Please, audience, follow that. When you disrespect people, it's disrespect. It does not mean a sense of entitlement.
Disrespect is part of sense of entitlement. If you have that sense of entitlement, So hold
So
on a
let's
second.
go
Let
to
me
that.
Patoski, hold
Your
on.
definition of sense of
Wait,
Let's get the
entitlement
context of
is
this.
appropriate. You, my brother.
your argument is not right.
We have
Can
not
you tell
addressed
me
now this now.
who have sense of entitlement that does not disrespect another person?
No. Hold on. We are saying, what does it mean to have sense of entitlement? The definition of sense of entitlement was appropriate by that my first brother that defines it.
And I said it extends.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
It does.
You can disrespect people without having a sense of entitlement.
But
And
you cannot
you can have a sense of entitlement.
respect people without.
You cannot you see, you can have a sense of entitlement
Let's
without
not even argue this
personally.
because Patoski, I'm very certain you're highly educated. You understand how things work.
I think in all fairness,
so
sorry to butt in this way. I think in all fairness, when you look at Nigerian terrain, each tribe or each major tribe or each region, they always claim have a kind of sense of entitlement.
which is not bad. It's not bad.
No,
There's nothing wrong in it.
hold on. When is their tribesmen ruling?
Why is
When
it not bad
Jonathan
now?
was ruling, when Jonathan was the president of this country,
Southeastern have their own sense of entitlement.
you have seen Southeastern sense of entitlement. And when you bring a Southern person here, he will brag about his oil. It will tell you they have that sense of entitlement. They are the one feeding the nation. So you cannot just equate it to one region alone. So you have to spread it.
We are saying it's predominant. It's predominant. We're not just saying it's
My dear sister, does that not extend? Does that not extend to disrespecting other
It
people's
doesn't
identity?
extend to disrespect.
Go say sister,
Disrespect
na
is
brother.
disrespect. But I'm saying that
No, forget that.
how does speaking your language connote you have a sense of entitlement?
I don't
It is.
understand.
Yeah. Look, hold on now. 1 second now. Let me make this very easy for you. Okay, you're a Nigerian. You are traveling to East African country. Example, Kenya. Okay, and you arrive at the airport, and all your communication from the point of entry is in Swahili. You get it? Swahili. You do not speak Swahili. Okay. Now, what do you call that? How do you define that? What do you make of that?
I will praise them, and I will envy them because they value that is what you're supposed to display.
Exactly.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
You see, a sense of entitlement.
Why should you abandon your culture in the name
because
of
of
saying that you
something.
don't want to have a sense of entitlement? What kind of
In
rubbish?
integration,
A sense of entitlement. Let me define the way I understand it. It's a belief that you deserve something, just like you said. It's a belief that you deserve something, especially when you don't really merit it, or that you deserve a privileged treatment. It has nothing to do with speaking your language. Nothing. I think it's just this kind of thing. Say, oh, they greet you in their language. It's born out of the hatred that is deep rooted, and we are the one that is carrying the poison. Our Loma hot. We hate the Northerners. Let's be objective. We hate
no, that's
them.
a blanket statement now. Come on.
Oh my God! You just made a blanket statement that all of them, 98% of them, have
Well,
sense of
for me, I
entitlement.
do not hate the Northerner because I have friends.
No, how do you know that 98% of them have sense of entitlement? 98. Do you know what it means? That means almost all of them.
Patoski, in fact, because of that, I envy them. You want to ruin your culture, you want to ruin your language, just in case. Because of what?
Timba.
To Yibo land.
Timba, let me ask you this question now. And I'm going to put it in the context of what you do. You get it? You have a clinic that you run. And the first thing you do is all your, communication, everything is in Yoruba. You get it? And for people like us who probably don't understand or speak Yoruba, who come in want to get medical help and stuff, we find it difficult to relate or to communicate with your staffers.
Why? Why should you find it difficult? If they know that you don't understand Yoruba,
and we
then they will
understand that
speak the language
Nigeria.
that they understand to you.
Wait now. We understand that your claim that you are that you own, it's actually in a society where English is the official language. It's not like they say Yoruba is the official language. You get it. English is the
So
official
in
language.
Nigeria, let me ask you this before you go ahead. Is your language, your primary language is not official? Who told you that Yoruba or Hausa or Igbo is not official in Nigeria?
No. English is the official language. Yes, Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo. They are the
national
three national language.
So how does
Nigeria.
that show that
Or the official language that we use, the official language that we use for business.
No, I'm asking you, is there a law that says you cannot speak them?
No, I don't think. I don't think. I mean, I will not. I don't think so. I don't think so. Unless maybe it was changed yesterday, right? Well, my point is that English is the official language as far as I know, as of today. Maybe it was changed yesterday. I don't know.
What do you even mean by it's official?
Government language,
official in the sense that is the language you use for business at our banks, at our churches, our our school. I believe when you went to school, hold on, when you went to school in Nigeria, I'm sure they didn't teach you whatever you learned in school in other languages. They communicated to you in English, right?
Actually, in primary school was Yoruba.
My primary school, in fact, they use Yoruba to teach us
English. Oh, really? From primary 1 to primary 5?
Yes, in my primary school days, yes. They use
But secondary school,
yes, they use
Yoruba. Who is asking that kind
English
of questions now?
To teach us English, they use Yoruba. To
start with, how can you even be using a language that you don't understand to teach you? Something that you didn't come
Yoruba to teach me English.
Yes. In fact, they will write the English and they will write the Yoruba interpretation. That's the way you can understand it.
That's the way they taught us now.
And that's why we understood it better.
There's no point for this.
How can you be using language that children don't understand to teach them?
Speak at home, we don't understand. I think things have just changed.
And I'm not against I'm not against speaking Hausa, Yoruba, or Igbo. You understand? What I'm saying is that we shouldn't have that sense of entitlement.
How does speaking their language connote that they have sense of entitlement?
You know what? Because they wanted to abandon their own, and people that value their own, they see them as.
So you are taking this argument. You are taking it to a different
No, but you have not even answered that question.
That's not the point.
How does speaking your language make them create the fact that you have a sense of entitlement?
It's not about you. It's not about speaking your language. It's about making
your own. No.
Hold
the
on
question
now.
is that.
Can I answer a question?
Akin, who prevented you from speaking your own?
It's not about who prevented me. The question you should be asking is that, or the answer to your question is it a crime to speak your language? No, it's not a crime. Well, what I'm saying here is that you do not suggest your language to other people who do not understand or speak your language.
Did they suggest it?
Okay,
did they suggest it to you? Did they suggest their own to you?
Simba, you're not getting it. You're not getting it. You're missing it.
You are not explaining it better. That's why I don't understand what you are saying.
You're missing my point, Simba. You're missing my point. If you go to the north, you would definitely, what you are having in your mind is, okay, I'm going to talk to maybe Akin and no, sorry, let me not use Akin now. I'm going to talk to one Mohammed or one Shehu, right? And at the back of your mind, you expected that, okay, when you get there, your communication is going to be what? Pure English. You don't understand Hausa. Okay? And you got there, and what you got is the reverse.
How will you get the reverse? So if you know, let me ask you now, if you go to the north now, you go for an official duty, and then you get to the person, you speak English to the person, it will now answer you in Hausa. Is that what you are telling me?
I've had encounter. As a matter of fact, I've had several encounters.
And the person will now pretend as he doesn't understand English at all. He will just be speaking Hausa to you.
I'm speaking from a point.
Okay, let me put in
I'm
my
speaking
2
from a point
cents.
of experience. It's not like maybe them say.
And your experience is a reality, which is well taken. But I really thought about that cultural background in terms of some people like other people to embrace their language. I live in the north a little bit too, growing up back and forth on holidays. But the northerners, okay. I remember we had a gate man. I guess you call him a gate man. Every time he spoke Hausa to us. He was subservient, of course, but he spoke Hausa to us, and that's how I actually learned Hausa to count, how to count. So some people love other people to embrace their language, and they see that as a kind of I don't know, a pride, thing of a pride. But some other people, some other culture also, they love to hide their language from others, so they can kind of have a monopoly in the conversation or whatever they do. I know in Nigeria we're talking about there too. Some tribe they do that. They like to speak in their own language, but they don't want you to understand. But there are also people who like to embrace people.
Let me give you a
Let me line.
practical example. Okay, go
One
ahead.
second. Some people, yeah. So it could be a thing of part of their culture, the way they accept people from outside. But the question, I don't know who's speaking. I think that's Chuku or Akin. But the question is, what about some people, some people, ethnic group or whatever you want to call them, that pretend not to understand other people's language, like English. I'm talking particularly about the French people. The French people, a lot of them, you can meet them, especially in Paris or wherever, they understand English, but they rather speak to you in French. In fact, they do that quite often, and people it's quite noticeable by a lot of people. When you speak English to a French person, it replies you in French. Why is that?
It's laudable. Me, I like that.
So the French people are what word are you be using? Are they entitled? Is that what you're saying?
But President, I can answer that question. I can answer that question. This is called inferiority complex, and of course, a typical French person thinks is more superior, okay, than an English person.
No. Well, you don't have to be an English person. I mean, it can be an English-speaking person, but you don't have to be from England. But you can be an English-speaking person, an American or whatever. And if you speak to them in English, they rather respond to you in French.
That's what I'm saying.
And the French, I know.
I deliberately did not say English-speaking. I mean, someone from England. I deliberately, left that. I didn't capture that area. I just generalized it by saying, a French person, a typical Frenchman would actually look at himself as superior than whoever speaks, or anyone he's relating to.
Is there anything wrong even that?
Is not entitlement. One second. That is not entitlement.
I'm not saying that is entitlement. I never said so, but I'm.
Hold on. I said that is not entitlement, like the Hausa people.
That is not entitlement. Yep. Yeah.
Okay. No, Prince Daddy. Let me even give you this. When I work in Edo State, and I discovered that they themselves, they don't even speak their language. Most of the time, even you see the most literate of them speak pidgin. I was even asking them, I want to learn your language. Speak your language. They refuse to speak their language. You understand? Those are people hiding their own language. And then the people that now value their language and they want to be speaking it, then you say that they have sense of entitlement.
Because they have okay. I don't know how best to explain this to you, Simba.
What you are trying to express here, I will say it this way: when you go to any federal civil service in Nigeria, if it's an Hausa man that attend to you and he say or whatever you call it, if you reply back to him, that will lure him to you. But if you cannot speak the language, it does not necessarily mean that he will not attend to you accordingly.
Let me tell you.
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay. For example, let me tell you something. If you go to federal civil service now as a Yoruba man and you say Yoruba and say Ekaro, do you think
he will not even answer you? He will not answer you.
He might ignore you. So what's the big deal? And if
let me give you. I think I understand what he's saying. If you go to civil service and you see a man who's a director, you need something. If you speak the language to him, he feels, oh, this is my person, and he does it for you. You understand? Some cases, if you don't, he might still do it, but he will not do it the way you want. And if another person comes to try to get the same thing, who speaks Hausa, the person gets it. I understand. But if you look at them too in the south, you go to a malam that is selling suya. If you speak, you say, Aboki, Nawane, Yayane, Lafia
In
Kalo,
fact, it will give you plenty suya.
he will give you plenty suya. It's just like that. It's just like that. Here in Canada, when I see black people, we just in a mall, a black person you don't know, you signal to yourself and greet yourself, because maybe in a crowd of maybe 300, there are just 2-3 of you. So you feel like this is my person, and you've not seen that person. I don't know if you observe that. You've not seen the person before.
Yeah, I have similar experience here, because here
You
is
just
pure
take
white and
your head
pure.
and go. You don't know, but it's just you feel that connection. So it's normal. But does it translate to sense of entitlement? I'm saying no.
It's not.
You see,
It's
the
not.
way we interpret that as sense of entitlement is because of the coloring in our heart. So if you
Patoski, let
wear
me
blue
even tell
glasses,
you this.
everything
Let me
you
even
look at
really
is
exhausted.
big.
We've really exhausted
Patoski, you know
our
our
energy on this.
let me say this.
Let's go to
think
the point of I mean, no one is
Let
going
me
to
let
win
me
this
let
argument
me
from
say
us.
this actually.
Let's go to the point of Natasha.
If you wear blue glasses,
The issue
everything
here
you
is,
see will be
even
blue.
if you see a Yoruba man at the end of a fair somewhere, and you speak, some of them can even, by the time you are speaking Yoruba to them, you know, when you see your,
That's the end.
in fact, they
It will
can
not help
work
you
against
again.
you. They will not help you again. In fact, they will be angry.
That is
They
not
will
the
be
sense of
angry with
entitlement we
you.
are talking
That
about.
why are you speaking Yoruba to me?
That is not a sense of entitlement. I think
Value your things. That is it. Don't. It's not a sense of
no.
Hold on, Simba. What did you call it? This is not a sense of entitlement, but what?
That's what you call it now.
No, I didn't hear what he said. It says not. What Simba just described, he said it's not a
No,
sense
what
of
I'm
entitlement.
saying is
But
that
what?
if you don't value your own, don't
I want to
blame the
get his
people that
response.
value
I
their
don't know
own
what he said.
language.
What did Chuku say?
Who?
Is it Chuku? He said what you just described is
No,
not a sense of
yes,
entitlement, but something else.
That's not a sense of that is far from it. So I mean,
But that's what you said now.
I said it's not. I said it's not sense of it.
Their language. Can I
talk? Can I talk, please?
Yeah.
It's not a sense of entitlement, because this is about I look at it as a personality thing. You get it? Some people, and this is not just Yoruba now, this could be any tribe in Nigeria. Okay, some people don't like to communicate back to you in the language you understand. Okay, they rather do it in the official language that everybody understands. Okay, I'm sure that is the area Simba that's the example you just gave. That you go to some offices in Nigeria, and maybe the Yoruba is on the director or wherever. Okay, and they deliberately will not communicate back in Yoruba. Okay,
Okay, what about this? I have some of my colleagues here that we work together. Though he works in another hospital, but occasionally they used to call him to come and work in our own hospital. He's a Yoruba guy. He speaks Yoruba very well. But anytime I talk in Yoruba to him, he will always reply me in English. What about that?
That is personal. Again, it's a personality thing. It's not about It's far from it.
It's personality, but not cultural. Is that what you're saying?
No, I think when you look at it from the Yoruba
yes, it's not cultural. Thank you. Yes,
when you
it's
look
not
at
cultural.
Yoruba angle,
Yeah,
the way
you can
you
say
are
that.
But the Northerners, theirs is cultural. So it is, to me, I don't agree that it's a sense of entitlement. That's their culture. They speak the Hausa language to everyone. If the Yoruba person doesn't want to adopt his own language, that's his problem. But the Hausa person is more than happy to do so.
Why should you not label them as having sense of entitlement when you don't value
the point of my argument? The point of my argument is this: it's not about they speaking Hausa to you or wanting you to learn and learn. No, that is not what I'm saying. Okay, I mean, as a matter of fact, I even cherish them for doing that. What I'm saying here is they want to suggest or make you pick Hausa or Fulani, wherever, okay, as the official language. You get it?
How?
As the official
How are they
language.
doing that?
How? In a hold on.
How are they doing that?
I
Tell
just
us.
gave you examples. I just gave examples earlier on. I say you go to the offices, the ministries and stuff. These are places you're supposed to speak in what? In our official language, which is English, right? But they will
Can I come in real
deliberately.
quick? I listened to my brother here that said that earlier. Like the Northerners always want to speak language, speak respect. But come on, man, that's very. As a Yoruba person, and everybody else can agree with me that we Yorubas we are the one known notorious for that, where we always want to speak Yoruba to people. Even we like to speak our language a lot, and we know. So it shouldn't be coming from a Yoruba person. We are the one known for that, for always
We are
trying to
known
speak
from
Yoruba.
They'll say
Yeah?
this is Ngati people.
Ngati people, exactly. They accuse us of that
There
all
you
the time.
go. There you go.
I'm
There
a
you go.
Yoruba man, though, but everybody accuses us of that. Even me, to the point where I'm like, I start feeling guilty like that. But this thing is true. The Southeasterners, everybody accuses us. But we're not like
Southeasterners would say we speak our language. We the Yoruba say did not speak their language.
But Patrick,
because we don't understand
But
the
we
language.
Yorubas are the most
Patrick,
notorious
do
for
you
that.
understand what he's saying? You understand what he's saying? In the civil service, I don't know if any of you have ever worked in civil service in Nigeria. The civil service
work in the civil
mostly.
service too.
Is that what? Is that what?
As
have you worked
worked in
there?
the civil service also.
No, he has worked everywhere now. No be national might. He
Okay,
worked
let me
here.
make
He
a
was
point
the
now.
director now.
No, it's
Let National Man make a point.
He worked everywhere.
Yes.
Gbogbo ẹ̀ náà ló máa mọ̀.
If you want to come on, dude, can I speak?
Let him make his point now.
Now. I mean,
Did you work in the civil service in Nigeria?
Somebody who was a doctor in the hospital just died.
Into law. Again, sir. Yes, sir. I won't say I've worked in the Nigerian civil service, but I have tried to work in Nigerian civil service.
And they don't take you
in the time past. Yeah.
because
So let's just get things on that part though. The point is this: what our friend I think Ake is making is that if you go to many parastatals or any civil service agency that is dominated by mostly the Northerners, you have to speak Hausa to conform in some ways. That does not mean that's the official language. But there was a time. What you say? What?
That is incorrect. What is
incorrect? What is incorrect? That's what I'm asking you. Which civil service are you talking about? Which civil service have you worked in?
When you finish.
No, I'm asking you, which civil service have you worked?
I've not worked with civil service.
You're talking. If you don't know, you don't know. You don't know.
I have a lot of dealings with them.
Hey, you have to know what dealings you have. What do you have?
What capacity?
Look, I have a lot of dealings with Nigerian Port Authority. I have a lot of dealings with immigration.
During Obasanjo's time, I was in Nigeria. When he was there, hold on, I'll tell you.
Ní jẹ́ kó parọ́ láàárọ̀ yìí o, national man.
Ṣé fíìpé mo parọ́ fún yín ni? Mi ò parọ́ fún yín.
Ó máa ń parọ́ ni náà, everybody mọ̀ kó máa ń parọ́ náà.
Mo ti gbọ́ jẹ́ kí n parọ́ nípa irọ́
náà. Parọ́ ìdílé ajá ẹ̀.
But the point is this: the point is trying to make to you is that yes, in the Nigerian civil service, mostly it's dominated by the Northerners.
It's not true. Even that one that one that you just speak now is not true.
It is true. It is true. It's dominated.
It's not. It's not.
That's why I said it was culture. I give an example of our gate man speaking Hausa to us as little kids. It's something that they do. So trying to isolate and say it only happens in the civil servants, whatever, is not entirely true.
Prince Daddy, so somebody was speaking Hausa to you.
It is true. It is true. Prince Daddy, it is true.
Prince Daddy, who was speaking Hausa to you?
Let me tell you.
Prince Daddy, when did they speak Hausa to you?
Prince Daddy, I can tell you that person that was speaking Hausa to you doesn't understand English.
Wait, Prince Daddy, when did this happen in Lagos?
Because if they understand English, they will actually relate to you in the language you understand.
Hold on, Prince Daddy.
Because they assume that everybody who live probably in that domain, in that environment, understands.
Which environment?
Hausa language.
No, which environment are you talking about?
I think you guys have not dealt with the.
Hold on now, Remy, Prince Daddy. So you are in Lagos or in Ogun State, and Hausa man
No,
saw
it
you and
was
start
in the
speaking Hausa
north
to you.
now. It was in the north.
Oh, in the north. So okay. One thing I know, I lived in the north before. In the north, when a Hausa person see another person that look like a northerner, yeah, they'll speak Hausa to each other. They do that, yeah. But one thing I know, when they see you, they know you are not from the north. They don't assume you speak Hausa. They usually trying to speak Pidgin or English to you.
That's not true.
But one thing I know about you, in the southwest, hold on. I've been in the north and I grew up in Europe. In the southwest, we Yorubas, as long as you're in Yoruba land, we assume you speak Yoruba. They start speaking it to you.
No. You know, Mike, what you are doing is an Hausa person, when they see you, they speak to you. It's only when they discover that you don't understand. Everybody
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now. When they know that you're not from the north. First of all, in the north, the most of the tribes in the north are not Hausa. But Hausa is the most spoken language there. Majority of the tribes in the north are not Hausa. If you call them Hausa, they won't get upset. But it's the most spoken language everybody understands. Even Southerners that live in the north. Even when you go to the north, it's begin to pick up. It's a very easy language to learn as well. Because it takes short time if I started picking it up. It's a very easy language to learn. So in the north, yeah, it's the spoken language, but most Northerners are not Hausa. They are from many different other tribes. You know, so it's more of a trade language where most people understand, they speak. But now, to say that the Northerners, I mean, they just, if you don't speak Hausa or something, I mean, I just don't believe that. Like, it's not language where they take as a pride or something. It's just a popular language.
What Akin is trying to say is very simple. He's trying to say when you go to federal civil service, where they have majority of the Northerners there, maybe in core position. If you don't speak, if you don't speak Hausa, you won't get whatever you want. But I don't believe that.
I never said they will not get whatever.
Let's even address one fact.
I'm talking of sense of entitlement here. That they have.
Let's address one fact there about Nigeria. Hold on, please give me 1 second. Let me address one fact about Nigerian government, civil service. If we have to go by ethnic group, in every civil service, the two ethnic groups that represent the most are Yoruba and Igbos. I'm sorry. Like we can just say, whenever we see Northern, I'll just call them all Hausa. But if we have to go by ethnic group, the Yorubas and the Igbos, we have the highest number. Because for one, in this government, in civil service, they have to pick people from every state. They have to pick people. They do have that federal character in employing, in hiring in the civil service. It's not like I just appoint all your people in the civil service. Yeah, they have to employ people from every state. And the two ethnic groups that dominate most of the federal agencies are Yorubas and Igbo. We have to go by tribes. But now, when you say the language, it may be most spoken there, like where people speak the most employees, maybe Hausa, I can agree with that. Because, of course, in the north, almost everybody learn the Hausa languages, understand Hausa. But not all of them are not Hausa. They are from all different ethnic groups. And one thing, let me even tell you something about the north that people don't even understand. A guy from the northwest hardly understand the culture of someone from the northeast. Like literally, when I was in the north, I had a southeastern guy that was relating, even had to be explaining the culture of the guy from another part of the north to a guy from a different part of the north, because they don't even understand each other's culture. Like Gwari people don't even understand Fulani people's culture. They're not like that one people that we think they are.
You don't understand the topic of conversation. What you are saying is totally different from what we are talking about.
No. What I'm saying is people think the Northern, when they just get together, like the civil side, they all understand each other like that.
It's not. We are not talking about even whether they understand. Somebody said that they speak their language to you, whether you understand or not, and
that sense of entitlement.
So sorry, guys. Have you guys been to a Fidelity Bank before?
Oh, Igbo.
If you have, even not, this is not even a civil service, so this is just a private owned company.
So you are not likely to survive well in that bank. That's the experience, though.
But it's the reality, national mind.
Hold on, when you go to Union Bank and what's it called?
Exact thing. You will hear, you say, no, I'm trying to buttress.
So we all do it now. We all guilty of this thing. So
yeah, we are all guilty of it. That's the point I was trying to make. Not that I'm trying to single an ethnic out.
Is a normal thing for you.
And you're right, we are all guilty of it. But
we're all guilty when people live on the same ethnic group together. They will start speaking their language.
It makes you feel at home. It makes it easier for you Why should you be struggling to communicate in English when you have a Yoruba man with you?
Next to you, exactly.
I think I want to quickly say something.
The only people that don't practice this much are people that grew up in cosmopolitan environment like Lagos or Port Harcourt.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. Everyone here is.
I think people
a Yoruba person that grew up in Lagos, the way you interact with other Yoruba Nigerians or something, it's even from a Yoruba person that grew up in Ibadan or Shogbo. You understand? A Yoruba person that grew up in Lagos and another Yoruba person and start speaking pidgin.
Nationalists like Awolowo, Azikiwe, and Tafawa Balewa, they did a very great mistake. They should have forced one language, one general language on all of us.
And what was that language? Was it not English? Didn't they do that?
Let me finish.
Which language would be a soft? Which language would be a soft? Let me ask you the question.
Let me tell us the language now. It's going there. It's going there.
Please, I beg you. Let me finish. Do you know
cool guy? You want to bring Chinese experience?
Like they force Putunkwa, which is Mandarin or all Chinese, because they all have.
Remy, so tell us the language you want to know that you are using. Tell us.
I told you they're using what they call Mandarin. All of them. Can speak that.
Which one should they have? The people you talk about, they are old. Which one should they have picked? Which one?
I think maybe they will have come up with the fusion of all the three major tribes.
You see, so
they will have created a language. Is that what you're saying?
That's what exactly what I'm saying.
Those guys, they were struggling to even get on the same page. That's why they would have came together and create a language.
You never can tell now. Maybe they will agree on one.
So they didn't make any mistake now, because what you are saying they should have done was mission
impossible. Which is pidgin English, which everybody else.
We already had it pidgin English.
The language we are not using that pidgin as a form of educational language instruction.
As a matter of fact,
but we already had English now.
Pidgin English should be in our syllabus.
But that English is also a problem now. Most of our guys don't understand it in public school. In case
so the new language you would have understood it, right?
They would have understood that one,
no, what I'm trying to say is that if they force one language on, I'm not talking about Igbo.
Have they not forced English?
Listen. Can you calm down? Can you calm down, guys? Calm down, please. Calm down. What I'm trying to say is create one language from the three major tribes, and then
how would they do that?
Yoruba man go group for Igbo
man. When you create one language from three tribes, how would you understand it? If they are finding difficult to even understand a language,
is it not language of instruction?
If they are finding difficult to understand a marriage that is already a language that
let's not argue on this, on that.
So Remy, they have to write books. That language, they have to write books in that language. To teach a language to people.
Example of a country that looks similar to Nigeria, and they came out at it very successfully. That's what I'm trying to say.
Let me tell you, the language that they speak, the language that they speak in China, was it created or it was the language of the dominant tribe?
It was created. And they force it on their people to learn it by them.
It was created from what?
What?
Was from what?
Mandarin, Putunkwa. That's what they created.
It was adopted from Guangzhou, isn't it?
No, it's not adopted from
Every time I see them speak Guangzhou, always come.
Remy, help us create the language now.
Okay, I won't speak the language.
Or would you adopt the Jebu language?
You know the easiest language I create? The tongue, what's that language they're speaking? That won't be easy, man. You can just
something like that.
It's easy. It's not so difficult.
That Greek language you can easily understand now.
I think I will agree if you had said broken English should be adopted as our official language in Nigeria.
How many people even learning your language? Even the English, most Nigerians.
Let me correct something that you have said. If you have looked it up, the Mandarin language was not created.
It evolved.
It evolved. I just looked it
up.
It evolved, and that's how language.
It's lying to us in Chinese.
No.
But I think things are changing now. How many people can even say a word in their language without even speaking English?
Remy, I disagree with that idea, because that goal will be to eliminate existing ethnic nationalities. You want to eliminate
that. Mike, even that time that I was referring to, to me, if I want to look back, we are even more divided then than now.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I said the Awolowo one of those guys that couldn't be on the same page. And he wanted to come together and create a language.
Take it off for him.
Awu and Zik and
let me tell you the
Tafa Balewa, they
implication.
couldn't even be on the same page.
Let me tell
He
you
wanted
the
to come together and
implication.
create a language.
If for example, let me give you that implication. If they say let's adopt one language, the tribe that we adopt their language would have been far more developed than the rest. Way more developed than the rest. So adopting one of them would have been.
Speaking of adoption, have you guys looked at our currency? Whose culture is it reflecting? Is it reflecting your culture in the South?
All of us. It reflects
Please,
everybody.
if you look
No,
at the
no, he's
majority
talking
of the
about
symbols
the
in that in those
Arabic
monies
inscription.
are in Arabic way, Arabic
Is that the
symbols.
culture of the North? Is that the
That's
culture of the
not
North?
Akpoti, I said something on the private chat.
It's not their culture.
Who approve and consented on the what the features should be?
Central Bank does that now.
So it was deliberate. You know,
You see this argument of the North own Nigeria. In the 90s, yeah, we'll buy it because the soldiers, they were just running the show and they were.
They still do.
Hold on now, hold on. I don't understand how someone can convince you that the Northern is in Nigeria when virtually most of the presidents since 1999 have been Southerners, and if someone can just explain to me how they still own Nigeria, where most of the key positions. Talking about central bank, talking about industries or the banking, all the industries are owned by Southerners. The political positions, Senate, presidents, Southerners in 1999. Well, people are still stuck in the 90s rhetoric. It's like something that's just in the head that we can't get rid of. Yeah, in the 90s, I would say the same thing. Oh, this is not own Nigeria.
And
it was a fact
from
back then.
1999 to date, how many years have they ruled? How many years have Southerners ruled?
We rule more now. I don't understand.
How do you rule more?
Since 1999?
More than
Yeah,
10.
how do you rule more?
Obasanjo ruled 8 years. Jonathan ruled
6 years.
Tinubu is now doing another. Come
4
on.
years.
16 years. 16 years.
They've only ruled for 8 years out of 25 years.
Let's be take it from the point of pre 1999, right? Let's go back in history.
We are talking. Don't mention military.
Oh no, we have to now.
Yeah, even the
one is
we are talking about. It was just
we have to.
We are talking about when people have.
We don't just pick and choose.
Hold on. If you want to talk about military, first of all, even that military, those guys, they were doing coup, they were overthrowing each other. So it's not really like Northerners handing power to Northerners. Well, maybe Babangida to Abacha, we can say that. But the other ones was more of coup. They just coup d'etat. It just soldiers grabbing for power. It wasn't really like a Northern socio-cultural leader.
Who had more influence there?
Hold on
more influence?
Okay, let us
had that power was because
let us even. Because when we talk about, I think the major problem that we have, and most of us are not even, we don't even know the history of that country. When you look at Gowon, will you classify Gowon as a real Northerners?
The guy's a Christian from Middle Belt now.
Yes, he's Middle Belt.
He's a Christian from Southern Jos. I say Northerner.
He's a Christian,
but geographically, he wouldn't say he's a Southerner.
Let me tell you this. If you look at even that time when they classify all of them as Northerners, Westerners, and the Easterners, the minority that time, they were fighting. If you know the history of all this Taka and all those things in the Middle Belt that time, they were not comfortable with the core North.
The core North, exactly. In the South too.
They were fighting them.
All the minorities. There was the reason why they created all these states.
Let me tell you, one of the main reasons why the Murtala coup was successful and they removed Gowon was because Gowon was not actually doing their bidding.
Yeah, they call not bidding.
That was the reason.
A Christian ruling over the North for 12 years.
It was not doing their bidding.
Being ruled by one Christian guy from where Gowon is always in church. He did wedding in church. He's a Christian ruling over them now for how many years was going?
That was the reason why they removed him. And when Murtala
let me ask you a question. Simba. Recently, we heard about what happened in Edo State, right? and they said the northern governors came together. So tell me, how many of those northern governors that came together? Is those places you refer to as middle belts, were they part of that northern governors? Yes or no?
Okay, the other governor that talk, I mentioned their names.
Don't use that and answer the question today.
No, it's not. They are called Northwest.
Come on,
governors.
dude. You see,
go and look at them.
Don't do this your. Let me say my.
It's only you that you talk. Wait.
It is you people that try to make this distinction of middle belts, core north crap you always do about Plateau, Kaduna, Taraba. What's it called? This state that this guy is from, Atiku, Adamawa. All those states, Benue, they are all northern. When they have northern governors forum, they are always present.
We have Southern Governors Forum. It doesn't mean the Southwest and Southeast governors really align politically. So we have Southern Governors Forum, all kinds of governors forum.
Even when you look at the last election result,
even in
North, the way they always vote, you notice they don't vote. They are divided, PDP and APC.
Listen to yourself when you talk sometimes. I don't even get your point. So what is your point in what you are talking about?
To make you understand this is that when people come here, you make distinction that because Gowon is from Jos, is a middle belt. No, they don't look at it that way. When they classify everything, they are part of the northern state, northern region at the time.
I think
so. I don't know what you people are talking about.
No, I don't agree with you.
So what is your point?
Dude, if you don't understand my point, I've already given it to you. But if you don't
Simba, you made a point. During that 60s, the minorities, even in the north and even in the south, they were all agitating for.
Exactly. Even in the Eastern region, and that's what led to the Cross River people. In fact, this same Saruwiwa that time, they were complaining. They were, in fact, that was why.
That's what led to most of this creation of states.
Biafra.
It's what led to most of these states that are created because people were agitating for, hey, I don't want to be ruled by this, continue to be ruled by this bigger.
The wrong impression we always have is that we thought that the North Central will always go with the Northwest and the North. That is a lie. Look at the last election. Obi won in Plateau and Nasarawa, and the rest 4 go to APC. What are we talking about? Look at Taraba. Look at them. They don't always think together like that. And I think that have clearly showed that they don't always follow the not to vote and block. It's different now. And when the next election, you also see more of the.
If you go to Jos, the way they live life, they drink beer, do all kinds of, they live more liberal life. But you can't go to Kano and live the same lifestyle. So the culture is different. We just see as a bunch.
And they are not. They are totally different from Hausa or Fulani.
They have different languages from the Southern, more Southern. So their culture is different. Do you
guys know that even in Katsina State, among the Fulanis, there are Christians. There are Fulani Christians.
In Katsina State,
in Katsina State,
Fulanis are minority in the north. You know that, right?
And of course, I'm talking of Fulanis now. I'm not talking of.
And that's what I'm saying. I know they are minority in the north, right? They are very
not just Fulanis. There are Hausas that are Christians in Katsina State, but they suppress them.
That's correct. Yeah.
Even
in Zamfara State.
Look, if you are saying the same thing, they will also tell you that if you go to the eastern part of Nigeria, they are also suppressing Muslims there. So because we also have Muslims in Enugu and Anambra, and their population is so minute compared to the general population there. So the way you accuse them, they also accuse you in the south that you are also suppressing their religion too. So sometimes you have to
even in Plateau State, we have is a majority Christian now. Don't we have Muslims there? Are they not suppressed?
There was a time where you remember Governor Jan, where the Muslims were accusing Governor Jan of suppressing them because Governor Jan was a Christian. They say he's suppressing the Muslims. Nigeria just, we all point finger, but we all do the same.
No, we all choose when it favors us.
When it favors us, we accuse the other one. But
it's politics. It's politics. So that is why this argument of north, north central, northeast, northwest, wherever. Geographically, we know the states in the north that are real core northern states.
Can you tell me which that argument is flawed in some ways.
It's
How?
fraud. Yes.
It is true. Like you were making a point earlier. That these people
Yeah.
they have this sense of entitlement. Yes, they do. You can give an example now of they say we in the South, because we're predominantly Christians, we suppress. No, it's not always that way. For example, look at those eastern states and south states. Mostly they are Christians, if not 95% Christians. But in the north, it's not like that. I give you an example, like Adamawa State. Adamawa State is predominantly Christian.
But that's not my.
Hold on.
Choose your lies now. Choose your lie.
Choose
your lie before you say it now.
No,
Adamawa, they still have more
lie.
Muslim in Adamawa.
Can we have a conversation? Can we have a conversation? Can we have a conversation?
Oh, lema paro kama we now.
Can we have a conversation? Can we have a conversation? Have you been to Adamawa State before?
No, ask me again.
Have you been to Adamawa State before? I'm asking you.
Can you guys
I've been there.
Sorry.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
So
there's no
Adamawa, can I continue with what I'm saying? Adamawa State predominantly are animist, and
I'm trying to
Christians.
test something. Can you guys hear me?
What do you say?
I'm trying to test something.
And Christians.
I'm trying to test. Can you hear me? Or
I can hear you, Patrick, but I'm trying to make a point here, because when people just
I just wanted to be sure, because I was.
Yeah. So my point is this: is that Taraba State is predominantly Christian. Gombe.
The Christian have been ruling Taraba.
Hold on. Yeah. Gombe, come on now. Gombe is predominantly, I don't say maybe 50-50. Maybe Yobe not quite.
Gombe and Yobe, they are more of Muslim than Christians. So don't say that. Don't twist.
I can't say for sure that's what it is, but I believe there are handful of Christians.
The only one that you said that you are correct is Taraba, and Taraba is predominantly Christian, and they are being ruled by Christians. A Muslim has never been a governor or anything in that Taraba.
Hold on. I'm giving you an example of Adamawa State that is predominantly animist and Christians.
No.
I'm not saying they don't have Muslims there, but the Muslims, when you compare it to the Christians and the animists, they are insignificant.
Let me ask that.
Yeah, it's very insignificant.
I think you are taking the argument away from where it was.
So my point, I can make a point. Let me just quickly make this point. So the point I'm trying to make is this: you see, this so-called Northerners that are from the Muslim part of it, they feel so entitled that when they are in power, they try to suppress the Christians, and they make them like, even in fact, they will take, rather than make it like, okay, you people are 60% and the Christians are 40%. Give the Christians some part, some role to play in the government.
Let me tell you now. I just Google it now. In Adamawa State, Adamawa is 60% Muslim and 40% Christian. So
I don't know where is that stat coming from?
Check.
Where is that stat coming from?
Where did you get your own? Where did you get your own?
Hold on now. You see, I served in Adamawa. I served in Yola, Jimeta. Adama is predominantly Muslims.
Adamawa State?
Though you have Christians there, but it's predominantly
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Rational mind.
I don't believe that.
Rational mind. They are very correct.
There. Do you know there are enemies there?
You might be correct. You might be confusing Taraba. They used to be.
I know. No, not Taraba. I'm talking about Adamawa. There are enemies. Do you know what they call enemies?
Now let's explain now.
Okay, go on. Because the figure you just gave now did not even include the enemies.
Hold on now.
I would let you speak, but I'm saying to you that stat you're giving did not include enemies.
Let's move on. Akin, you said that the Muslims, the Northerners are ruled more, and you say we should count Gawan. But before then, you were making an argument. I was saying that Kwara is north, Benue is north, Kogi is north, and they don't have sense of entitlement. You said no, that they are not north, that you are talking of core north. Now you want to make them north because it suits your argument.
Let me say, you're missing the point of argument.
Let me land. That time it didn't suit your argument. You remove them from north. Now it won't suit your argument. You now want to add them. That is not right. But let's even assume that they are not.
Can I answer you real quick?
No, hold on. Let's assume that they are not. Play to all of them. So let's count the number of years that Northerners have ruled. since independence. I did that thing. I was surprised. We have ruled more. Count the military time with it. We have ruled more than them. Yeah, let's start from the 1960. How long did Balewa rule?
Balewa only ruled from 1960 to 1966.
That's 6 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gowon ruled
9
from
years. 9 years.
15, that's 15 years.
Obasanjo was
ruled for like 3 years.
3 years, yes.
3 years. 1976 to 1979. 3 years, okay. Then that's 3 years to 15 years.
Shagari 4 years.
Are you skipping
4 years.
Murtala Muhammad?
That's 19 years to 3 years, right? Then Buhari came and ruled for another how many years?
8 years.
No, the first one.
Buhari ruled only for 1.5 years.
Okay, that's 20 years, right? To 3 years. And then after then, Babangida
8 years.
That's 29 years, right?
Abacha 5 years.
Abacha 5 years. That's 34 years, right?
Abdusalam 1 year.
35. Okay. Obasanjo ruled for 8 years again. That's 11 years, Abi?
Good luck, 6 years.
Good luck, 6 years. That's how many years now? Good luck, 6 years.
6 plus 8. That's 14. Plus 3. That's 17.
That's 17.
It's only 17. They ruled more.
If
you want to look at republic,
hold on, let's finish now. That's 15 years, right? And then let's
17 years.
Then Tinubu.
You have not added Babangida, Buhari 8 years of.
Even
I've added that.
You did not mention Murtala Muhammad.
And that one is less than 1 year now.
But make sure when you count Obasanjo, you don't count it to the southeast. You don't count it to the southwest.
But even this military, those guys, they were just overthrowing each other. It wasn't really like a Northerners passing power back to Northerners.
So
it's not that they were handing power to each other.
The one that we can be counting is the civilian regime. That's the one that makes sense.
That's
the only Northern regime I can say a Northern pass power.
That is unfair, Simba. That is totally unfair. Those military Edo State, they also are called them, they are still giving them respect.
They did say your people should not plan coup.
Oh, okay, let me ask you this. How many times did the Northerner hand power over to another Northerner? The only one we can say is maybe Babangida to Abacha. That's it. But the other ones, no Northerner hand the power to another Northerner. Even till today, it never happened.
Yeah, no Southerner handed power to another Southerner too. Now.
Exactly, yeah, we can say that. So this idea that some people just ruling, like if they purposely just want to keep power, it's never happened now.
You see, it is the narratives. Let me tell you, it's the narrative that was playing in the southeast that is currently playing in the southeast against the southwest and the rest of Nigeria. The same narrative that is playing in our heart as southwesterner against the north. When
it's
Tony
the same thing,
here, and we blame obedient. We do this. We the same thing.
We do the same thing exactly. That's how I always come out because I don't want to look like hypocrite. That's how I always challenge my southwest when they do that same thing.
The same thing.
They just use propaganda they trying to teach their people to feel somewhere about other people by giving wrong narratives.
We hate the northerners. The way we speak, it shows that we hate the northerners.
Yeah,
that's not good.
And we're trying to, the thing is, at least if you're going to do something, make it factual. It's not like
in all fairness, does the Northerners also like the Southerners? Please, let's be objective. They don't like us too.
Well, when they start talking to, we have to correct them too.
Yourself? Did you even like yourself, the Southerners? Did you even like yourself?
Well, that is the worst part of it. That is the worst. The Southeast cannot withstand Southeast.
You cannot blame, you cannot, because you people don't like yourself and you cannot speak in one voice. And then if they are speaking in one voice and they're getting
remember, there's one thing that you don't like it's not, if you don't like yourself, it's fine. But the one I'm always against that because you don't like the people, you're not creating narratives
just now
you fabricate something about them just to
just to support your narrative.
Yeah, just to support. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Life does not work like that. It's not good.
No, Patoski. You see, this, again, we like to do this revisionist history, or because we just want to cherry pick and look at.
Just pick grammar. What is revisionist there?
Hold on.
Farabalẹ̀.
Patoski, just listen to me. Recently, when Tinubu said he wanted to do his what's it called, his tax bill, who were the people that opposed it? On what basis were they opposing it?
They said it was not favorable to them.
So what was the reason they were giving?
They said it will impoverish their people.
So it impoverish their people. So you don't see
entitlement. To keep quiet if they feel that is that not supposed to be representation?
Don't think I support Tinubu's crap. I'm just saying. I'm just giving an example that
even if you like your support, if you don't like, don't support.
Rational mind. If a representation of your people spoke against a policy that does not favor the people, is there anything wrong with that?
No. The premise they come out. I mean, the basis by which they were arguing on that. That's what the point is.
Which premise?
We should hold the country ransom. Just because your people will be impoverished because of your silly governance system in that region.
They feel that it will impoverish their people.
No, they do not know. It's not impoverished. They use that as a silly excuse. Just to hold everybody to ransom.
Okay, that was the word that made public. So from your own, what do you think is the excuse?
Line of questioning.
Because you cannot be telling us something that's not in public space now. Tell us your own. Why do you think that they are against it?
Farabale. Dr. Simba, Farabale. I understand, Timos. I'm not here to sound like a broken record. The point I'm making here is this: that these people, most times they feel entitled, that they should hold us down, the rest of the country down. We're talking about quota system years ago, even to this very day, they're still doing it. The quota system, how far they go with it? How does it work? How does it work for them? When we in the South, we have a very high bar for educational system. They want to maintain that their low bar. And you see the kind of breed of leaders that it has created among them, and society has created among them. And you wonder, how can we move forward as a country when some set of people want to hold us back because they feel they have the numbers, or they control the politics, or they have the number of senators or whatever crap. And here we are talking the answer. Some of us are trying to do a revisionist history here. And Satan that says the government of Nigeria. But we know who are the people that who wield the power in that country when it comes to their so-called population and whatever crap they use every time, because they have the more local government than the South. They claim to have more landmass than us. This landmass, earlier you even see one bird live in any of those local governments. But yet they collect allocation for all of these local governments. And what are they showing for it? And other people come down south to come and look for employment. Come and create nuisance around our neighborhood. You people are not talking about that. But you can always talk about how many times they go and leave. How many times
because they say it doesn't favor their people. So
you see, Patoski, when we say Northerners have more senators than the South, like if we they will say they have 19 states. Now, these 19 states we are talking about are including Benue, Kwara, Kogi, and maybe Plateau.
And Nasarawa.
Nasarawa, all these places. Really, those middle belt states, those territories, we have to really, if they put a bill down now, they say not divided by, they're not divided south, and they kind of vote. At least, let's say half of those middle belt senators, they really more like South. They're really going to kind of go along with the South, to be honest, in terms of, because if we're talking about this education stuff or whatever it is, I don't think Kogi, they reason like the core North in terms of where they approach education, or Benue, because Benue, they believe in education. They're not a Majiri kind of people, or even Kwara. So if we have to talk about things that did not do to hold us back, if you have to go on the Senate or whatever to vote, I think we have more senators that will favor the Southern idea than the North. Because those backward things that we are accusing North, it's really the core Northern states that have that mentality. I don't think that mentality really exists within the, middle belt and Northerners.
So the power of this not our power. I don't believe it, to be honest.
Even in the core north, when they say northern have power, which people? Is it the average northern is trying to support his family and trying to live?
But those give even think about it. When it comes to election, remember Jonathan? Remember, like, if Southwest, Southeast, South, when they really vote the same page, they cannot really, they can't
decide the
they
election.
Can't do
now.
it because Jonathan, that second election, if it wasn't like the Southwest voted, Jonathan would have, if would have
won Buhari now.
He would have defeated Buhari the second time. And even if another Southern had run after him and would vote that same way, another Southern would have remained president again. So
if the Southwest did not support Buhari that last time, Buhari would still have lost against Jonathan.
He would have lost now. So I don't see the power we think these Northerners have. The only time I can say the other powers are during that military regime time.
We are the one that ascribe it to them.
Yeah.
Because of the narrative.
You know, Patoski, even during Buhari's second term, if not because of Southwest, he would have lost against Atiku now.
Now.
So nobody can be a president of Nigeria without winning in 6 regions in Nigeria.
No, what you are saying is that let's even assume they divided the northern vote among them that time. You understand?
Yeah.
But if you look at Jonathan, then you will know that there's no way. There's no way.
You know, in 2011, when the Southwest voted for Jonathan, he won now. Very easy.
Landslide.
That's what I'm saying now. Even the Northerners, there was a riot in the North because they felt like, these Southerners
landslide
take over the country, man. Because the whole South voted for Jonathan, the Southwest, Southeast. And the guy
he mismanaged that thing, that Jonathan.
He didn't manage you well. You know, figure a way to maintain that Southwest.
Kò ní political backbone láti fi kò stand ground there.
Kò stand ground there. You always weave anyhow.
Jonathan is not a politician.
tó bá stand ground ẹ̀ ṣé ẹ̀yin kọ́lẹ̀ máa kọ́kọ́ sọ pé
he is not a politician. Forget it. He's not a politician.
What is it?
The wife was a better politician.
Those one that are politicians, how far now? Those one that are politicians, how far? Your master strategist that is from Lagos, how far now? How market?
Can see now. Can you talk without
how market now? Your master strategist.
My brother from Lagos called me. He said things don't improve for Nigeria.
Don't improve for Nigeria. Your brother from Lagos
are improving,
Things are improving. What did they improve on?
If really wants the best for that country, wait. If you hear good news about Nigeria, why are you always sad? When yes, that things
personal mind, life bad news so much. Only Nigeria improve. You are still arguing. You don't even live there.
You know the kind of person that you have, the kind of politics that you play, What amuses you, what makes you happy is when you hear bad news about it.
You see, here you go with this your APC rant and APC crap you always come here and do. No, I'm not.
No, Rashama, I just bought a 50 bag of rice for 72,000. Sorry,
hold on now. I just bought 50 kg of rice for 72,000 naira. 72,000 naira. You bought
50 kg rice 3 months ago, about 100,000 plus.
50 kg of rice. You bought it for how much? How much did you buy it?
72,000. If you want,
when he came in there, were they buying for 70,000 naira? When this guy left there, when from Budara,
things are improving. You said they are not improving.
I beg you, look currency that for me, things are improving.
It's not normal if you cannot sleep naturally and you need to be taking medication before you sleep.
No, me will take medication.
Only I hate this guy.
Who said you hate? Who said you hate?
Well, Usoben.
Amy.
The election, of course, Timo stand. I stood up to you now. You've forgotten.
I said I hate who?
You said I hate this guy.
and I called you, I stood up to you.
Which guy are you talking about?
Tinubu ìwọ last year nígbà election in 2023 nígbà tasmania election that means
in what context? In what context? In what context? Even though I said that, in what context? Can context no?
Mi ò lè parọ́ fún ẹ náà, mi lè parọ́.
Mi ò ní pé o parọ́ mọ́ mi, kí ni context? No, mi ò lè pé mi ò sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Argue pa election gbà ẹ̀ náà ni.
But in
just
what
like
context?
Mo ṣe máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ náà ni ó sọ pé the guy is
no,
corrupt.
In what context now?
Ó sọ pé he was corrupt.
What I've often said is, I hate his politics. I don't hate him as a person.
Ọjọ́ yẹn dúró ó dà kó ti. Ó dà kó sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. Ó dà kó ka ẹ lára ń jọ yẹn.
Èmi ò ní pé mo hate yẹn. Èmi ò ní pé mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. But in what context?
Màá rán ẹ létí sẹ́ẹ̀. Ọjọ́ yẹn argue pa election náà ni towards the election. And you felt this guy, this corrupt, this useless guy in Lagos. At the point you say, I hate this guy. But just I quickly jumped there and say, look at you. You said you hate someone. You now try to but in what context? Because many times on this platform. Different context. Then when I stood up to you, now try to retract and say, I don't want to hate. I can't hate.
No,
you now try to retract. But you said it in the heat. You said it in the heat of your anger. And that in the heat of your anger is the reason to one no
No. Hate
it's whatever we say in the heat of anger.
Personally, you don't like to know, but you hated that man so much.
Listen. Now, so ti gbà lọ́wọ́ mi so kí ló.
Na your mama o.
Rẹ̀mí tó yẹ kó jẹ́ mom sí ẹ ló ń pè lọ́lọ́.
Na your mama o.
Mom sí ẹ ni Rẹ̀mí Tinubu.
Mom sí ẹ ni Rẹ̀mí. How old ni Rẹ̀mí? Ṣé Rẹ̀mí o 65 ni? Ṣé o 60 gan ni? Rẹ̀mí tó sọ yẹn. How old is Rẹ̀mí?
Mother of Nigeria ni.
Mother of Nigeria.
Na
your mama o.
Na your mama be there right now, Àti flag orúkọ Nigeria tó bá lọ lè ṣe àwọn máa gbé ní
airport. When you step into that country, SSS, CSSC, CBP, all of them are waiting for you. Once they hear that voice, they are coming for you. You wave their papa. See, you know, once they see you like this, you are a god. Our words, our man.
Because now you have to take Nigerian visa if you are traveling with your American passport. So we will flag national mind. You want to dare provide command being straight away.
Yeah.
Authentic visa,
insurance to cover our. And you insurance to cover our.
Take visa to Nigeria. Whether we know.
Joe, new dimension. Akpoti people went and sued Senator what's his name? Why the Osha or something? The deputy chief. The husband went and sued him, or sent a bunch of lawyers to write him for the statement that he made when he granted an interview that the husband she wanted to exploit the husband before she married her. So they said it was defamatory or something like that. Then secondly, they said what's again? Senator Maswe, the committee chairman on privilege and ethics, they also asking his constituency also demanded that he is recalled. So
I think they started the process already. They said they started the process already.
That's an effort in futility.
We'll see how far that goes. But then the thing is, this is that I don't know why.
It's the man APC, the Senate committee chairman.
No,
he's a Labour guy.
Let's forget that crap. That is not an APC.
It's a Labour part. It's a Labour guy.
Either it's a Labour, it's whatever. The point is this: is that there is no opposition in that Senate anymore. all of them are just dancing to APC and Tinubu. So
Rational man.
what are they representing?
No.
If they
You
know
and
that they're in tune
rational
with
man.
APC's
Rational man.
If they know they are in tune with APC's policy, why don't they run under APC then? Why did they use a party that is different from that has a different what's it called manifesto from rather APC? So all these people are just
no. I don't understand your question.
They're just posers and one chancers.
No. You know, each senator only has one vote. When you get to that chamber, okay, party platform, party manifesto, party whatever is dropped at the doorstep. The moment you walked in, the agenda you are going to deal with is national. It's not just, oh, I came from Edo, so I only deal with the Edo issue. No, you are dealing with Ekiti, you are dealing with Ogun, you are dealing with Lagos. So when you see them having one front, or they are dealing with issue collectively, it's not because they don't have their differences. It's because in some ways, okay, they've deliberate, they felt, okay, if you be the lone voice, you're probably going to lose out. So it's about cutting deal. It's about, analyzing issue and about the national importance. So, and another thing I want you to know, rational mind, is this. You and I cannot come from the same platform, the same party. And I'll be the one. And then I'm just saying that I will go to the National Assembly and you are the president and I will antagonizing you. No, I want your government to succeed. And if your government succeeds, guess what? We both succeed collectively. So what I would do is to advance your cause at the National Assembly by ensuring that.
No, come on. Let's not confuse things together. Let's not.
No, what do your opponents want? What the opposition want?
Let me say something.
Okay.
You are a chairman of ethics.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I don't even know what the hell is wrong with those people in Senate. And most of them, they are lawyers. And I'm not surprised when some of them, they don't even know what law is in itself. They're not even people of integrity. The idiot that said that she should be suspended for 6 months. You are a chairman of ethics, and then you are violating some kind of how do I say what's that word? That word just escaped me now. But you are violating certain aspects of what you are a chairman. Because as a chairman, you do not have to have any say. Because if this thing invariably come before you, you'll be able to sit in on that committee. But now all of them that have made statements that are part of that ethics, they should recuse themselves. All of them.
Okay.
Because you cannot make public pronunciation before even hearing the case, and then you want to sit on that case again. Because already you've made known to the public where you stand, even before you hear the case. So they should constitute a new body from that for that.
There will be no hard hoc committee again.
Well, I know because
the Senate doesn't have the resources to be constituting a committee because of one single person. No. Look, their major function is to give recommendation to the entire House, and they will legislate on it and vote.
If a senator is found to be violating certain things, you see, we people, I don't even know why people even understand.
Rational mind.
I understand English.
Rational mind. This is how things work. Hold on. Rational mind.
What is ethics?
The ethics committee, their job is to do a fact finding. And the fact finding will be laid bare to the rest of the entire House.
What kind of fact finding of what?
Okay, they investigate, they will ask you your involvement in whatever they are looking for. And the main point is to put their members to order. So if somebody here among them, they were going to be the one to look at the appropriate punishment and what you've done.
When Natasha was said to have been yelling at Akpabio, did they constitute any ethics?
Oh yes, they called her. She didn't go. She did not appear.
They called her when was that?
She was called upon. The chairman said that she was called and she didn't attend the hearing.
I don't know of that. I'm hearing this for the first time.
She didn't.
She didn't show up.
If you don't show up,
I never hear that.
If she didn't go.
I never hear that. The only thing I heard, the only thing I heard was this: that she said she will never appear if the people who have all made comments, like King Ibe wife, former King Ibe wife, ex-wife, and all those people, and this is Masune, or was it Masune, or the guy, the idiot from Edo State that is Labour. If you have made pronouncements before even hearing it, then you should not be on that committee. So she has no trust. Just as I said, Akpabio recently now went to court and asked the
She doesn't
rational
have that luxury, rational mind. She does not.
Can I just make this last? Let me just make this last statement before you.
Natasha was a senator, and he has to obey the rule of the house.
She's still a senator. Don't say she was.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
The rule of the house.
Yeah.
So she cannot be telling the house.
But you have to follow due process.
No, the due process was for. See, what Natasha is doing is to cherry pick.
Hold on. When this guy was,
she wanted to eat her cake and have it. You can't do both.
You see that this is the line of the APC.
No, that's not mine. Forget about partisanship now. Let's talk common sense, okay? The House have their own rules. See, Natasha can't dictate to the entire Senate what it should do. They already have all this being put in place before our issue. Senate has been having issues. Senators have been having issues way before Natasha, and it's been addressed within this mechanism that has been put in place. So Natasha does not have the luxury of telling the entire Senate that a new body or the member of this committee should be recused and new people should be. No, she doesn't have that luxury. Is it possible to have a personal bias? Yes. But it's not about those committee members. The entire House is still going to vote. And that was the reason why they collectively say yes to the sanction that was imposed on her. Here is the deal. We've had people having issues at the Senate. A lot of senators that have gone against their rules and they found a way around it. After all, it's the same we. I mean, we all saw Senator Ningi, who has been in the House for a very long time. He's a veteran. Decided to go against the House. He was punished, but he knew that he was crossing the boundary. However, his own people, is the same people that they sit together who find a way, to like, okay, you've apologized, you serve this punishment enough, come back in. Now, for Natasha, she's still a new person who is still trying to get herself acclimatized to the rule of the House. Now, it's possible for her to have said, you know what, petition the rule that it doesn't apply, and that's why she was quoting fervently several part of that rule, and they were trying to tell her, look, you need to calm your behind down a little bit. Now, if you think everything here is by what you learn in the public, that's different. This is how we conduct our own business here. Now, issue of one person saying, oh, the person that allegedly harassed her was not member of that committee. Now, you said people have made a stand. Okay, if you are not satisfied, there are ways you can go about it. But in this case, she was called for that misconduct during plenary. She was called. And she also raised this issue of them being biased or something like that. She didn't go. Consider maybe only 3 days or something. The rest, before you know it, they don't have time to be wasting because of one person to hold them ransom because they have other important things to deal with. So they sat and they make their recommendation. But you see, emotions and maybe a pre-planned act. And then she decided to go to the media and drop the bombshell about the sexual harassment. So the Senate is now being confronted with these two issues, sexual harassment and misconduct in the House. So everything is just going, like a revolving door like that. But the issue is this: the lady doesn't know the kind of fight she's fighting. Every single person you come across, oh, if you are not on my side, then you're against me, so we don't want you on the panel. No. I mean, we've seen people who were against Senator Ningi, who were against Akpabio, who were against Omar Gege, and yet they were still part of the member of the committee that sat, and then decided to punish them. So look, this issue, I'm not saying that Akpabio does not harass her. I'm not even touching that area. But when you have somebody who is not conducting herself with the rule of the House, the way it dictates, then you are bound to be punished. You are bound to be punished. So in Anastasia's case, you can't have it both ways. No, you can't. You have to succumb to the authority of the Senate. Yes, you are both elected with others, but you have to go with the rule of the House. Yeah, I mean, it's not today they'll be yelling, let me tell you something, rational mind. Those people can't stand that lady. It's a statement of fact They cannot stand her. There was a public hearing that they did with the committee that she wasn't even the one sharing it. I saw her. I saw a governor, former governor of Ogun State. I saw this other governor, senator from what's the leader of the house from Ogun State. What's is his name? One short guy like this, the one that was showing saying going against Professor Nwosu. I forgot his name. It's a nickname that they gave her. When they gave this Yayi, God bless you. I saw their body language during that here. He was going I think it was NNPC or any of this regulatory body or whatever. She was really going hardcore, and you could tell by their body language that they were not comfortable the way she was being, forceful. But there's nothing they could do. She's a member, so she has the right to question the invitee. So in a way, there's a way they won't tell you, but they are kind of like, putting your issue in the cooler to the day you will cross it, and then they will go ahead and then punish you for that. That's why in the whole house, nobody even stood up for her. Not even the female senator in the house. That tells you something. It's not about being silenced. Tinubu can't silence. Akpabio cannot silence the rest of. During the debate on the proposal, we saw the way people stood up. We saw the way they were going at each other because of issue of national importance. It's not issue of national importance, and that's why a lot of people are not going hard at it. And Natasha issue is also not a national issue, but the way opposition make it look like, even Natasha herself make it look like, oh yeah, this is an issue. No, before you, Senator has been taking girls to the hotel. Before you, they will be harassing. They will be talking to people. But to make this an issue is a lone fight that she's fighting, and she cannot win it. It's just you cannot take number 3 man. It's not just possible. This is not Kogi State. But I'm not saying our case doesn't have merit. Don't get me wrong. But you fight your fight in a way that will benefit you, in a way that you will be able to win. But when you pick everybody as an enemy, everybody that does not speak in your favor, look, the outcome of it. That's why you see the likes of Akpabio are not really bothered about, because they believe this is let's others and let other people go and fight their fight on their behalf. But whoever is advising her should, maybe change the advisor and make her serious. All this strong thing that she's doing, it's not going to take her anywhere at all. It's not. So swing.
I think not that using the social media, the public, to influence her case, it will come out well for her. And that is not the If she's not careful, she's being recalled now. She's playing with fire already. They will recall her, nothing will happen. People will file out and vote to recall her in that place. Nothing will happen.
Have you ever wondered why we only have few female in politics?
And it's even jeopardizing the chances of women in the future.
This is not Zambia.
People will say, if you're in the house as a woman, they don't want to near you, they don't want to touch you, they don't want to even speak to you, because tomorrow you might say they harass you. The harassment you are talking about is word of mouth. It's not that this man grope you or maybe grape you somewhere, nothing like that. And you are changing
It can be possible, Remy. It can be very much possible. So you get the senators are notorious for
what I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, it's also not all well for women, because at the end of the day, when they find themselves in their house, maybe they want to communicate with them. People will be careful. Stay your distance.
They won't get themselves involved. They won't get them. This is not Zambia. This is not all those countries, electing female. Unfortunately, we haven't gotten to that, and I hope one day we will. But you see, when you decided to go to a place where opportunity to have been selected to go somewhere, and you go there and started shitting there on the floor everywhere, nobody's going to invite you again or invite anybody that looks like you anymore. The emotion is not going to work. When is the last time you see somebody using sexual offense to blackmail somebody or to take somebody out of public office? Never works. The likes of Akpabio shouldn't have even been in the Senate, but where he is today.
But I was also thinking that maybe that Nashata will come out with actual grouping, as you can see.
She doesn't have a case, Even if it happens, there's nothing she can present. The fact that her husband settled out of court or something similar to this. You know, precedence doesn't help people's case because they are going to touch your character. They are going to make reference to it. And when you've had a precedent before and you can't justify the reason why the case was taken out of settled out of court, and the financial settlements was also involved, forget it. You lost your credibility. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that.
Her husband did what?
Huh?
Husband had
Her husband paid off. What's his name? This loudmouth. What's his name? The former spokes guy. Um, uh, what is his name? The guy that was with Atiku before that now is now speaking on behalf of Tinubu now.
who?
I don't remember. Reno
Reno.
Omokri. Thank you, Reno Omokri. She accused Reno Omokri of harassment. She claimed that Omokri accosted her during the visit of, I think, Kenya president then, Kenyatta or something. And during that time at the State House, she kind of talked to her, was kind of making some sexual advances or something like that. At that time, she wasn't married. She was still a mace, but she was already dating the man that she married now.
No. How can you say she hasn't married? This one happened in 2014 now. Somebody that has been having babies since 1999.
No. Married to this man, this current husband, I mean.
Okay.
They were just dating then. So when she was bringing her evidence out, because she put it on social media then, when she was putting it on social media, luckily for Reno Mockery, the date and the time that she claimed, Reno wasn't even in the country at that time. She was in Washington on official capacity, and then she said she went to visit her family. Guess what Reno did? Reno brought all the stamp page of his passport and everything just to portray that he was not in the country at that time. And the case went to court because Reno Mockery sued her. No, she sued Reno Mockery, I believe. I
No,
think
Reno Mokri sue her.
Reno
And they
Mockery
settle
sued.
out of court.
So the husband now reached out to the Reno Mockery and they settled out of court. But money was
You know they are from the same tribe. I think they
no.
use this security this thing now. They
The
call
husband.
it
The husband
Oh
and
well, yeah.
yeah.
So Reno Mockery did a video, posted a video, went on social media, especially Facebook, posted it, even on Twitter, posted it. So all the evidences that Natasha Akpoti posted there against Reno Mockery, she deleted every one single one of them.
But
Uh,
let me tell you this. Let me ask you, Adewale, why do people normally settle for that kind of thing? Why are they begging? Okay, are they being she succeeded in nailing Reno in court? What so would they still be begging her?
this issue of I know you know me. Let's forget about this issue.
No, what I'm saying, you all need
Yeah,
to look at the
what would the
intention of
Reno
somebody.
gain from?
Somebody
What
want
would
to
the
ruin your
Reno gain?
life. At
Yeah,
the end
but
of the day, some people will come and beg you and say, okay, please leave. So if she succeeded in doing
but
it,
there was no non-disclosure agreement signed. So that was what gave Reno Mockery the confidence to speak out now. You could see now everything that Reno Mockery is saying now, there's no restriction. He can say all those things. It's only the Arise News that I saw them making reference to maybe one or two things that he posted, and they didn't really go into details what happened, why the case was taken out of the court or settled out of the court. So there was nothing Reno Mokore could have gained from prosecuting the case. Number one, Akpoti was nobody at that time, right? She was just a political opposition in Kogi State. And
it can. Let me tell you.
Adewale, so
Let me tell you.
why did she sue Reno Omokri? I mean, what was the benefit to her actually?
I'm not so sure how they met, but when she was
It was not
alleging that
even. It
Reno
was not. Let me
harassed
tell
her,
you. The problem was not even with Reno that time. She was fighting for a friend of her. Do you understand? Reno has an issue with a friend of Natasha, And Natasha was
And she
more than allowed.
alleged and she accused him of sexual harassment. Really?
She
Yeah.
was, yes.
That woman,
It
she's
was
a
a lie.
devil.
She cooked up those
She's
lies
a
to
devil.
get at Reno because of the problem Reno had with her friend.
She's a wicked woman. I mean,
That means she's someone that is capable of blackmail.
That was
That's what
what
she has
no,
been doing
she's
for a
capable of
living.
killing.
That's what she
Blackmail
has
what?
been
She's
doing for a
capable of
living.
killing. She
that
would
was
kill
what we were
somebody.
saying. So the people championing her cause now, especially that
Okay.
old woman that's doing show everywhere. That woman that claimed to
Actually,
be
even the husband, this husband that she married, do you know how much she sued that this same man before she got married to? It was like a blackmail.
that was what Senator Wyocha whatever said, that they are now writing him to withdraw the statement and stuff like that. You know, I mean, if you are going to defend somebody with no precedent, who have honor, who can say things and you find them there. But I'm not trying to, shame her in a way. I mean, she's a woman. And I don't. It's not for me. But the fact that
She's one of the Abuja ladies that have been flirting with politicians to
I mean,
get whatever she wants.
don't get it wrong. She's not from a wretched home too. I mean, her parents are educated. The father is also
He
prominent with her.
was, let me tell you, the father was a doctor, and the father has a private clinic in Ilorin, but the father died early. So don't
Hmm.
tell me. So she struggled. She entered university at 1999. During her first year, that was when she had her baby, her first child. So what are you saying?
She had 3 kids 4 kids. Is it 3 kids for 3 kids, and she married 4 men. She's something. She's a
Ó dà
big
pọ̀
deal.
mọ̀ gbéra ní àbí?
Igbirani.
Igbiani, she's something.
I know her father clinic in Ilorin.
Me more.
Nobody. I'm not trying to shame her, but the fact that when you have such a long past, you can't come now and started trying to.
Patoski, all these Igbira people, all of them were in Ilorin when Kwara and Kogi were together.
We're together, yeah.
So,
During Adamu at all of them.
So
She trying to make a name for herself nationally. So we hope that a chaos situation like this would help her to advance such ambition. But you can't.
actually, when you see women in high public spaces now using their sex, gender as a weapon, it shows weakness as far as I'm concerned.
You are right. You are right.
It shows weakness.
You are right. I mean, we all saw when Dino Melaye was going hard at Tinubu at the Senate.
No, what kind that one? In fact,
Nobody
nobody
ever challenged Mukara and said, "You've crossed the boundary. You don't talk to somebody who is older than you like this," and stuff like that. To the point that the guy came to Lagos, came to the bodyline and was making a video, all those nonsensical things. Nobody take up.
You know why he got away with it? He was in opposition.
I mean, nobody went on social media. Nobody.
Nobody criticized him. Nobody says he was sexually harassing him. And because
Dr.
of it,
Ezekwesili did not take up the fight and say, "We want to go." Why would you talk to a woman like that? To the point of being called a fool and an insult to womanhood.
So somebody is now saying that which one will you compare between the two? Oh, he said to me, he said, "Okay, I didn't come with my wedding ring." He's now saying that is that an invitation to treat? And
You know what
somebody
I'm suspecting?
the
My
house.
Jembe. That's what I'm suspecting. My Jembe.
Let me tell you, only call on and ton pọ̀.
Possible. But being a senator, no, I should be. I mean, you have been a junior senator has been made a chairman of a committee. Who does that?
No, you came in immediately and they make you the chairman of opposition party for that matter.
Yeah, Yeah, you're not a ranking officer, a senator. So the dimension that is taken of suing people and trying to make her seems like she has a case. Honestly, I don't know who is
The
advising her.
question was about who has been bankrolling
It's
her
exactly what I
political
wanted to.
ambition. Who has been
Yeah,
bankrolling her political ambition? She contested as a governor.
yeah, I know,
You understand?
I
Then she
know.
went and contested as a senator. Where is she getting the money? She says she's a lawyer. So how many cases has she
Fair
prosecuted?
woman, no. She went international media touring, talking to them, and I'm quite happy that the way they are now asking her question, because when the Senate body responded, and put those statements out, every time they ask her a question, I say, "Well, you had an issue with them before. It was like it was trying to dance around it and make it look like it's being witch hunt." And I'll be like, "Wait a minute, didn't we all witness what unfolded in the floor of the Senate? And here you are crying a crocodile, tears, and I don't know. It's to me, it's just juvenile. It's stupid." And she's vowed not to apologize. Well, you will remain. It's communicated. You will remain like that.
Gradually, me, I don't have any pity for her. The person that will lose in this whole mess is the husband, her own husband.
She too will lose that because by the time they finish with her, yeah. I
She
mean,
has nothing to lose. She will just
look at
continue. She will
Madam
continue
Ireti
her shadow
Kingibe.
work and
Madam
she will be making
Ireti
money.
Kingibe is old enough to be her mother, but that woman did not take a stand for her. Reason being is that when you've crossed the line and you knew, you think you know more. That Ireti
The
Kingibe was in.
woman, when she went to the IPU or whatever, that same is not the same way that one of the senator. She took her seat now.
Yeah, she
You
was
understand?
almost at the same line. Yeah.
You did not. You are not one of the delegates. You took the seat of the person that represented Nigeria in that IPU.
Yep. Yeah.
And
That
nobody
tells
sees
you.
anything wrong in that. And you are busy apologizing that okay, you should not. Can in the name of opposition, and people are rational minded is here on this platform. They will dodge any illegality. And as much as you are in opposition, they will close their mind, close their eye to all those illegality.
It's rational
And they will
mind
come
still
here
in the
and be telling
studio.
us that they meant well for the country.
No, she doesn't. It's about her. It's about the attention that she's getting, and she's deriving pleasure to doing that. When I see this moral champion or moral police in the social media supporting her and raising their hands and supporting her, and I'll be like, well, when you have your own child or your own daughter, just ensure that she behave this way, and then we see how it's going to turn out for that child in the future. It's unfortunate. The recall process, I don't think is going to scale through because it's cumbersome and it's tough. Except she has Babangbejo that is bankrolling her, like you said, and they are ready to go for tit for tat in Kogi. So remember what happened? The shenanigans stuff that what's his name Shaya did with her, and now she used those emotional blackmailing to win the election, went to court, and the court
Okay, that
granted
was
her.
during the governorship election.
Yeah, and the court, granted her prayer and she became senator. Uh, that fight never stopped because the opposition in Kogi never leave her neck. And for somebody like that who narrowly, went and came back to the Senate and now fermenting issue. If you have issue with a
It's
party,
not the judiciary that gave her that opportunity. It's not the same judiciary that they are saying as they will not give her fair.
if she had said Fabio raped her, or Fabio groped her, or Fabio, I mean, somebody of as educational level, I expect that for you to have a credible evidence, you must have caught this man in the act, and to the point of even blackmailing him that he will be crawling on his feet. But here you are saying that you are being harassed. If you are being harassed, maybe in the educational sector or in the private sector, people will say, well, you know what, it happens. But as a senator, if somebody, says something that doesn't sit well with you, You don't go around flying or junketing the globe, with that individual. Okay? Because it's possible, and you are charming and you are smiling with the same person that is using those derogatory words against you as a married person. And you never said anything. You never
There's
raised
so many pictures of her with the same man that they are traveling so many times together that
his
they're
wife, a public wife, know this lady very well. So and that you see, when you see a woman going out and denying things vehemently, whether for herself or her husband, that tells you that she probably knew a lot of things that you and I never know. Maybe she has.
even she might know that the husband even did such a thing,
Before
but
Uncle, that woman can't tell
he
me the
doesn't
husband
want
is
a
not.
situation whereby whatever they have built, she doesn't want her to be successful in
Exactly. That's
achieving
why
that.
she's taking that fight.
Life our mind. Of course.
Is a good woman. Yes,
Who is
now why
that
should
girl
you
compared to
allow?
who is that girl compared to the life of our children?
Exactly.
Yesterday, EFCC declared one society league girl. What's her name? Something Hashimugun or social Hashim. Uh-huh. So these are the people that society will be praising on social media. I'm Baba Layeni.
It's another Natasha now.
Before Uncle, when I read it, I was like, look at these people. She ain't good. Probably she was no longer, maybe she's not even in the country.
She's not in the country.
She spent
if you
a whole
remember,
week.
one man showed us the video of when she was doing her birthday that time now.
Yeah.
In one island, where they say they are paying
I mean,
$150,000.
governor of Lagos State went there. A lot of, So
In
she must
fact,
have.
all these people in the public space, they're supposed to even know the kind of event they're supposed to be going for.
My brother.
That was a big mistake on the part of Lagos State governor. Really, big mistake.
Who's that lady? Who's that Aisha Achimigo? Who is she?
She's also she's from is it Kogi too?
Ọmọ Kogi ni wọ́n máa ń gbéṣẹ́ wọ́n dẹ̀ ń ṣe.
No. Actually, àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ yẹn máa ń fine gan.
Majority wọn máa ń pupa.
Ó ti ṣe kan rí ni.
You know my grandmother is in Iran.
I can tell too. You're always
strong. Let me tell you, when they were in Kwara at that time, if you get to then Kwara State College of Technology, now Kwara State Polytechnic, they fool that place boku. They are very, very pretty. They are ladies, Ibirage. I don't know.
And they are very strong. They're very strong.
I don't even know where maybe they have a special DNA. I don't.
They do.
My grandmother, that's my dad's mom, is Ibira.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That time.
You just cut her. You are the Wasobia. We'll talk about it.
No. They are very close to Edo now. They are very close to where Patrick comes from now.
Exactly.
I watched one show.
In fact, they farm there a lot. There are a lot of people in Edo North.
Yeah.
I watched one show on YouTube. The woman kept referring to Edo as Bende. I said this woman can never live here year 1990. It will keep. I mean, it's not 1990. When was Delta State created? And no longer Bende State.
Let me take us to the back, guys. Thank you very much. Let me take us to the back.
Yeah. Okay.
If anybody wants to come in, let them come in.
Me too. I'll go and sleep now. I'll see Yidi Lola.
Stage.
I want to kill Yidi.
So me to watch up. I'm not going to come on this show again. Okay, I'm not going to come on this show.
I just saw you.
So you kept me in the background for 2 hours, and everybody got a PM for me, and nobody answered. Nobody read the message for
me. No, I didn't see anything.
No. They were like, please.
So people gonna deliberately.
Excuse me. Yeah, so y'all ignored it for 2 hours. I was even looking for somebody.
I
will not come on this radio.
Simba, Remy, He's a pato. He's pato.
You, Babati, you are talking. Every time I show up on this show, well, that's when one man want to leave.
Ironically, so I wanted to take us to the back. Ni mo kàn wá pé ẹnì kan máa ń ṣòkò hang síbi. Mo ṣe wò ní ẹ̀rọ pé àbí
ṣó
ti
ti wá
lélẹ̀.
padà lọ ni ó ti tún padà lọ
No,
ni.
mo ti gbé sí stage by. Oh, Baba T.
No, but BT ti padà. BT ò sí lórí platform mọ́.
BT is not here.
Ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ mọ̀ Baba T mi tiẹ̀ mọ̀ kó wà ń bẹ̀. Okay, let me take us to the background. I think maybe he's busy today.
You know, Wike and Fubara, they are local champions.